We are live. Hello.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
I'm just going to switch onto YouTube to make sure it is coming through. I'm sure it is, but I know there's a little bit of a delay. But it looks like it is.
Yeah, it's coming up now. Well, that's what she said.
Yay!
I've got it on the TV on me.
See, he doesn't need the drinkies. He's on the ball.
We do. Us oldies.
Hanging out with me might need the alcohol. It usually works or helps.
Jamie, I'm disappointed. I thought you were. It's a Friday night. You've got to be on it like a carb on it.
I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't. There was a bit.
You
of
youngsters.
I was like, oh no, I'm buggered. So, well, not literally, not yet. But
give it
That's
time.
what happens when you have a few of these.
give it half hour. See how we do. But
Oh
Right.
dear.
I'm sorry.
Right then, so obviously, well, in these early doors, obviously, there may well be people who watch this back in playback. Thank you. If that is the case. I thought we would just obviously introduce ourselves. I'm sure people, if they're looking at this channel, they'll know who I am, and I'm sure they'll know who you are. But what we're going to do is just tell us a little bit about how long you've been a YouTuber, and then a little bit of a introduction to why you started becoming a YouTuber. So we'll go ladies first. Jamie, Lisa.
You cheeky sod.
You're going to bore them to death. Jesus. Do you want to keep people awake? Right. I've been doing YouTube probably for about, I'm going to guess 4 or 5 years. I started it with no idea the film community existed. A mate used to do Vlogmas. I love Christmas, so I thought, oh, I like a bit of this. Let's do Vlogmas. Then I started just doing stuff about what I liked, which is why I called it Lisa Loves. It was supposed to be a channel about stuff I love. Found the movie community. That's how movie reviews started. Like true crime, but it's too much fucking hard work. And too many people argue with you in the comments about, have you seen the court deposition? No, I've got a life. I haven't read that. But you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, so I don't do it as often as I used to. I mainly do one a week, which is what I've watched in the last week. I'll sometimes go to see new releases. I'll sometimes do lists, especially if someone else does one that inspires me, like Leo did quite recently. Yeah, and there's a new one went up today, which is Formative Years Movie Crushes, which is a Rad 9 challenge. So I do a wee bit of everything, but try to centre it around movies. If you're still awake, well done.
Cool. Aaron, you want to go next?
Yeah, fine. I've been on YouTube
That wrong way.
probably since about, well, I think I first started in 2016, but I started properly in about 2017. And I did it initially I set up the YouTube channel for my son, Jake, because he wanted to do some stop motion videos on YouTube, so I was just learning how to do it. But because I love movies, I've always wanted a platform to be able to review films and things like that. So I think my first review was Batman versus Superman, because everybody was hating on that film and I didn't mind it too much. So it's still on the channel if anyone wants to watch it. It's pretty terrible editing and stuff. And yeah, it's gone from there really. I started with, I never ever thought I would get to 10,000 subscribers, which is what I've just hit recently. And I do film reviews, game reviews, TV reviews, top 10 lists, unboxings. That's why it's called Screen Stars, really, because it's like it covers kind of everything.
Your store was called Screen Stars, wasn't it?
Yeah, I used to have a shop many years ago, like a retail store, and it was called Screen Stars, and I used to sell like movie memorabilia, things like that. But I couldn't keep it going; it wasn't financially viable, so I shut it down. So in my mind, the channel is like the spiritual successor to the store, if you like. But yeah, I love it. It's a passion. Movies and stuff like that have always been a passion for me. And I upload more. Oh yeah, honestly, it still seems odd just to look and see I've got 10,000 subscribers. When you consider that when you first go on YouTube and you get really excited when you just see like, oh, someone's just subscribed to me, and then I remember getting my first 50 and then 100. Yeah, it's really odd. And I remember talking to my son at the time. I said, "Oh, do you imagine if I ever got 10,000 subscribers?" And I remember very clearly as well, Leo, when we first got in touch, when you, I think, commented on one of my videos when I don't even think I had 50 subscribers, and then I started doing reviews for you. I think you was at about 8,500 subscribers then, all them years ago.
Wow.
And I remember thinking, wow, he's got 8,500 subscribers. I've made it. Someone wants me to do some reviews on his channel. Yeah.
I was really excited about. I remember mine because I remember the 10,000 when I hit 10,000, and I was desperate to clip in that bit from Star Wars where he goes 10,000. I was like, okay. That was what I wanted to do. Just have a video.
You should go home and rethink your life.
So it gets there, and congratulations. It's well deserved, Aaron. Well deserved.
Definitely.
So obviously, Jamie, this is the first time you've been on a stream with us. You've done a couple of reviews for the channel before, but it's the first time streaming. Not that we really stream loads, to be fair, but welcome aboard. So anyone who doesn't know you, tell us.
Hello, I'm a twat from Bournemouth. That's what you need to know. On my YouTube journey, actually, it's the wife's fault. She was the one who suggested I start doing film reviews. I joined up with YouTube to put some like family videos and stuff. And the wife said, "Why don't you start like film reviews and stuff?" And I thought, "Yeah, I guess so. But who want to watch this bloke? I'm just some idiot from Bournemouth." He said, "No, just you love movies. Do something with it." I said, "Okay." So started doing film reviews, and sort of grew from there. Really, I mean, the first thing I reviewed was the Ninja Turtle movie, because there's no surprise.
There's a surprise, yeah.
and after, it just went from there. And it sort of became like, I always wanted to do what Wet Movie 1 does in America, where he goes to like, and also on Cool Doodle, where they go to shops to see what different versions of films are out. So like, and where's cheaper, etc. I thought I could do that in the UK. And I found out there's like people that do it already, like Big Paulie, etc. I thought, oh, bollocks, but I'll still do it anyway. and so I started doing shop vlogs, which I really, really enjoy doing. Gets me out the house, clear out the cobwebs. But yeah, that's what I mainly do, is film reviews and shop vlogs. And of course now it's grown into like this. I bring in these characters like Crazy J and
yes, we love him,
Posh Knob and Farmer Fuck Up and all the rest of them. And
it's not what his name is, Farmer Fuck Up. I like him. He's awesome.
But it's mainly all the character, the Crazy J, etc. is mainly from a mate Jamie Smith, because it helps with his like mental health, etc. And a lot of people seem to like it. A lot of people don't like it, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But
they can fuck off. Sorry, but there you go.
It's just my way of just expressing my silly sense of humor, really. But yeah, I absolutely love doing it though. I took a break last year because I've been doing it non-stop every week for 7 years, and I thought I needed a break.
Wow.
And I realized when I came back, I was going to just do like 2-3 videos a week rather than like 4 or 5 a week, because it was just taking up too much time away from family and friends. So, but yeah, I love doing it, and film is my passion. Always has been since I was a kid, and just love talking film and discussing it. And I get to meet all you lovely people. I met Leo in I won't say where we're from, just in case, there might be bobbies at the door. But I met Leo in person. He gave me a Predator jacket. That's going back a bit, and we've met a few times since, and yeah, and like I said, done some reviews for Leo's.
Does that fit, by the way, that jacket?
Huh?
Does it fit okay?
It does now. I've lost a bit of weight. I've lost 3 stone since I first met you, over the years.
Wow.
So I don't know how.
Well done.
The curries I've been eating, they just go right through me.
Yeah, I lost 2.5 stone last year, and I put it back on again in 3 months. Honest to God, it's shocking.
Yeah.
I lost 2.5 stone to go to Disney. I came back, and it's back on again. Oh, it's fucking shocking. Pardon my language, but anyway.
It's easy
3 stone and you kept it off.
And this doesn't help, but there you go.
The last time I had an alcoholic beverage was probably a year ago, so it's probably going to go to my head very quickly.
Oh,
yeah. I drink.
Leisha's Lisa's going to be asleep at about 8:30 then. By the sounds
No.
of it.
What Lisa
Right.
does is get increasingly more irritating and laughs at everything. So I'll warn you in advance. I will find everything funny and be very irritating. So if you want to pull the plug, feel free.
Right. So listen, it's not the people in the chat. Please feel
Yes.
free to jump in and ask us questions. Anything you like, really. I want this to be as interactive as we can. We do have a bunch of discussion topics, but if you want to just ask us a question, just feel free. And we are drinking. Some of us are drinking. So if you're in the chat, grab yourself a drink. And
Some of us are drinking like 2 lots of stuff. We're Irish. What can I say?
These two who aren't right.
Oh,
So
right.
I've got to remember how
Those
to do
two don't need to be fair. Me and Leo's cracking on a bit.
It's true. I'm sadly covering Lisa's face doing this.
Hi, Davian.
That's fine.
Good evening, Leo, Aaron, Lisa, and Jamie. I recently watched The Beekeeper, Land of the Bad, and Battle Dogs. Loved 3 films. Hope you're all okay.
Beekeeper, excellent. Land of Bad, excellent. I haven't seen Battle Dogs. Land of Bad is surprisingly good.
Right.
Really good. You don't
there was a
expect
reason I brought a pen. Look, you can see it, but I brought a pen for such Land of Dogs. I haven't heard of that.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Well, that Battle Dogs is an older one. That's an asylum movie. It's about like werewolves. If it's
Land
the
of
one
Bad.
Yeah, it's got Russell Crowe in it and Liam Hemsworth.
Okay.
And
Really good. I've reviewed it on the channel. I've reviewed it on the channel, Lisa, a couple of weeks ago.
I watched most of your channel. I watched most. Oh, if it said action movie, I might not have watched it.
Yeah, it's like a
Is it an action movie?
Yeah, it's action. It's a bit like Behind Enemy Lines type of movie where Russell Crowe plays like a drone pilot. But it's when you read the synopsis, it doesn't sound good, but it is really good when you watch it.
Right,
I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Davian, if that's pronounced correctly, for that.
It's got Russell Crowe being a boomer in it quite a lot. So,
Russell Crowe being a what?
Boomer.
What's that mean? Is that like a
generational joke? Yeah. He's like this old grumpy old man. That's quite funny. Got the Trash Picture Show. Yo,
hey,
guys. Pimp tweet and community post ahoy.
Marty's awesome. He's also Irish, so that makes him extra awesome.
All right. So he's got a good excuse to be drinking in that case.
Yes,
okay.
Marty will be having a good old drink. I'll tell you what, Marty dates Jen from Jen's Reviews from the Grave, so there's another reason to be drinking. I love Jen. She's awesome. No, don't take that the wrong way. I'm doing she will admit that that's true. I'm doing a stream with Marty and Jen sometime in March for St. Patrick's Day, so that should be some good crack as well.
And did you see that? So, hey everyone, came in. I saw Lisa post about this.
Hey Mike.
Lisa.
Hey, there he is.
Mike's a legend. Awesome.
Yo, Lisa, like you're the popular one here.
Yeah.
I'm sharing
all of us, let's be honest, it's 3 Boldies and Lisa, so she's going to win.
Aaron, I wouldn't take that if I were you.
I know, I'm not bald, I've just got short hair.
Oh, sorry. I do apologise. I'm saving up for a comb over at the moment, so
I'd be like, hang on a second,
I'm very grey, but I do have hair.
oh, that's all right.
Yes,
I can't be asked to grow it, so I just have it short all the time because it takes effort brushing it, doesn't it?
My
Fun
apologies.
fact, Aaron used to be a bodybuilder, didn't you? A competitive bodybuilder.
Wow.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, I did indeed.
moving it away from his
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Pole dancer. I kept getting stuck, so I had to give it up.
What's that? So what did he say?
I
Yours
said I was
kept
a pole dancer.
You were a pole dancer, so what? I missed the tagline there.
Oh, sorry, but I kept getting stuck, so I had to give it up. It wasn't worth it, was it?
Oh God, this is just going to be 2 drunk people and laughing at
2 sober people.
2 not drunk people, right?
I'm sure they'll feel the vibe. It'll be pushed through the screen. Right, so did you see that? It says DVD is the biggest physical media selling format. However, if companies only did Blu-ray and 4K, do you think people will educate themselves on the better formats and upgrade? We are going to be covering physical media at a point in the movie. Oh Jesus! It starts in the stream. But the reason I would, because I have worked in the media industry, you might say, to a degree, in two aspects. I've once worked in the video game industry, and I once worked for CEX, which is a large kind of second-hand company that does.
Jamie's going to the sex shop.
It is called Sex.
Gonna get some sex.
CEX, but its actual name is Sex, and they think it's hilarious. But I think the reason DVD is cheap because here's a point that people don't realise with media formats. The biggest machines that people watch movies on disc-wise are video game consoles, right? So people watched the most popular disc player, is what I'm saying, is video game consoles. So they take DVD. So most people have, PlayStation 2, and that is why, well, one of the reasons at least, the DVD proliferates the market, so to speak. And obviously it's the cheapest. That's why you get lots of films on DVD, not 4K and Blu-ray. If DVD didn't exist at the moment, if it was to not exist now, I think people would just go to streaming. Would be I think there will still be a market for Blu-ray and 4K, but I think it's happening anyway. To be honest with you, I think people are going to streaming. I don't want to kind of prefix too much of my questions for later, but if you ask young people, I work with a lot of young people at my current job, and I was like, "Oh, do you want to borrow a film?" And I'm like, "Yeah, cool," but I don't have a player, and it's like, "Oh,
yeah." I'm always saying that to people at work.
PS5, surely to God, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you seen this film? I'm like, "Oh no, is it good?" Yeah. Have you got a Blu-ray player? No. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, well, then
I can't believe. Yeah. It seems odd to me.
Give them a VHS and see what they make of that. What's this? I don't think my son's ever seen one. I don't think he would know what it was if he did.
You should do one of those, looking at old technology and ask him what it is, like bring up a rotary phone and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or a laser disc.
Although in saying that, he went to, really quickly, he had a quiz with Scouts last week, and they didn't know the theme to Jaws. It's like, what is the world coming to? They didn't know. I mean, like, how difficult is that? It's So he played his Joker on this round and got all the film questions correct. I was so proud of him because he likes movies like I do. But they haven't seen Jaws. They haven't seen E.T.
I went into work about 3 or 4 months ago, and I had a Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry T-shirt on. And I was like, saying to them at work, I says, "Do you like my T-shirt?" And they went, "Who is it?" I said, "What do you mean, who is it?" It's Clint Eastwood. Oh, I've heard of him. I think, what's he do? I says, you don't know who Clint Eastwood is? And they went, "No." I swear, I couldn't believe it. I had to just walk out of the room. I could not believe it.
I bet you said to them, "Who's Dirty Harry?" They say, "That's that guy who got locked up down the road who's hanging around playgrounds." I guarantee it.
Oh, dear.
Couldn't believe it.
Right. Leo, we've hijacked it. I apologise. Get a bit more of that cider down your neck, quick, before I start irritating you.
So BD is hella expensive. I'm not quite sure what BD is.
I thought you said VD then.
That can be quite expensive.
That can be quite expensive in Thailand, I'm sure.
BD is hella expensive while the wages constantly go down. BD.
Blu-ray disc.
Well done. That'll be what it is.
If it was BJ, I could explain that one a lot quicker.
I don't think it is that expensive, to be fair.
You see,
Right.
he doesn't need a drink. He doesn't need a drink. It's all there. Oh dear.
Well, I think 4K is incredibly expensive, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's too expensive.
It's too expensive for me. I don't have a 4K player, but I wouldn't buy one because it's just.
Neither do I. I
No.
have one 4K disc, and it's American Werewolf in London. That is it, because I just got a 4K TV about 2 months ago. I've yet to have a 4K player and haven't worked out whether I can use my PS5 or not. Do you need a special player for 4Ks?
You need a player and a TV.
4K.
Say again?
Yeah,
I think the PS5 plays 4Ks.
Does it? Right, we'll be doing that then. Yeah, I bought that, but I haven't even watched it yet, so that's a disgrace. I need to get it watched. But it deserves to be appreciated in 4K.
I'm going to be controversial here. Although I can appreciate 4K is a better format, I prefer not to watch it in such high definition, as I think it looks faker, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So I think the problem is when you watch like a film, like a good example, if you watch an older film and they're using stunt doubles, you can really see it's not Harrison Ford playing Indiana Jones and these stuff. You can notice it a lot more, and like things look fake, and like when they're using sets and stuff. So I think part of the movie magic is lost in when you're watching like such high definition. So I can appreciate it is technically better, but I don't like watching it because of that reason.
Personally,
that's my personality.
I'll watch it in any format you give it me. I first saw. Now I'm going to be very controversial here. I apologize. I first saw Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the end of something. Someone taped me off the TV on VHS many, many years ago, and it was such a crappy quality. It was taped over loads of TV stuff, and it was the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I think that sort of like grainy quality that it had, where it looked quite, gritty, scared the bejesus out of me. It was just a fantastic way to watch Texas Chainsaw.
The 70s one we're talking about. The original.
Oh, the original, yes, of course.
Yeah. Nice. I saw that at the cinema. They did a re-release. It was banned in the UK for a long time.
It was, yeah.
And then they played it in the cinema. This is about 20.
We never get anything in our cinemas.
And it was good. No one had seen it because obviously at that point it was just before the internet, before DVDs and stuff.
Yes, folks, before the internet. Some of us remember that.
Yes.
Internet seems still quite recent to me. That's the weird thing. Zabion is still playing. He's still buying DVDs and Blu-rays. As am I. Although I'm not against streaming. I know a lot of like YouTubers will kind of, I'm not against it. I actually use both, to be fair. How about you guys?
Yeah, I've got Amazon and Netflix and Shudder, so I like streaming. It's convenient, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I still buy physical media as well.
Yeah. Because I know you remember you saying you don't have a lot of space for physical media, Lisa, so that's just why you
back in the day, I used to work, I managed a Blockbuster store for quite a few years, so I got a lot of stuff cheaper, and I had the most incredible collection of VHS, massive, but when I moved from Northern Ireland to England, I got rid of it all, which pains me now. But now that I'm in quite a small house, I've got a kid that's just got shit everywhere. I don't have any room. I'll pick up stuff in charity shops if I see it cheap, but it's something I think when my son gets older and moves out, I may go back to treating myself a bit more. I would only buy like favourites because I find if something's not a favourite, I don't watch it more than once. So there's no point it sitting on my shelves. There's no point in me wasting money on it. I'll just stream it if I want to watch it. But I think I'll treat myself a little bit more when I've got more, when the Lego buggers off, when all the toys buggers off, and I have a bit more room. Yes, I shall get myself more movies.
Cool. What we'll do this? We'll do this one comment, and then we'll do a quick discussion topic. Then we'll come back to the comments. So keep the comments coming. Now this name, I know he's changed his name to Amityville fan, but this I can't pronounce. Gaginstiak.
Yeah. Gagnashtiak. Gagnashtiak. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not the wrong person.
When we have a few more drinks, now say that.
I've had about 6, for Christ's sake. Gagnashtiak.
He's uploading his private stuff on free online places.
All right. Is that
I'll
the
bet.
sex
I mean, that's what you do, isn't it?
You can't say
He's
that.
an OnlyFans
Ross,
fan,
not
then.
expect us to go there.
I think he means his movie collection, but
Oh, right, okay. Don't
No.
say your private stuff and don't expect us to go
No.
there.
I'm not getting my private stuff out. It wouldn't be.
the alcohol is
insanity.
strong.
Oh,
Right.
dear.
So we'll just quickly move on to a quick discussion, but then we'll come back to some of the questions and stuff. So let's talk Oscars. Now, none of us are particularly like highfalutin art house lovers and stuff, but we will, obviously, it's on Sunday, so we'll briefly talk about it.
I'm a culture.
I know it's going to be on at late at night for us because we're in England, but would you watch it if it was on at a sensible time for you? And then, do you have any predictions?
What time is it on at for us?
It's on at 7 in New York, so
Oh,
they're 6 hours behind. So they'll be about 2, something like that.
Oh, that's all right. We'll watch that. I'll watch that live. I thought you were going to say 7 in the morning. I was like, no, that's not happening.
I think 7 Eastern Standard Time. I think it is. I want to say.
That's weird because I saw
find that
on
what I
TV. Oh, Jonathan Wass. He's live coverage from 10:15 p.m. on Sunday. I'm thinking,
but they do all the preamble, isn't it?
Why, it's like football. Why do we need an hour before kickoff? You know what I mean? It's just
it's all like the red carpet and the interviews and all that sort of stuff, isn't it?
and the dresses.
What are you wearing?
We can see the photos off. Yeah, it's like who cares? A dress. Get on with it. That would be me. I'm in Primani.
I got me as the George jeans on. And
so would you? I mean, Lisa's already answered. What about you guys? Would you watch it?
I used to be a really big fan of the Oscars when I was younger, but as I've got older, I've got a bit more miserable about it because I can see it for what it is.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not what you know, it's who you know. And there are occasions when there is a performance that I think absolutely deserves an Oscar, like Brendan Fraser last year for The Whale, or Anthony Hopkins for The Father, and things like that. And I'm kind of like, they need to win. It's just so good a performance that they have to win. But beyond that, I'm not really overly fussed because it's the same with the BAFTAs. I mean, if you're English, you're going to win a BAFTA. You know what I mean? It's quite embarrassing stuff like that with the BAFTAs, and it's a bit like that with the Oscars. But yeah, I'm not a massive fan anymore, generally speaking. But that's just me.
Yeah, I get that totally.
What about you? What about you, Jamie?
Me? Oh, me.
Yeah, you.
I won't be watching it because it starts too early. I do long shifts at work, so I do like 12-hour shifts. So I won't be watching it. But if it was on at a good time, I might watch a bit of it. But even watching the BAFTAs, it's really cringy. And because you can't hear the audience laughing when he tells a joke, it just sounds like they're just dying on their feet. And if nobody else is laughing, you don't tend to laugh at the jokes either, I find. Well, I certainly don't. And watching those things. I think it's also got too political, and it's also got too and they seem to be skimming over films which have better performances for somebody who's more Academy favorite, if you know what I mean. I don't know if that comes across the right way or not. I find that every year it's very predictable. Sometimes, I mean, Godzilla -1 is a monster movie, but it was such a great film, and it's not been nominated for foreign film. But
Japan didn't nominate it.
It hasn't.
Japan didn't nominate it. So in the foreign language films, the country has to nominate it, and
why did they not nominate it?
I didn't know. But I think they should do like a people's people's BAFTA or whatever, where the normal movie people that go to the cinema, they get to put in their votes of what they think should win, and then tally it all up and see.
Yeah, the problem is that though, it's just what is popular.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So, I mean, Godzilla is nominated for VFX, but it's not nominated
for something. Yeah, that's what I picked that for visual effects.
The thing is, I mean, you can't honestly take it seriously when Barbie's nominated for Best Picture.
It isn't.
Come on. It is.
Barbie is up for. I don't think it's up for Best Picture. No, it isn't. It
is.
Jesus wept. It is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, how could you take them seriously?
I don't think.
You see, but a lot of people love that movie. It's very divisive. I'm not in the.
But a lot of people, love most blockbusters that do over $1 billion, but they never get nominated for like an Oscar, do they? Very, very rarely.
See, I thought Oppenheimer was a good film, but it was like 2.5 hours of chat and then boom, and that's the film. I don't mean to sound shitting all over that film, but I just don't get the hype for it.
I found it a bit. I found it a bit dull. You just know it's going to win everything.
Yeah,
Oppenheimer.
That's the one that's going to win it. Christopher Nolan will win Best Director. Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. are going to win. And,
yeah, I agree.
As for Ryan Gosling being nominated, I can't believe it. And as much as he was good in the film,
he was the best thing about the film. Let's be honest, he was.
But it's not an Oscar-winning performance.
No,
because he took 2 pairs of glasses off. Yeah.
Comedies don't normally. I mean, it is a comedy, isn't it? Really, so they don't normally do that well in.
I think Scorsese's got a really good chance at director. I do think Oppenheimer will sweep most of the stuff, but I think Scorsese's gonna get Killer. Is it Killers of the Flower Moon?
I keep getting that.
Yeah.
I think it'd be quite a big clean sweep for Oppenheimer, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Nolan, I would argue Nolan's probably the biggest director, working director today.
I don't know. I think Denis Villeneuve's not far behind.
Who's that for?
June.
Denis Villeneuve
for next year's Oscars.
Did he do June, or am I imagining that?
June 1 and 2. We did Blade Runner 2049. He's brilliant.
I haven't seen the original Blade Runner. How much of a disgrace is that? I still have not seen it. It's one of those movies I just have not seen. I don't like June. I can't do with it. I want to sleep when June comes on the TV. No, I went to the cinema to see the first June, but I won't go to see the second.
No. First time
I've always loved June, you see. I've grown up with the June. I went to the cinema to see the David Lynch June.
That's the
and I even enjoyed that. Well, that's what people say, but I think people have kind of warmed to it a bit more over the years. But yeah, it's what people consider to be the bad one.
Well, first time I ever saw Blade Runner, I was at music college, and I was sent a piece of film, a scene from the film, and I had to put the music to it. And I've never seen the film, so it was in my favour. So I had to put a soundtrack by using Cubase and putting in instruments and stuff. It's going back a bit. And I remember they actually shipped it to Ridley Scott.
No way!
Because they thought it was good enough to be in the film. But
wow.
I mean, we didn't get a response. He probably thought it was a load of old bollocks, but it was just really cool at the time. I thought, my God, Ridley Scott.
Yeah, the fact they sent it's enough. It's a thing. You're very musically talented, which isn't something that a lot of people know. It's like Aaron and his bodybuilding. So I like to sneak these things in there.
Right, let's get to a couple more comments.
His wife sneak it in there.
Hey. You need to get a written permission for that shit, mate.
You touch your leg, that's it. You're in court.
Right, Mr. Donaldson.
Hey, what?
He's looking forward to Immaculate, Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire, Fall Guy, and Love's Lives Bleeding, which I'm assuming is one. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one clearly.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah,
Love Lives Bleeding is meant to be fabulous.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ghostbusters, and because I love the TV show in the 80s, I'm quite looking forward to Fall Guy as well.
I want to see,
and I'll be very disappointed. I'll be very disappointed if there's not a cameo. Yeah, I know. I'm hoping Lee Majors has a cameo in it.
You best do. We're going to be disappointed. I can feel it in my bones already with the Fall Guy.
Well, they turned it into a comedy, haven't they? It looks like a bit of a comedy, a bit of a farce, but I'll still watch it.
Did it right for 21 Jump Street? I mean, that worked, didn't it?
Yeah, it might be in that vein, and I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
We'll reserve judgment.
Might also. I'm going to watch it.
Look at what they did with Quantum Leap. Look at what they did with my favourite TV series of all time.
I gave that one episode, the new one.
Me too. I
Yeah.
watched the first one. I reviewed the pilot episode, and I knew I wouldn't enjoy it, so that was it for me for that.
Yeah.
I used to love the original, but I haven't seen the new one.
Jamie, this one's
You're not
for
missing
you.
anything.
Oh no, what is it? It's Pepsi Elite. Okay.
Right, okay, that's my husband, by the way. That's
To be
Darren.
honest,
Just to like...
if he had, it'd be like 20 seconds long anyway, because he doesn't last long. I was 3D.
My husband keeps giving me ideas to tell Jamie for his videos. It's like he's already done it. Have him have Crazy J in bed with Katie. That'll be really funny. And like Jamie walk in, it's like, no, he's already done it. So he's invested in Crazy J. My son, people will say you're such a bad parent. Such a bad parent. He's 13 and he loves Crazy J. He just
We've all got
he laughs out
problems,
loud at it.
It's nice that some people like it. I get so much hate.
Yeah, but tell people what you do for a job, Jamie, and then like slap them in the arse with it. What do you do for a job?
I'm a care assistant in a dementia care home. So
he works with, and Aaron has a very similar background, but I mean, people are saying that characters that Jamie has created are disrespectful to people with needs, which is just absolutely ridiculous. It's just wrong. Jamie works with these kind of people. Yeah, what can you say? It's funny. It's not meant to be offensive. It's not taking the piss out of anyone. And if people want to think that, that's their brains. It's
me in a wig being a twat. That's it.
Exactly. How do you honestly? What do your neighbours think when you go out and do your videos? Have you been caught by your neighbours?
I got so many stories, but I went it down quick because it's not my show. But there was one, the recent one where he was outside wanking, watching Katie.
Right, I was watching that, and then when you showed the stuff on the ground, I'm like, no, too much, Jamie.
There was a bloke walking past as I was doing the.
No way.
He sort of went.
To anybody in the comments or on the stream that hasn't seen this video, Jamie's character was spying on Jamie's wife while having a wank outside. Outside while people were walking up and down, and he stood doing the actions and everything, really obviously. And I'm like, honest to God, Darren says his neighbours are going to be twitching the curtains again. Go, what the hell is that guy doing now?
The best thing that ever happened was when I was doing there's one I did called Dolly Mixtures, and Crazy J shagging a blow-up doll in the shed.
Yes.
And halfway through filming, because I had to have the door open for light, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see it. This little old granny was walking a dog, and she was walking along, and all she could see was me going, "Go on, do it to me!" And this dog decided to come into my bloody front area, not my front area. Fuck off, Fido! Crazy.
Did the dog come in your back door?
Oh, it was so embarrassing.
Oh, dear.
It was so. Wait, I explained to him.
Where we are now.
YouTube. So
he's trying to tell us that the dog came in his back door.
There's no coming.
Anyway,
this is
moving on.
Feeling really quickly like Leo was trying to police 3 children here. Right, we'll behave ourselves, Leo. Honest to God.
This is the last time I'll be on the stream. Guarantee it. Sorry.
You? What about me? I brought up, for God's sake.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway, going on to bald news. Back onto bald news. Mr. Donaldson shakes his head, as do I.
Who's that? What are we talking about?
I did a good job.
Yeah, I got the clip.
Right. Here's another thing that could be taken in out of context.
What the hell's Monkey Man? What's Monkey Man?
Oh, it's good. I've seen the trailer. I've seen the trailer for that. It looks really good.
It's
a bit like an Indian version of John Wick.
Dev Patel, isn't it?
Yeah, Dev Patel.
Well. He's actually a trained martial artist. Apparently.
Wow.
It looks very interesting. It's either going to be really good or it's going to be really over the top and arty.
Right,
it does look interesting.
Monkey Man.
The problem is, I can't help but think of Hey Arnold with Monkey Man.
Hey.
Why?
Yeah.
Because in Hey
Monkey.
Arnold, there's a character who goes, Monkey Man! And so,
I used to watch Hey Arnold, but I don't remember that.
Did he fly around in a cloud?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Let's see what are my watch list. The Once, not familiar. Coyote versus Acme. I don't think that's going to come out. That's been written off as a tax write-off. 129. I'm not sure what that is. Primevals. I don't know what it is, but it's made by Full Moon, so I probably would watch it. Deadpool 3. I think that's going to be the biggest, one of the biggest film of the year.
Yeah.
Riddick. Furia.
Riddick.
Hotel Inferno. Now, you guys should watch these films, Hotel Inferno films. I've only seen one, but it's like super gory, but not like realistic gore, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like
I don't like them too gory. Like I've not even watched the Terrifier films because I just think they're probably going to be overly violent.
Seriously,
Oh Jesus!
Hotel Inferno doesn't. It's like Evil Dead, basically.
Right.
Terrifier is very,
It's pretty gory, especially the second one.
It's very odd. But Art as the character just is worth it for me.
I didn't like the second one as much as the first, I have to say. With Terrifier.
Mine's frozen, so I'm missing what's going on.
Right, I think these are more Dragon Keeper, The Boy and the Heron, God's Not Dead, God's Not Dead Uprising, Dark Material Season 3, Willow, Bloodbath, and the House of Death. So, to be fair, I haven't heard of many of them.
No, I haven't.
The Boy and the Heron's good. In that one, that's Studio Ghibli.
Oh yes, that's that anime one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good. It's a bit weird, but it's good.
Yeah, see, watches DVDs on the PlayStation, as do many people. I know he changed his phone.
No, it's not working. I'm going for a wee.
All right, okay, sorry.
She said that very stealthily.
Yeah.
Powder room. Going to the powder room, people.
Yeah.
Hey, Slayer.
Good evening.
Slayer.
He's a great guy. Great guy.
Amazon Prime Paramount Plus. I don't think streaming is ideal for disabled people, for example. People who have bad backs, can't walk, etc.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Trendsetter Productions. Hi, Pierre. So Pierre is actually a director, and he is directing a G.I. Joe film. Well, he has directed a G.I. Joe film. It'll be coming out this year, 2024. So I said, if you want to join for a bit and give us a little bit of a rundown, Pierre, just let me know and I'll send you an invite. There is a trailer for that on the channel if people are interested. Right, I start watching film award shows after a few years now. Not bothered anymore. I kind of like the Golden Globes because they drink in it, so it can be fun. Iron Claw hasn't been nominated. I think
that's criminal.
If it's not particularly well received commercially, sometimes they don't end up.
I think Zac Efron in there deserved a nomination at the very least. I thought he was outstanding in that.
Yeah, he was excellent.
I think actually he's playing some good jokes.
No, my husband never makes good jokes. What the hell does that?
I like
to thank God. All right, okay. It takes me a while to process my husband jokes. I don't even know what that means. It's all correct.
Makes it.
What? There's enough for these kind of low-budget British companies, and Aaron will know what I'm talking about. That I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
There'll be an Action Man one as well. Well, the Action Man, Cinder, My Little Pony, they'll be all coming out in the next few couple of years.
Like that.
Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, Stretch Armstrong. Evil Knievel.
I heard that the TV series of June is meant to be more faithful. A lot of Dune fans prefer it to like the David Lynch version.
I'm watching. I did watch it before the miniseries, the Dune one on the sci-fi one, but I'm just rewatching it so I can review it for the channel. It's 3 hour-and-a-half long episodes, so I'm about halfway through episode 2 now. So hopefully in about a week or so I'll be able to review that.
The Dune miniseries.
Yeah, Children of Dune.
I haven't seen any. I've only seen the original, movie. There you go. Care industry is representing.
I've worked in the care sector for over 30 years now. It's a passion of mine. So yeah, good stuff.
Pierre, I haven't watched the G.I. Joe film yet because I'm waiting so I can watch it with Steve and Chris because they're big G.I. Joe fans. So I wanted to watch it with them to get their opinion on it rather than just me and my own because they're such big G.I. Joe fans. I'd like to get their opinion as G.I. Joe fans, which is why I haven't watched it just yet. Cool. All right. Let me just send you a link while I'm doing that. The Crimson Archer, is that one shooting Green Arrow? This is the name of the movie, which is a fan film, I should point out, but it is a high production fan film. But while I'm just sorting that out, let me just go on to the next topic. Right. So this is a nice, easy one. So what movies out in 2024 are you looking forward to? Who would like to go first on this one?
I'm happy.
I've got
Aaron, go for it.
So I'll wait to the.
Obviously, Deadpool 3. I think that's a given. There's a film coming up with Michael Keaton called Knox Goes Away that's not getting a lot of attention, but it's supposed to be excellent. And it's about a hitman who is suffering with dementia, but it does sound really, really good. Obviously, Ghostbusters. There's that new spider horror film coming out, Sting, that looks quite good. There's a vampire film coming out called Abigail that looks pretty good. Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Yeah, that looks really good. Fall Guy. Beverly Hills Cop 4. Bad Boys 4. Alien Romulus. Beetlejuice 2. Smile 2. And Gladiator 2. I was actually dreading Gladiator 2 at one point, but it's shaping up to look pretty good, I think.
I think I'm the only person in existence that isn't a massive Beetlejuice fan.
I don't like Beetlejuice.
Really? I would have thought that.
I don't.
I'm really looking. I went to cinema to see the original of that as well, so yeah, I've got fond memories of that film.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Michael Keaton as well. I think Michael Keaton is one of the most underrated actors of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Lisa, anything want to add to that?
Ghostbusters, Godzilla X Con, whatever that means. Deadpool and Wolverine, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Joker. I'm really looking forward to Joker to see Lady Gaga. Craven. Can we work out why I want to see Craven? Quiet Place Day 1. Gladiator 2. Inside Out 2. I love Inside Out. It's one of my favourite animations. Abigail. Nosferatu is coming out at the end of the year. Cannot wait to see
that as well, yeah.
Love Lies Bleeding. Roadhouse with Jack Gyllenhaal. I'll reserve judgment. I love the original, but I also really like Jack Gyllenhaal. I think he's a really good actor. There's a movie about Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, I think it might be called. That looks good. Furiosa and the Mad Max one. Maxine, obviously. And one called Mickey 17, which is by the guy that did Parasite. I think that Robert Pattinson's in it. That looks quite good.
Bong Joon-ho.
That's my real list.
Well, mine is pretty much everything that you guys have just said. I'm looking forward to mainly Ghostbusters because it's one of my favourites. And when I'm going to see it, they got the Ecto 1 at the cinema. So I'm going to go see the Ecto 1 at the cinema so that'd be cool. Godzilla versus X-Kong, Beetlejuice. There's a new Lord of the Rings film out at Christmas.
Is there?
Yeah, it's not.
Didn't know that.
Do you remember the neighbour in One Foot in the Grave? The wife of Angus
Yes.
Deaton. She's in it.
Yes.
That's so random.
I love One Foot. I
You've,
still know the
Jamie,
telephone number.
you've sold it to me now. You've sold it to me.
Here, who doesn't like One Foot in the Grave? Really? 4291.
They should hire you for film promotion, I think.
Yeah, fantastic, eh? And Joker 2, obviously, as well, and Deadpool. I'm looking forward to This Is Derry, which is a TV series based off it. So, and there's an animated series based off Ninja Turtles recent. So, there's Strange Things next year. But that's the main interest for me this year. But yeah, Ghostbusters, I'm peeing with excitement. It's running
that's
down
not
the
long,
lane.
is it? I'm looking forward to that. I don't go to the cinema all that much. I get so many screeners sent to me. If I'm honest, I struggle to. I sort of like mainstream films take a kind of backseat to a large degree. But I am looking forward to Ghostbusters. I probably will see King Kong and Godzilla, but I'm not all that worried. So my nephews are really into that, so I'll probably take them. There's one called Civil War, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, that's good.
Because I quite like politically changed stuff. And then there's quite a few shark films that are coming out. There's one called Close to Shore, which I'm quite looking forward to. There's like a World War II shark film. I forgot what it's called off the top of my head. There's one called Imaginary, which is out pretty soon, which is about.
It's out today. It's out today. That I think.
I went to see it.
That's getting really bad reviews.
Is it? I don't look at reviews before I watch them. So,
did you say you've seen it, Jamie?
I saw it. I saw it at 1 o'clock. Yeah, today.
Is it any good?
Well,
no, it's not.
Well,
it's a no then.
Fucking chips, why don't you?
But I like the first half is really slow and it's very cliched. It's badly written, but when it got to the second half, it sort of picks up a little bit, and I got into it a bit more. I think I like crap films, so you know.
Yes, you like the monsters.
Yeah, I like the monsters. It's crap. I identify it's crap, but there was something about the monsters I actually enjoyed. I think it was so bad.
Yeah.
My favourite
More
joke was my mother-in-law fell down a wishing well. I didn't know those things worked. It cracked me up. It's so stupid. It was so bad. I just enjoyed it. But Imaginary, it's all right. They nicked the set from Labyrinth. It pissed me off a bit. But apart from that, it's fine.
All right, okay.
Watch it on streaming.
Yeah.
Another film I would say is good. I have actually seen it. Is Late Night with the Devil. That is my film of the year. I can't speak to you because I'm under embargo at the moment, but it is my film of the year so far.
Wow. You gave that like a 5 out of 10. That's your highest score yet, isn't it? So.
People complain about my scoring like low.
No, the amount of crap this man takes for his reviews is wrong. It's like you're not allowed to not like anything.
It totally makes sense to me, but yeah. Let's see what other people are looking forward to. Spinal Tap 2, technically 3, but who's counting?
What? Is that a thing, or has he just said that because he wants it to be a thing? No, that's not a thing, is it? Spinal Tap 2?
Anything that comes out of Darren's chat, you have to kind of take the pictures. So
yeah, that's it's one of his favourite movies, Spinal Tap, so that's what that's
Venom 3, I'm not convinced this will come out, to be honest. Not this year, anyway. Venom 3.
Well, not after Madam Web.
We haven't seen anything from it.
Me and Jamie liked it.
Yeah.
Me and Jamie liked it. Oh,
it's garbage. It's garbage.
Not that bad. It's okay.
It's all right. It's nothing special. But it's
what Madam Web?
Yeah, we thought it was okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's definitely nothing special. There's not many films that I get angry at when I'm watching, and that really made me cross. Yeah, there is a Spinal Tap 2 coming out.
Is there?
Why did it make you angry?
Yeah.
Right, you see, my husband is worse than me when he's sober. Stuff he says, he doesn't filter. Shannon Matthews, the musical featuring James Corden. Honestly, I would usually be in the living room saying, "You can't put that. Don't post that on the." I'm not there. I don't know what's going to come out of his mouth. Shannon Matthews. Jesus Christ. That's the little girl that went missing somewhere in. Was it up north somewhere? Can't remember.
I'd like to welcome Pierre to the chat.
Pierre.
Hi,
How
Pierre.
you doing, everyone?
Oh,
He's joining us all the way from the States.
wow.
So,
What
but he
time
won't
is
be
it
watching
there?
the Oscars.
It's 3:00. Oh, almost 3:00 p.m. my time right now. I live in a state called Iowa here in the States. Very Midwest. So,
And a fan of Demolition Man, I can see.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of films I like back in the 80s, and 90s. Of course, Demolition Man is one of my favorites during that time. Funny film.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
It's great.
Well, it's one of those
Great.
I'd like to do a sequel, to be honest.
I like
He's
to
been
see a
threatening
sequel.
for years to do one, but he has been threatening to do one for years, but he's never. I don't think he'll ever get round to it.
I think they should do. I know Die Hard is technically speaking the sequel to was going to be the sequel to Commando, but I think Commando should have a sequel. You know, with Alyssa Milano, whatever her name is, like being now the kind of active member of the military or something. I think that would work. But as we've got Pierre here, now Pierre is a director of Crimson Archer, which is a feature-length G.I. Joe fan film. So Pierre, I just obviously give us a little bit of a brief kind of summary about Crimson Archer.
Right. Crimson Archer talks about a certain G.I. Joe member by the name of Scarlet. I was a big fan of the 80s cartoons. So, like, with Hollywood building old films like Rise of Cobra and, Retaliation and Origins, a lot of fans got disappointed by those films. Guys my age grew up to that. I pretty much made the film where they wanted to see. It's like the cartoons popping out of the screen, pretty much, with the same type of dialogue and accents, and the type of features you'd see in the old cartoons. So in a sense, the cartoon brought to real life.
Awesome.
Cool.
So, and obviously that's due out this year.
Yeah, it's going right now. It's going through festivals this year throughout here in the States. When that's done, we'll try to release it online for folks throughout the world to watch this year.
Nice. So I don't know if you guys familiar with G.I. Joe or Action Force, as it might have been called here in the UK. I think we were talking about Action Man a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Well, our version of G.I. Joe is Action Man, isn't it? And I don't know which came first, actually, if it was G.I. Joe or Action Man. But yeah, I remember watching G.I. Joe when I was young and stuff. I used to have it on the 6-week holidays, the cartoons and things.
I don't know if that's a bit young for you, is it, Jamie? Is that like before your
I do
time?
remember it, but I didn't watch. I saw a couple of the big Hollywood movies, but I to be honest, I don't know much about it, but I do know of it. Seen bits and pieces, but that's all I could say about it. But I wish you all the best of luck with it, though. I will check it out, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that's definitely the screener to watch. But as I said earlier, Steve and Chris, who you may have seen on my channel a few times, they're like massive G.I. Joe fans. So I want to watch it with them to get their reaction. And they've seen the trailer and stuff, and they're like chomping at the bit to see it, but they don't live immediately where I am. So we are going to kind of watch that together. And I don't want to watch it before them, because I don't want to sort of like spoil it, sort of thing for them. We will watch within the next kind of like couple of weeks, and I'll obviously get the review out. But you can watch the trailer from, obviously, he's on the channel, and there's a bunch of trailers available. I would suggest check it out, especially if you're a fan of the cartoon, because it is very much kind of aping that cartoon sort of style. So yeah, please do check it out. let's have a quick look at some of the comments. Someone is commenting on your Demolition Man. You're a man of taste, Pierre.
Thank you.
Any G.I. Joe questions? Please feel free to field them at Pierre there.
Yeah, like again with the film, it's a high production fan film. Most fan films don't go at this type of level to produce a film like this. We do use real stuff. A lot of background sets are real. The prison, or penitentiary we used, including the state capitol, the fairgrounds, and some of the military vehicles we've used in the film are all 100% real. Again, it's a high production fan film, almost like a Hollywood cut. Again, the dialogue is a little corny just because it reflects to the cartoons. Everything was done intentionally. If you like the movie Spaceballs, a lot of the people came out of the theater saying that it was kind of like Spaceballs with a G.I. Joe twist. So that was kind of a good thing from all the people who've seen the film already. In April, I'll be going to a film festival. I've been selected to go in for 2 different screenings and panels, so I'll be explaining the film there as well. But this film has been picking up a lot of noise as in recent days. I hope you guys get to watch it. I mean, even your kids would love to watch it. It's rated PG, so there is no swearing, there is no blood or nudity or anything like that. No one dies, just like the cartoons. So I meant it this way for all ages to watch, so from old to young, so anybody could watch this movie.
What's the runtime, Pierre? I didn't ask you that last time.
90 minutes.
So it's a picture length then.
That's a good length, yeah.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
length.
Oh, early, sir. Stop talking about Darren.
No. Oh, don't. Yeah, hour and a half. Per
An hour and a half may be long, but originally it was longer, but the theaters wanted me to cut it down to a theatrical 90 minutes
Yeah,
version.
half and a half's good for now. For nowadays, everything's 2.5 hours plus, and usually not. It doesn't need to be. An hour and a half is just enough to keep you engaged without losing interest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dabian is off. See you later, Evers.
See you, Debian.
Bye, Debian.
Right. Amityville fan, although that's his new name, got a G.I. Joe from his granny on its 18th birthday. What one was it? Which one was it? And is it still boxed?
They're cool. Is that the ones where you move, like the thing at the back of the head and the eyes move side to side, and they've got like actual hair?
No, that was Action Man with eagle eyes.
Yes.
Eagle eyes, yeah.
I think that was in America. That was cool. That was they're both called G.I. Joe, I think, and that was like the original size.
Well, back in the 70s, it was a 12-inch size. The guy had a beard, fuzzy hair, wore a peace symbol. I think he was known as Action Joe during that time. It was during the Vietnam War era.
Yeah, you can see why he had the peace symbol then, can't you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right.
Somebody says.
And Darren's gran once went in a Dixon after some batteries for a gangbang meant ghetto blaster.
She did exactly that. She wanted to say ghetto blaster, but she called it a gangbang. She the right name for it. Can I have some batteries for my gangbang, please? Oh, bless her.
And apparently it was some black guy in a canoe with an automatic rifle.
What
was?
G.I. Joe?
G.I. Joe figure.
Right, okay, yeah.
Oh, right.
It could be Darren's
I thought it was.
Oh, that was.
I thought we were looking at.
Yeah.
I thought we were looking at his window then.
That's too much.
I thought we were living.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, dear.
Question, please.
Here, we've got a page of bloody questions here.
Right. We have. And Pierre, you're welcome to stick around and obviously join in if you like. Right,
A
what's
little
your
bit
view
inebriated, just to
on-
warn you.
Yeah, but you've got I don't know if it's a bit early for you to be drinking, but we're having a few drinks with this.
Oh, we're
What
drinking
is your
tonight.
opinion
Nice.
of physical media versus streaming, and will physical media have a presence in both 5 and 10 years? And when we say physical media, just to be clear, we're talking like DVD, Blu-ray, 4K or 8K in the future, as in a physical disc.
There's an 8K.
That was
Jesus,
the plan.
what?
What was the question?
So I think physical media will be here in 5 years, but I don't think it will be here in 10. That'll be my prediction.
I think it'll always be around in some form because there's always collectors, and they know
Yeah.
they can make money from collectors.
Well,
So
look at vinyl,
you all,
look at records.
yeah. I think we're already seeing a stream back version of physical media because some movies now don't even get a physical release, like Last Voyage of the Demeter. You can't get that on Blu-ray in this country. That Tom Hanks film, what was it called? A Man Called Otto. That didn't get a Blu-ray release in this country, and that was a big hit. So
Yeah.
some films are just not getting Blu-ray releases now, so you've got to get them imported. I get them now from Germany and stuff. So we're already seeing that. I think they're slowing it down, but I think there'll always be like a market like steelbooks and stuff for collectors and special editions and all that kind of stuff.
It's funny you
And
say that.
Michael-
Film... Sorry,
Sorry,
go first.
Jamie, go ahead. No, when it comes to physical media, I'm like, yeah, I should just shut up. Right? What were you saying?
I was going to echo Aaron's thoughts. I mean, they haven't released The Whale or like Everything Everywhere All at Once, and it's just these are films that were very popular, but they're not getting any physical releases in this country, so you have to like go abroad to get them. I don't mean physically, but I mean like import. And it's I do think physical media will still be going though, because there is a market for it. It still sells. If it wasn't selling, then I would say probably not. But I mean, I know there's been issues with Disney, saying that they might be stopping their releases. I think I read somewhere. But no, I do think it'll still be going. It'll be like a niche market. But
I'm going to give my hot take on this, and it's not going to be what everyone else says. Right? So I used to work in the gaming industry for about over a decade. And I think the gaming industry is like 5 years ahead of where the movie industry is in regards to physical media. Now, what you've got to bear in mind is the companies this is the way you've got to think of it, right? The companies are only going to do what makes them the most money. That is what they're going to. That is what is going to drive digital distribution versus physical media. You've got to bear, and you're seeing it in the gaming industry now. I think the next generation will have no physical media in the gaming industry. When you get the PS6 or whatever, there'll be that'll be the end of physical media in games. That is what's going to happen, I think, to movies. Now, what you've got to bear in mind is, right, so the production costs of physical media, physically making the discs, getting the factory, getting the raw materials, making them. Then you've got to look at distribution for those things. Then you've got to have the retailers taking their cut. Yeah. So all of that is costs that you don't have with digital distribution. So digital distribution, you've got to have like, you pay like Amazon or whatever a percentage, but it's less percentage than it's about 10%. With retail, right? So when you buy a game at retail, it's the retailer is taking about a 30% cut.
Wow.
So and you've got to have all of that production on top of that as well. So you've got that's what you've got to factor in when you're talking about, is there going to be digital distribution versus physical media? Then you've got to look at the changing landscape. Everyone on this stream is a movie fan, probably more than the average punter, right? So with the exception of maybe Lisa, who, because the space doesn't collect it, we will buy it. So we're in a bit of an echo chamber when it comes to like when we're talking about physical media with other YouTubers and stuff. It seems like everyone's into it, but that isn't the case with the general public. You know, and when you're looking at general public, they buy DVDs is the most popular format. Someone else mentioned earlier on in the stream, which is the cheapest format. So there is a market still, and I do think there'll be a market for about 5 or 6 years. But the other problem is that the companies, like I said, they'll do whatever makes them money, and you're seeing it now. Is all these premium releases are coming out. They started with the steelbooks, now it's going on to the sort of like the box sets and the sort of like the funky packaging. But when they flood the market with that, which is what they will do, that's not premium anymore. It's just standard releases. I mean, think about DVDs. When they first come out, they all had extras and stuff in, and they don't now, you know. So the market, I mean, it's no guarantees, obviously. And the point about vinyl is that people prefer the sound in vinyl. You know, that's why people like vinyl. Because like there's a specific sound you get. But I don't think that's necessarily true of necessarily physical media, and that's why VHS won't come back, because that's a crap format. Let's be honest. People buy it because it's collectible, but it's not very good. So I do think physical media will go. I don't think it's going to go just that. When I did work for CEX or Sex, when I left working for them about 9 years ago, and when I first got talking with them, I know it's second-hand stuff, but they were like, we think DVD's got about 5 years left, and it's gone beyond that. But I think it won't have the long legs that people think it does. I think you might get a smaller audience as time goes on. But we mentioned it earlier on. Young people, they're not even watching cinema as much. They're playing games more. Younger people don't watch films like they used to, like we did. They playing games more. And the ones that do watch it are watching streaming, not physical media, or with the odd exception here and there. So I do think, I know this is not a popular take on YouTube, but I do think physical media probably will go within 10 years, I would say. I think it will survive another 5.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, my videos are going to be a lot
Don't
shorter.
worry. How can I forget? Oh.
Here's what I got this week. Fuck all. See you later.
Well, that's my hot take on it anyway. So
talking about like what you said, Leo, about what's changed when I worked for Blockbuster. I remember the notion being that one day people wouldn't rent movies or games, and all of the staff that worked for Blockbuster were like, "No way, that's never going to happen because people aren't going to pay the full price for a game before they've tried it." So we never saw that the renting of VHS to start with and then DVD, we never saw it being a thing that wouldn't exist. And now Blockbuster is no more or less. So when you look at that shift, and we never saw that happening, very well what you said could be the case. You will have your hardcore collector that wants to have a collection, but I think for the mainstay, you're probably right. It will go to streaming because it's cheaper for the distributors to go to streaming.
And it's more convenient. And that's the other thing you got to think about. Young, like again, I don't know, generalize an entire generation, but like younger people, but like that instant sort of.
So they don't buy CDs. Like when we were young, we would buy a CD of an album. Now everything's on Spotify or Apple Music or something. They stream everything. There's no, like, my son's just getting into music in a big way now. He doesn't want CDs. He's got no interest. He wants like a membership to a streaming site so he can stream music. So that's the new thing.
What was it like in America, Pierre? What's the sort of situation over there? Because I know like Walmart and places, or is it, I can never remember which one it is, but no, one of them anyway have stopped doing like DVDs and Blu-rays.
Well, the funny thing is, you're right about that. When it comes to digital format versus physical format, everybody here in America, it's all streaming. Rarely you see anybody with a CD or cassette or anything like that around here. Even the kids around here don't even know what that is. When I told my niece, I whipped out an old cassette. She's like, "Uncle, what is that?" I teased her. It's just a door stopper. It's all. But and the funny that you say this, because I'm gonna have my 50th birthday here pretty soon in the summer, and I'm kicking back in the old 80s. And that includes the music and the equipment. I told the DJ, I want old school equipment, and it's hard to find these days unless you're on eBay paying, I don't know, some of that stuff goes pretty a lot now. Since they're considered vintage. Like I said, everything's so streamed now. You don't see hardly anything for physical, content or anything out here. Unless you're a collector, what Lisa pointed out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of physical here, I think, with, like you said, collectors. But I find as a streamer, and my streaming is mainly for a point of, room and expense, and I don't tend to watch the same movie over and over again unless I love it. I find that I'm in the minority in the UK and Ireland. I think most people that I'm aware of buy their movies. I think Jamie would better be able to say, but I know Jamie buys a lot of movies. Other people I know do, and I'm one of the few that doesn't. So I think it's still
probably not in the minority, Lisa, but in the YouTube space where no. It's just we're looking at it as a skewed, because people who do YouTube channels about films are quite
love movies, accessible.
Yeah. So they're going to be the people that are buying it, and it's the casual people, the kind of like the,
that's true. I don't think about that side of things. I'm thinking about
and it looks, because I see it like people like, oh yeah, definitely physical videos.
What's new on Netflix that I can watch?
But it's easier. You can instantly get things out. It can all be timed. It's from the company's point of view, it's so much easier. It's so much more profitable. You can get all the analytics on it straight away. You know what I mean? There's not a downside to them. So there's no reason why. The only reason companies going to be putting out physical media is if they still think there's going to be making money out of it. But there'll be a point where it's not worth doing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And you might still get the odd kind of like collector thing. It ain't going to be much.
Sad day. Yeah.
And apparently, Action Man was called Geifer Man in Spain. There you go.
What's it called?
You're not going to read the end of that. You're not going to read the end of that statement.
I'm not going to read that. No.
Oh God.
But, do you know what that word is? But that begins with W, because I know that's not a common word in America, is it?
What? Why?
No.
Jamie will tell you what that's all about. He likes to do a bit of that.
Don't Google it. You'll get some funny pictures. Just watch one of my videos. It explains it all.
I'll tell you a quick story about. I don't know. He's disappeared somewhere. Let me just see if he's texted me.
That Irish lass is getting too pissed. I don't want to have to put up with this. I'm going to pretend my internet's off, so I don't have to listen to her. I'm away.
Yeah.
It's the evening over there now, isn't it, guys? Like 10 o'clock p.m.?
20 past 9.
20 past 9 here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, so
our difference.
Just takes an
Do you
hour.
want me to read out some comments or something?
Go on then, go for it.
Have you got a sequel plan for your film?
Me? If the fans demanded.
Well, if you need any gold guys for cameo, let me know, right?
What they think. I like the fact it's an hour and a half.
I like that.
You could be Deathstroke.
It's like, Jesus.
Just paint
it's like, rarely does it warrant it. An hour and a half's like, chef's kiss.
Oh, yeah.
It's perfect.
It's not like doing part 8, is it?
It's a wonderful thing about YouTube as a film community. Even films that you would never even have known existed.
I love it. I mean, that's why I like kind of
I didn't know about before tonight, so yeah, so I will check all those out. It's awesome. That's what's good about it.
Speaking of, Lisa, have you got around to watching Vampire Journals yet?
Do I have any Vampire Channels?
Vampire Journals?
No, Lisa, have you got around to watching Vampire Journals yet?
I can't find it anywhere.
I think it's on YouTube.
I'm trying to find it and I can't. I think there's 5 movies left out. What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube.
Can you tell me where I can get it to watch it?
Yeah, YouTube.
Is it? Flipping hell, I'm looking everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all the streaming services. Right, okay, I will watch it soon. I've only got 5 left out of the
I
12.
will just
I watched Cats. Christ.
The
Somebody
musical?
said to me, whoever recommended you that movie doesn't like it.
Oh, Judi Dench.
Oh,
makes it look- it's
God,
not-
Jesus.
I'll see if I can find you the link. Will you just go through the comments very slowly while I'm just doing this for you?
I was going to mean to ask you guys a
Oh, right,
question.
through the comments. So where did we get to?
I saw a film that was done in Australia not too long. I watched it recently. It was called Fortress. I don't know if you guys heard of this. It never made it. It made it to the States, but not very popular film out here. But I watched it recently. I think I remember this when I was a kid. It's called Fortress. I think it was done in Australia. I don't know if you guys have heard of this film.
Is it Christopher Lamb? Not Christopher Lambert.
Thought you said. I thought you said torturous. Fortress, yes, it's awesome. Christopher Lambert.
Yeah.
It has like a school teacher was kidnapped.
Oh no, I'm thinking
it's about a teacher, and they were kidnapped by a bunch of thugs, and her and her classmates got stuck in a cave, and they fought their way out, I guess, and killed the kidnappers.
What year was that?
It's called Fortress.
Is it recent?
No, it's an older film.
Fortress.
But I think it won some awards. It was an Australian film, I believe.
Right, let's look at this one. Would it be as old as 1985?
Yeah, I think so.
Fortress. After being kidnapped for ransom by 4 criminals. Right, I haven't heard of that. A school teacher and her students flee into a cave and build fortifications in anticipation for a decisive battle. No, I have never heard. There we go.
You've never seen this film? Okay.
I'll look into that as well.
No, I've never heard of it. It's a 1985 movie.
Yeah, it's an older film. I mean, it grabbed my attention when I was a boy. It came to the States, but never made it that long. So I was wondering if you folks out there, on your side of the world, have seen this film. I think it might be available on YouTube.
I don't know about anyone else.
I think it's available on YouTube. I'm not for sure.
No, has anyone else heard of Fortress and not the Christopher Lambert one?
I've only heard of the Christopher Lambert one.
I've added it to my list of them.
Yeah, Fortress 1985.
It looks interesting.
I might like it if you watched it. Yeah, it's about a school teacher and the kids. So, I figured if you guys watched it, so I think it was made. I think it's in Australia. I think it was awarded for something back in the day.
Oh, I'm going to check it out. Definitely.
Australian films are usually really gritty.
I figured Leo's watched it already.
Have you ever seen the Australian film The Castle?
I haven't seen that one.
It's fantastic little
film. So Adam Paul Beaumont. He uses.
Yeah, I haven't seen The Castle.
Adam's the dude. He's Australian.
Speaking of, yeah, Adam, have you heard of this one then? Like here, for all movies from Disney have ceased selling physical media here. Lots of studios, like that obviously include Marvel and Star Wars and stuff. Yeah, I think the problem is with Australia, it's relative. It's a big country, but it's not has a huge population, does it, considering the size, which is probably why they thought won't bother.
Sounds great to me. Move me to Australia.
You got all the creepy crawlies
to
and
answer
stuff.
your comment, Jimmy, I've seen The Castle. It's awesome.
Oh, brilliant.
Physical media, true story, age 14. Me and a few mates dared each other to buy adult VHS from a local rental store. The classic electric blue.
Right, you have to back this up for me. I say to my husband all the time, you say stuff and I can't work out what you're saying. I have no idea what he means. It's not just me, is it?
He's saying
physical media, true story, age 14. Me and a few mates. Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me. Dared each other to buy a VHS from local rental stores. SAK? What does that mean? You're in the living room listening. What's SAK?
SAK?
No idea. Do you remember that when they used to sell like the adult DVD? Listen to me. Say again?
Yes.
It's not about his
He's shouting. Can't hear you. Don't encourage him. No more. They used to have like a little thing underneath the counter, didn't they, in video rental stores where they would rent like those type of movies. Physical movie at 3
There you
stores.
go. One's now a
Mates
sergeant.
dared each other to buy an adult VHS from a local rental store having a sale. We got a copy of big box VHS, obviously of Electric. I don't know what that means. Electric what? I dread to think. Right. Oh, here we go. Like, I
Use
don't
your
know what that is.
imagination, I
I'm a
guess.
woman. I don't watch porn.
Of course not.
We scuttled out with Bix up jumper, got back and found we bought a Betamax tape. Yous are all perverts. It serves you right.
It's probably
Will I tell you a funny porn story? I'll tell you a funny porn story. Right? So when I was younger, I used to have.
We'll behave, I promise.
He's trying to get back on. His son's taking up all the bandwidth playing video games. This is why he can't get on.
Oh, right.
But I used to collect records. That's what I was. Before I really started collecting films, I collected records. And we used to get into London and get in the Soho area. There used to be quite a lot of like record shops, like, you know, second-hand record shops. You used to be able to get like limited editions.
There's an awful lot of other stuff in the Soho area of London.
Well, that's my point. Is we were in Soho, and at the time Soho was famous for something else. A lot of pawn shops, and at the time I was really into X-Files.
Why is it frozen at this point?
I used to have a bit of a fascination with Scully. So
I don't blame you.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
She's a very pretty woman, and we went into this sex shop, and my mates are all like chickens, so like, so I just went up to the bloke and said, "Oh, and you got like the treble X-Files?" Thinking there's bound to be some sort of porn. And he literally, under the desk, he just pulled out this blank VHS and goes, 20 quid, please. And of course, I bought it, and it was like just some random porno on there. It was like nothing to do with that, but you know, right.
Oh dear. The treble X-Files will forever be burned into my mind. Is that a thing, or did you make that up?
I'm going to complain it's not my box set.
They had done porn parodies at that point, but that's what it's bound to be.
I don't think you can make that one up. That's pretty unique.
Have you ever seen Edward Penis Hands?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard
You'll
of it.
not invite me on a thing.
And that is what those sort of
Honest to God,
I've heard of this back in high school. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
You need to see it, honestly. Oh dear, I've seen bits of it. It deserves to be seen. It's I'll not even say what it is. It's interesting.
Oh my days. What about Glad?
Oh wow.
Glad
Shaven Ryan's Privates. Beverly Hills Cock. Harry
video about your collection, Jamie, like shows your collection.
This poor man, Pierre, has come in and he's had to listen to us talking smut.
Yeah, so sorry.
Is it the alcohol talking, or is this normal what you guys talk about over there?
It is for us lot.
No,
it's like
He'll be making he'll be making a naughty film. He'll be making a remake of your film. It'd be G.I. Bone, wouldn't it?
Oh man, you know there has been talk about doing a parody porn of my stuff. I'm like, I don't know.
The trailer.
I bet you can find G.I. Joe.
Reuse the costumes again, you know.
Why not? Sounds fun.
Trying to be serious for a second, Jamie, you need to start making short films. You really do need to start making more short. This guy's got such a talent for like editing and recording and timing and stuff. He does it a lot to make people laugh, but he's got a real talent. I'd love to see. I know you've done one serious thing before. I'd love to see more. He's a real talent, which you always poo-poo and you always like shove under a bush. But no, you have a real talent for
it.
You're embarrassing him.
The porn talk has got to him. Jesus. Tomorrow as well, tell us in the ages that one day we were shopping from home. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Do you remember watching Tomorrow's World? It said these things. You'd be like, nah, there's no way we'll ever be able to do our shopping from home. But we should have cars that fly by now. I'm quite disappointed about that.
Actually, they're talking about delivering that this year. There's many.
No way.
There's many companies now. I was reading something a couple of years ago. There's a few companies are now set up to make the first flying car, and they're projected to be delivered sometime in 2024. But it looks like oversized drones. But
we'll be like the Jetsons. That's what I want. Floating about.
But yeah, I like the Jetsons is a good prediction of how the future is supposed to be for us too. You know, smart watches and so forth, tablets and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like Star Trek and the flip phones and all that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and get a refill. Lisa, would you just go for the rest of the questions? Well, I'm just might go loo as well.
Is he pissed off?
Catch you guys.
Oh, it's breaking up for me at the minute. Right, I've no idea where Leo's left off, but Kermit is here. Alan is here. He's saying hi, everyone. Hi, Alan. Alan is one of the coolest men on YouTube, one of the most genuine buggers that there is out there. Yeah. So hi, Alan, if you're watching. At Screaming Postulation, the Cinema Snob had reviews of them. I don't know what that means. I can't put anything up on the screen, unfortunately. Oh. Jamie looks suspiciously like Terrence or Philip from South Park, and then he's written Bart with little asterisks. I don't know what that means, honestly.
Shut your fucking face, fucker.
Yes. My son now loves South Park. He's only just turned 13, and I feel like a really bad parent for allowing him to watch these things. But South Park, American Dad, what's the other one? The big Guy. One, the one with Peter Griffin in.
Family Guy.
Family Guy. Thank you.
Hey there, Batman. What do you think you're doing, Batman?
Jamie, I think me and you's here on our own. So, Family Guy and Scooby-Doo.
Hey,
do your Scooby-Doo.
How you doing? Oh, sorry. My Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Yes, your Scooby-Doo is fabulous. I love it.
My Yoda's better.
Every time I say or see E.T., I can't say or see E.T. without saying motherfucker after it.
Where are you?
Leo, we've scared every bugger off, honestly.
Adam
has seen Fortress and reviewed it in the 80s. Is that the one we were talking about, Adam? That 1985, quite obscure one? Or do you mean the Christopher Lambert one? Which I love. That's the one where they have the things around their neck, isn't it?
That's right.
And if it's meant to explode or something. I love that movie.
That's Wedlock awesome. You're thinking of. You're thinking of Wedlock.
No, they did have the things around the neck. So I remember. I saw in Fortress had the things. If they were naughty, they would blow them up. Maybe I'm wrong.
Say that again.
I could have sworn they had the things around the necks in Fortress as well.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fortress.
They'd explode, wouldn't they, or something? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. I have no idea where we are. Fortress 1985. Leo, I'm pissed as a fart. I'm trying to find where we're at and I can't. Physical me. Oh, we've got that. Alan's here. Kermit's ghost. We need to say hello to Alan. Alan, the nicest man on YouTube. Hello. Hope all's well.
Hiya.
The 1985 one I met. Right, Adam is talking. Adam has seen that 1985 version of Fortress that Pierre was talking about. Is it any good? Let us know in the comments, because I've added it to my list. And Results May Vary 7 is asking, Leo, are you excited about the Roadhouse remake coming out this year?
I am, actually. I am. I've seen the trailer of that, and I actually think it looks quite good. And I like the way that they've incorporated the UFC into it as well. So I am actually quite looking forward to that.
What's the UFC?
Like MMA. You know, mixed martial arts, like Conor McGregor.
Oh, right, okay. I'm just honestly, ignore me. The original.
I've never seen the original.
Yes, Patrick Swayze.
And I thought, just.
I've got it to watch though.
Good.
It's good.
You haven't seen the original Roadhouse?
No, never seen it.
You have to watch it, Jamie.
I have got it to watch.
But when I heard that Jack Gyllenhaal was doing it, that because I think he's so good, that swayed my mind. So I'm actually really looking forward to it. If it hadn't have been an actor I felt could do it justice, I would have been quite annoyed by it because I love it. It's like Dirty Dancing. Don't ever remake Dirty Dancing. That's Patrick Swayze's movie. Roadhouse, I'll reserve judgment until I see what
They did a TV
he
movie
does
of
with
it.
it, because I really like him as an actor. I think he's fantastic. Say again?
Right,
Is
so
the
here's
TV
a question, right? You ready for the next question?
I am.
Right, every
Go on.
person, and Aaron's escaped this, so every person on the panel is to ask every other person a personal question.
I was so
16
good with
inches.
this, Leo, because you wrote
Sorry?
use judgment, so I was really good with it. I didn't say anything remotely offensive. But now I'm drunk, I may change my answers.
Yeah, you can, obviously,
Right.
within reason.
Do you want me to ask?
So, yeah, you can go first, Liz. You can ask if you like. And if anyone in the chat, obviously, feel free to ask any questions. Obviously, if it's too naughty or whatever, then we won't be able
Right,
to.
you can hear me.
Yeah.
Right, Leo, I've asked you, and the reason I've asked you this is because the best piece of advice I ever got on YouTube was from you. And it was, when people really piss you off, don't get personal on YouTube. Quash it, don't talk about it, don't rise to it, don't have public arguments with people. And I've always remembered that, and I've always listened to it. And you've said, if you're going to say a film's crap, be constructive. Say why. So my question for you, what is the best advice you have ever been given about YouTube, or what do you feel you've learnt that you didn't know at the start?
Do you know, this piece of advice turns into other piece of advice, but ask for criticism. Here's the problem, right?
Yeah,
that
I've
think
heard you say that before.
that people have is that I have
Your
changed
intro was the
my
one that you
channel.
listened to and took on board, wasn't it?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
changed the way I do my channel based on other people's criticism. Now, no one likes a troll, but even so, sometimes there might be. Oh, do you know what? So I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
So when I first started to review films, I used to talk a lot about the plots, like a lot. And then someone had said to me, and it was a little bit of an aggressive comment, but they had said, like, I'm not here to like listen to like a rehash of the plot. And I'm like, they're right. And I thought, like, if they'd seen the film, they don't need me to rehash it. If they haven't seen the film, they don't need me to spell it out for them. So I took that piece of advice and then I changed the way I did it. And, you know, someone else said, your intro's too long. And I thought, because it was 16 seconds, my intro. And I changed it. I got it down to about 10. So I'm willing to listen to advice. And I work in management. And part of, there's nothing to do with the channel, but I work in sales management at the moment. And I have to review staff. And part of that is giving feedback. And I think it's, the best advice, as I would say, is take feedback constructively, but give feedback constructively. You know, but don't be afraid to take criticism and then improve from it. Now, you would have seen a video that I did recently where a load of people were kicking off because I gave a film a less than stellar review. I didn't think I was nasty. I didn't think I was, you know.
You weren't.
No, spot on.
And people, oh, you should support indie films, yada yada. You know, you should. And I'm like, if you're just saying it's great, is that helping that filmmaker? No, it isn't. It isn't helping that filmmaker. And then if you look at the actual film production, this is one of the jobs of a producer. I've said it many times before in reviews. When I watch an indie film, a low budget indie film, there's like it's this one guy, he's the writer, he's the director, he's the producer. Oh God, there's no one to pick back on it.
No.
As a creative, you should ask for feedback. So I'll give you. So in my professional life,
Constructive feedback.
Yeah. Well, I used to work in for a time. I worked in marketing, and I used to have to create like slogans and campaigns and stuff like that. So what I used to do is take it to someone who was nothing to do with it. I said, and I used to test the slogans on them to see if they would get it. And if they didn't get it, I would go back to the drawing board. So I would ask if they thought it was crap, basically. And if they didn't get it, I would start again. Because my job is not to be told that's great by a load of people who I work with, because they know what I'm trying to, the message I'm trying to kind of get across. So I seek criticism, ultimately, to try and improve. Now, there's some stuff I can't change. Like a couple of people have said, oh, you should make your videos more like higher production and stuff like that. But I could, but I wouldn't be able to produce as many videos. And I quite like covering like lots of films. But that's the best advice I would give. And I would recommend people take it. Like, especially if you're doing something, be open to criticism. And like, I'm not saying like if someone's being a dick, you shouldn't like get rid or whatever, but listen to it and try and then if you want, maybe make adjustments. And that is the best advice I would give to not just YouTube, but whatever you're doing. Oh. And then there were two.
Oh dear. Well, have we got Issa back? Is she coming back?
Thinking about it. She's thinking about it. There she is.
Am I back again?
You're back.
Can I say something on what you've just said? Is that all right?
Am I back?
Please do.
Is she back?
Thank you. I think I did hear what you said about constructive criticism and taking criticism on board, and it's a must. I think it's the best piece of advice I've ever been given is don't let it get personal. Don't let.
Hello?
No, I'm joking. Lisa's like, give me a kiss. Lisa.
Bastard.
Oh, Booby, I love you, Booby. Take a screen. Oh, no, we lost her again.
Oh, dear. It's going so well.
Right, so am I back again?
I'm back.
Now.
You're frozen in this position. You're like,
you get just shut that woman up. She's talking shite. No, I've found I never see Leo's reviews and think it's unfair. It's unnecessarily critical. When I first did a review for Leo, I made it very clear to me, and I'm sure he did to Jamie or anyone else that's done reviews for Geek Legion of Doom. If you don't like something, don't say that's crap, that's shit. Have a reason. Be constructive. Try and find some positives in what you've watched. And I've always found Leo does that. Even if he doesn't really overly rate a movie really high, he will always tell you positives he found in it. And I find it really frustrating as a reviewer, even watching another reviewer's review, like say Leo's, and people are ripping the arse out of you because you didn't like something that they reviewed. And it's like, if you're going to put something out there, if you're going to create a movie, yes, it's a lot of hard work. Yes, we should appreciate the effort. But if you want people that are going to nod and be yes men about everything, you're not going to progress. You're not going to improve. And I'm sure anybody involved in making a movie has at some stage watched something which to someone else is cinematic genius and they've thought, oh, that was shit. So why people get so offended when a reviewer doesn't like what they've done?
I've had filmmakers where I have not given a positive review come back again and again asking me to review their films because I wasn't nasty. I didn't take the piss very much. I'm not normally, and it's good with good fun if I do. But generally, for them, it's like they valued my feedback, which I appreciate. Yeah. So that's kind of like, as I say, it's like, and I occasionally, I even say, there was a YouTuber, no one who's in our circle really, but they were doing like an unboxing of I've forgotten what it's called, the horror pack thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? And it was like it was a 15-minute video and 10 minutes of waffle beforehand. Right? And it was just like 10 minutes and we haven't even got to the actual DVDs yet. And
it wasn't me, I promise. It wasn't me. Even though I waffle too much.
And I said in the most nicest way, I said, look, maybe you should consider just cutting back a little bit on the preamble because people, if you know anything about YouTube, people tend to turn off relatively quick if they don't find interesting. And I'm telling you now, you're not getting the best out of this because you're just like promoting, horror pack is this, that, and the other. They know what it is. and you're not paid to promote it. You're paid, we're watching for an unboxing. My comment got just deleted. So I didn't take it up, which is fine.
I only ever delete a comment if it's offensive, and it has to be really offensive for me to delete it. But
yeah, I mean, we do get.
I waffle, but
the worst comment I ever had on one of my videos is one about one that you did, Lisa.
Oh yes, is
the
that
most
the one about the
offensive
big
comment
black
I've
cock?
ever had was one about you.
Is it the one about the big black hoo-hoo?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't take that offensively, to be honest.
And what he wanted to do.
Somebody told me I needed to. You look like you need to take a big black something or other, and I'm like, right, well, there you go, present it, and we'll see. I didn't.
Take two.
I thought that was quite funny. I've been given much more offensive comments on my channel. That I think as a woman on YouTube, it's quite different to being a man. And the one insight I would give, the one thing that annoys me more than anything else, is I try to take part in like public groups, like YouTube groups, like movie groups, movie lovers, blue tube lovers. There's always an element of people within that private message you, and the stuff they say to you was like, oh. And I don't, and you'll attest to this, Leo, I don't read my emails very much. I'm shocking. Yeah. I'm terrible. It can take me months. But people will have sent me, and I'm not exaggerating here, 20 emails and then deleted them all. And I'm like, what's this person emailed me about 20 times and then deleted? And then I'll go to their profile and they've unfriended me. That's like, If as a woman you don't reciprocate a man's comments, they delete you. If you make it very clear, look, I'm not interested. Thank you very much for the nice compliment, but I'm married. They unfriend you and tell everyone you're a bitch. It's the side of being female on YouTube that can be difficult.
Oh, it's not fair.
Hugs.
But Jamie, what do you do? Everybody gets it.
I know that there have been like some of the sort of female people in the movie space have. I mean, it's they get a bit of.
I don't go public about it though. I don't see the point because it's just silly little men. Like most of my friends on YouTube are mostly blokes, and they're all awesome, including you two. Really nice, decent, lovely men. But there is a contingent, and it tends to make me withdraw a lot. From like public groups, I don't tend to like talk a lot, so you miss a lot of the banter, you miss a lot of the camaraderie, because some guys can be absolute arses. Honestly,
I got a sexually provocative. I think I sent it to you. I don't know if you remember. I got a sexually provocative message from someone.
You did? Yes, you did.
Oh, sorry.
I remember.
And it was from a response.
It was from a bloke. But yeah, Jamie, you going to say something? It was a man, yeah. I was like, oh,
yeah, it was a man.
Did he have hair?
There's nowhere to hide. Nowhere.
Oh,
I don't know why. I find sexually provocative comments really funny. I don't know why. I just do. It amuses me in a way. And when you sent me the copies of those comments you got, Leo, it gave me a good hearty guffaw, I have to admit. Because I imagined your face looking at it thinking, what the fuck is this? Oh, dear.
I've had a couple of weird ones. I think the weirdest one I ever got was, how many grey hairs do you have on your ball bag?
Oh, for goodness sake.
What's that got to do with
no, shave it.
I'll tell you what, I'll shave them off and I'll count them for you.
You just want to up the offensiveness when they ask a stupid question. Just put something even more gross as the answer and they'll leave you alone.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So who wants to ask a question next then?
Right, I've asked mine to Lee. Do you want me to ask my one to Jamie? And then right, so my question to Jamie is
16 inches.
Right. Now, please take it in consideration. Leo had written, be appropriate. That's why I'm being appropriate. Right, so watching your videos, Jamie, the main thing for me is I love the characters. I love the skits at the start. I don't buy social media, but I will. The two people I will watch go media hunting is you and Alan, Kermit's Ghost, because I love your videos. But the skits is my favourite. So when I look at how you do it and how many angles that you use and how many characters that you use, how long does it take? And the other question is, do you find you censor yourself? Do you say and do things as your characters and you think, nah, I can't put that in, I have to leave that out? Or do you just go with what you filmed?
Well, the first part of how long it takes, it depends. I mean, some when I first started doing it, it was the Us thing.
Yes.
That
was really good. Yeah.
And that took about 4 to 6 hours, between 4 or 5 hours, and with editing, because I've never done it before.
Oh
but
my
now
God.
I can do like a skit in about 20 minutes, you know. But
Wow.
there are certain ones that take longer, like the one with like I said earlier about the Crazy Shay watching in the window. That took me about 2 hours, because I had to.
There was a lot in that, though, wasn't there?
I had to, you know, for like using the prop and everything, because obviously I have to put a camera up my phone. So it's all done on my phone.
Yeah.
So I had to use my wheelie bin, and put a bottle of water and rest my phone up against it so I could film it. So yeah, you do get looks, but as for like editing and stuff, I do find myself sometimes, if I'm doing like multiple characters now, I have to write down certain things, so then I remember those parts. And then it's almost like, it's not acting. I'm not an actor, but I'm remembering stuff.
It is acting. It is.
Well,
can I just say that it's so hard to do what you do. I mean, you're like all jovial and everything, but even shop vlogs, I've been out and filmed, and never mind how stupid people look at me here when I film, it's ridiculous. When you get back and you're editing, it's a real skill to do what you do. And I don't think people realise that. And I don't think until you try it yourself, you realise how hard it actually is to voice over, to be funny all the time, to think of like quips, and to like do skits and to have something different each time. It's difficult. It's hard, and it must take forever.
Well, to be honest, whenever I do like the voiceovers and stuff, it's just I just press record. I'll go out, record it all, then I edit it on the bus going home, and then I just press record with all the shop stuff's together. So then I just press record on the audio and just see what comes out, because I don't write any of that. That's all just comes out of my head. I'm afraid it's very crowded up there. But when it comes to the editing and that, it doesn't take too long now. But making like the big clips, that takes a while. But the ideas, they sort of pop in my head. I get messages all day, every day from Jamie Batman Smith, who is always saying, "Crazy, I should do this," and he does come up with some good ideas. But I always want to use my own, and rather than somebody else's.
He'll be asking for
yeah.
Jamie is CJ's biggest fan, isn't it? There's a video for anyone that's watching that hasn't seen it. There's a video where Jamie travels all the way up to, where is it that Jamie lives? Right up north?
Bridlington. I had to go to Darlington, which was about took
2 hours.
6.5 hours to get there, and then we had to drive 2.5 hours to Bridlington. So, but
to a guy that is just absolutely loves the character that Jamie does of Crazy Jay, and Jamie travelled all the way up to do that to surprise him, and it's like he has said, it's helped him through some difficult times, and you know, it's something that's made him laugh. Even when Jamie stopped doing CJ publicly, because people complained because they're just stupid, he still continued to film CJ for Jamie because it meant so much. And it maybe sounds a bit banal and stupid to some people, but it really lifted this lad's spirits. And there's a video that Jamie did where he goes to meet Jamie as CJ for the first time. And that photograph of you two hugging typifies why YouTube's worth it for me completely. It's just the love in that photograph. I'm sorry I'm getting a bit like lovey-dovey, but
no,
it's like fine. Why I still do YouTube. It's the friendships. It's like people like you two, people like Aaron. I never expected it, and it's you meet genuine, beautiful, lovely people. And that photograph brought a tear to my eye. It's just Jamie's gone all the way up. Is to see someone that hero worships the character he's created, that he even continued doing private videos for this guy when other people were offended by it, and it's beautiful. It's a lovely thing. So yeah,
that whole thing. I mean, that photo I didn't know was. It was actually a clip from the video. I didn't know he was filming that. It was Magpie Paul. He was filming that thing, and I didn't know he was filming. I said, "Well, I'll film me surprising him," and then after that, I thought, "Okay, we'll let him calm down." And so I guess my first instinct then was to just go and give him a hug and say, and you probably, if you hear really carefully, I say, "I'm really glad to meet you." And then I say, "Oh, I'm really glad to meet you," and in Crazy Shake voice. And he was just whispering in my ear like, I can't believe this is happening. And the reason why I do Crazy J is for him. And there are other people that like him. There's not just him that likes him, but you know, he's like the main reason why I do it, and it's because it means something to him and it helps him. And if I can help one person, I've done the job. So, but I you know, appreciate not a lot of people like him, and that's fine. You know,
most Isaac, or I'm calling you Isaac. Jesus, I apologize. Isaac loves him. Most people really enjoy him, Isaac. Isaac, I apologize. Isaac loves him. That's why I'm
He's got more hair than I have.
Most people love him. It's just, you know, like in every avenue of life, you're going to get people that get offended for no reason on behalf of no one. It's just those people. There's no one worth worrying about that would be offended by Crazy J. It's not offensive. It's not making fun of people with mental disabilities. That's just CJ's just an idiot. That's it. He's an idiot that says the wrong thing when he shouldn't. He's irreverent. He's foul-mouthed. My son absolutely adores him. And it really helps people. And that video still in that photograph of you and him hugging was just like, oh my God, it brought tears. I just thought it was gorgeous. So fuck everyone else that says it's making fun of something that it very obviously isn't.
So Jamie, what's your questions?
My questions? To be honest, it's quite difficult trying to come up with something which is like different to what I usually ask, because I'm always like a bit of a joker. But when it comes to serious stuff, I always wonder about like people's approach to YouTube and stuff, like when it comes to their opinions. Because I was going to touch on it a second ago with you, Leo. I'll go to Leo first. What was there a point where was there any point where you were doing reviews where you were just being nice to the filmmakers by saying this is fantastic, you should go and watch it, to the point where you're like giving up the good and the bad? What was the decision to do? If it was any different? Did you start off doing like that, and did you then change it for a certain reason?
I think I've always been relatively consistent, to be honest. I mean, my earlier videos, my earlier reviews are not as good, to be honest. I think maybe I didn't enunciate as much in some earlier reviews. I mean, sometimes I just go back and like update the thumbnails and stuff, but some of my early reviews are like 3-4 minutes. So there's not like a lot of time to kind of really give a well-rounded opinion, I don't think, for that. So yeah, I mean, I would say my review style has changed, but I wouldn't say it was like a conscious thing. It was more of just me getting better at it. Well, I think better, and kind of and just becoming a bit more sort of confident and sort of like experienced with it. So when a lot of people take their early reviews down, but I just kept them up. I think the only time I've ever given maybe a little bit more of a favourable review was like one of the first times I got sent a screener. Because originally I just used to review stuff I had in the collection, if you know what I mean. The first time I ever had a screener was directly from a filmmaker. I didn't give it a glowing review, but I was maybe a little generous than maybe if I were to do it now. But that, we're talking like 9 years ago, something like that. It was a while. But no, I genuinely speaking, I've always been pretty consistent because that's just kind of my personality. I'm a bit of a ball breaker at work, to be honest. But so
I think I'd be scared to work for you.
Well, you adapt your style for who you're managing, but no, I've been relatively kind of I would say consistent. I mean, like I said, there's a few tweaks here and there. One thing I would say, and it's so there are reviews out there that I say have got a lot of hyperbole, and I've seen them quite a lot. And it's like it's like when you've got someone doing this in the thumbnail, and it's like the Madam Web's a good example, right?
Yeah.
This film's fucking shit, or it's like, and I just don't like them. For a start, you already know what you think about it on the thumbnail, so what's the point of watching the review, right? And I to me, I want a balance.
Sorry. It's like you see trailer reactions and they're all like smiling, like
YouTube face.
Yeah, and like when they
That's
watch
what
the
I call
video,
it.
they don't make that face.
YouTube face. Oh, I hate reactions. That's actually going to be a thing on later on. But you blow kisses again, Lisa.
I'm wondering what YouTube face is.
It's when they do
right,
the
expressions.
thumbnails.
Right, okay.
It's on like every thumbnail. You know. Oh my god! I'm so shocked. You know what? I would these reaction videos. I would love to like secretly video someone. Do you know what I'm like when I'm watching a trailer? That's my reaction. I think we've got a quote on that one.
I can't.
Jamie. Jamie, I think we've got a quote on that one.
What, I can't see a quote. Hang on, no, I can't see it. No.
It's time for the shit that we bought.
Maybe not.
Not
we reviewed it.
For the shit that we bought.
Right. What's your question to Lisa then?
Well, Lisa. No, I'm joking. Have you ever been has there been any films that you've been emotionally affected you to the point where it's made you cry so much to like hit you on like a personal level, like something that relates to home or anything, or like a personal experience?
I don't know about home. I'm actually just going to look. Hang on. I'm just going to look the title of this up on the right. It goes without saying that if there's a movie where a dog dies, forget it. I went to the cinema to see Marley and Me, thinking it was a romantic comedy with a dog that was like, you know, like high sort of energy, and just no. I can't. My husband is in the living room laughing at me talking about Marley and Me. I'll kick his arse. There's a movie with Jim Parsons who plays Sheldon in Big Bang.
Spoiler alert.
What's it called?
Spoiler alert.
Yes, thank you. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's now obviously I can't relate to it on an emotional level. It's about a gay couple. I'm not going to say any more. I can't ever watch that movie again because it broke me. There's very few movies that make me actually physically break down and sob, but that movie did.
Yeah,
I will never watch it again. Have you seen it?
I've seen it. We've got it on Blu-ray. I think we rented it, and it was so. I think the problem was, see, my gran died of cancer, and so. Oh, sorry, that's a spoiler alert, isn't it? But
it's been out quite a while now.
Yeah, so
it does make it very clear in the trailer that it's about a couple, and one member of the couple is dying. It makes it very clear in the trailer, so that's not a spoiler.
Well, it's the very first line of the film. Spoiler alert: only one of us makes it, or something like that. But but I think it's all the realistic side to it. Like it's all the little things that got me.
Yeah.
Like, and I sat watching with Kate, and Katie's bloody hardcore. She sat there and she's sort of watching it, and I'm like fighting it back. Like it's in my throat. And she goes, "You crying?" I said, "No, I'm not crying. You're crying." But it was so emotional and so real. And because obviously, a lot of people don't know I used to live with my gran because she had like the early stages of dementia as well. So I had to go live with her and look after her. So when I was working, I was coming home and doing the job as well. And she ended up getting cancer, and it was very hard to see somebody go through that. And it brought back a lot of memories and stuff. But seeing that film, it was very real. And like the little character moments, like the mothers, they're around the table and she's doing knitting, and she's just it's in the middle of the scene, just like in the background you see her putting the sleeve up to the guy's arm just to measure it. Yeah. And you're like, it's just silly little things like that. It's
fantastic. Really I don't even have that emotional connection that you obviously have, but it's a movie that broke me. It was so, I was devastated. I won't ever watch it again. I've watched it once and it completely broke me. I don't think I could bear it. I don't think there's any movie that I would say there's a personal resonance that's really a fact. I can't think of anything, but that one, anything with dogs in, because I just can't bear to see a dog die or suffer.
We've seen I Am Legend with Will Smith. Oh, she's gone. We'll never know.
Well, she's just dead. She's upset.
She couldn't bear it. Oh, she's come back.
I popped off. I popped back on again. But recently, recent years, I think spoiler alert just absolutely kills me. I cannot watch it. There's quite a new one called All of Us Strangers. which is an American movie. It's about a gay couple as well. The basic premise is this guy, he lost his parents. It's not a spoiler. He lost his parents really young, and he never got the opportunity to come out and say who he was. And he somehow gets that opportunity, and how it plays out, it's not as devastating as spoiler alert. That's just, when I say terrible, I mean the movie was excellent, but it just killed me. But All of Us Strangers, if you haven't seen it, check that one out. It's a killer as well. It's really emotional.
So I've never cried at a film, but this will make you laugh. Do you know what I have cried at?
What?
KFC advert. I'm not
Oh, no
joking.
way. What was the KFC advert?
KFC.
I cry at adverts.
It was
Was it
KFC
the
advert. It was the one about adoption. It was like this. Basically, there was like I couldn't believe I was doing it. It's like one of longer advert. So there's like you see like the family having like a KFC and like the kids adopted or something. I can't remember it now, but and then it cuts forward and he grows up and he adopts some other kid. And
Yes, I think I've seen that one.
And it gives him like a KFC, and I'm like, fucking hell, I'm crying over a fucking KFC advert. I'm like,
Unfortunately, cry. It does my head in. My husband never cries at anything. I've known him for I don't know how many years, a lot of years. He doesn't cry at movies. He doesn't cry at adverts. He doesn't cry at anything. And I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Are you watching Marley and Me? Have you seen what's happened? What's wrong with you? Why? He just doesn't. There's nothing. He just doesn't exhibit it the same way. But I've seen me watching adverts like you've just said. I remember that advert and I cried as well. And it's quite a recent one. I'm trying to remember, about a dog where someone is riding with a little dog in front of a bicycle or something, and the dog dies, and it goes on to this person's life after that. I can't bear it. If a dog dies in a movie, I can't watch it. It's just no. The weird thing is, in normality, in normal life, I'm not a crier. I don't cry at most stuff. It doesn't affect me. I'm not overly emotional, but put me in front of an advert or a movie, I'll cry buckets. It's ridiculous. I think that's my release. Like when I watch movies or adverts, it's like every year Christmas, they come out with something that I'm crying about, and it's usually something flipping ridiculous.
I get that with music.
I sometimes feel like an emotional. I don't really cry, but I have sometimes like an emotional swell. If that makes sense.
Oh no, I've the tear. I don't go. Ooh, I don't make any noise, but the tears are running. To the point now, when I go to the cinema, my son, he's just turned 13, will sit and stare at me to see if I'm crying at the movie. Why are you crying? In a really loud voice. It's like, oh, shh, stop drawing attention to the fact I'm crying.
Nothing wrong with it, though. It's
my
not,
question to Jamie.
Don't be ashamed of it.
My question to Jamie. This is a personal one. So,
right. Oh, good.
So
we like those.
When I was doing the thumbnail for this stream, I went onto everyone's Facebook and I was trying to find like a photo where I could replace the background. And because there's not many photographs of you on your own, I was having to kind of like go down and down and down. And eventually I found some ones where you had some hair and it was kind of like round here, right? So you had the classic horseshoe.
That's right.
So my question is about hair loss. So how old were you when you first started to lose your hair, and then what were your initially? Because obviously you're fine with it now, but how did you sort of deal with it first of all?
Well, I was very young when I lost my hair. I was about 23, 24. I'd never, I always looked after my hair, but I got baldness on both sides of my family. Both my dad and my granddads on both sides were bald. So it was only inevitable that I was going to end up like that. And when I first started going bald, I didn't want to shave this off because I thought, well, this bit stayed, that bit fucked off, so I just keep that bit. But after a while, I realised that I looked in the mirror and I didn't like this on the side. I thought, I look like Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck. Say it right. And
Friar what?
Friar. So I thought I looked like Friar Tuck. So I thought, you know what? Let's just shave the whole thing off. I decided let's be radical and get rid of it. And my girlfriend at the time didn't like it, but I felt more confident getting rid of the whole thing being bald rather than having the sides, I felt more confident. And I thought, and I don't laugh, all right? Don't laugh. But I forget his name, but you remember they used to do like the like Jerry Springer sort of things in America, like that. They'd have like people come on. There's
Steve, you're going to say Steve, aren't you?
Is it? He's got a moustache and he's got like
Is it
That
the bodyguard?
I don't know, but I can't remember. It was like one of these sort of chat show hosts thing where he would get normal people on and talk about whose DNA results and shit. And there was this one kid who went on the show who was born with like no hair, like little bits here, little bits there. And the host said, "Women, do you find bald men sexy?" And all the ladies went, "Yeah, yeah, woo, 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 woo." So I thought, you know what? Let's do that. And well, now I'm married, so it must have worked. But yeah, it's. I think there was a point where I was ashamed in a way. Like I'd have to. I mean, I constantly wear. I hate wearing hats, but I have to wear one now because it gets burnt in the summer and it gets cold in the winter. So I have to constantly wear hats, and I hate wearing hats.
My husband does. Beanies in winter and baseball caps in summer, exactly the same.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem now, you know, and it didn't take too long, and I just accept it for what it is. But I've always, my entire life, always had a thing about my appearance, whether it's my weight, my lack of hair, my cracked teeth, whatever. You know, I've always thought I don't like the way I look, and I think that's quite normal for humans to feel that way about themselves. I think we all have that.
We all feel that way.
We don't. None of us look in the mirror.
I think I'm fucking great, but don't know about you two.
You're on your own, Ellie. We don't think we're great. I think we all look in the mirror and see things. As I get older, I feel like I didn't really age much through my 30s, but in my 40s, I feel in the last 5 years, it's like I look in the mirror and it's like, oh my fucking Christ. Like, even without weight, I'm thinking, Lisa, you've got jowls. Can you like pull this bit up here so there's no jowls? I know my husband, he wouldn't mind me saying, he used to have very long hair. He grew it from like his teens, was really proud of this long hair, and it started to fall out. And it's like now he's got pretty much a shaved head and a little bit at the front. I just think he's a bit nervous about getting rid of this little tuft at the front. But it kills him that he lost all this hair. He spent so long growing all this long hair. But you just have to look at like The Rock and Jason Statham and all of those kind of actors. It's not a big deal. I know for a man it must be shit. Like if you really have I know Leo grew his hair when he was younger because he's a big rock fan as well. But I think it would have been harder. I think now being bald is a pretty cool thing. There's so many bald guys out there that are massive sex symbols. I don't think being bald is like what it maybe would have been 20 years ago. Now it's like it's a choice rather than anything else. I mean, I wish I could get away with being bald. If I could get away with having short hair, I would have it. But I don't. A big fat face. Don't have the face for it. Can't get away with it. But no, there's nothing wrong with like shaving your head. Why not?
The only issue I have with like baldness, exactly with guys, is I think you end up having a sort of similar look. If that makes sense. Because I don't
think so.
I started to lose my hair in my probably my mid-20s, but I need to start losing it a little bit at the back. And I bleached my hair for a while. So for about 7 or 8 years, I had like spiky bleached hair.
Probably not a good idea. That made it fall out.
I thought I looked great. This was the 90s.
I'm snorting, sorry. That's what happened when you
laugh.
I had a pierced tongue, bleached hair. I thought I looked fabulous. But then I got to like 30s and I was sort of, well, I'm a bit too old for this now. And
look, you're too old for it. You're never too old for it.
Well, I'm like a manager in work and stuff. I just
so you've got the whole corporate thing to worry about, yeah.
You know, so then I ended up having just kind of short, like dark hair, but then you could see the patch, and eventually, like it got to the point where I was like, sorry, I don't have to shave it now. But I think if you're a bigger guy, you look like a bouncer or something. If you're a smaller guy, you look like you got AIDS. You know, so like. So you have limited options.
Can I ask you something? Because you've got like a beard, do people call you, because they used to call me that when I had a beard, do they call you upside down face?
No, not really.
I used to get
Not
that
to my
all the
face,
time.
anyway. But I
get that all the
Guy,
time.
wait till I find him.
if you look at my early videos, I don't have a beard. But people say people always say I've got a baby face. That's kind of why I grew it. Oh, you've got such a baby face, and like being bald, you look like a huge baby. So
Here,
like,
there's this. Let me look for. There's this guy called Bald, but I can't remember what his name is. He came up on my Facebook, and he's called Bald Viking or something like that. I'm looking up Bald Viking. It's not the same guy, but he's got a really long beard, but he's got no hair whatsoever, and it's like he's fit. He's seriously fit, and I can't find him. I don't know what his name is. But I mean, I don't think the bald guys look all the same. I don't. I think that people look very unique. Some have like normal beards, some have goatee beards, some have no beards. I don't find bald men all look the same.
To have a unique, like if I had hair, I could, sort of do it in different styles. But you have less options available to you. Is what I'm kind of getting at.
It's by crazy.
What bloody finger, though, isn't it?
The funny thing is, right, Facebook clearly knows I'm bald. It keeps on I keep getting bloody wig adverts, right? And it's like, I don't know if you get them, Daniel, but they don't call it wigs. But it's a hair system. Like, fuck off, it's a wig.
Yeah. Wait,
I get weight loss. I get slim and fast. I get all this lose weight, fat. Yeah, I need to lose weight. Stop fucking telling me. So yeah,
I've never mentioned that I'm bald on Facebook, but it just knows.
This guy's bald. Send him an advert.
And then it's part of the world. I looks at it, but no. Imagine if I suddenly turned up and I had like a massive head of hair, and I'm like, what?
I can't imagine either of you. I've seen pictures of both of you with full heads of hair, but I think you both look better without hair. Like maybe because I got to know you without hair and that's how you looked, but you both look better without hair. Don't be self-conscious about it. My husband, he'll be raging that I've said this publicly. He is really self-conscious about his hair. Like I say, in the winter he wears beanies, in summer he wears baseball caps because he had the really long hair and it started to fall out and it pains him. But I honestly don't think women give a damn, and I'm sure Jamie will say his wife doesn't give a damn, and I'm sure your girlfriend will say she doesn't give a damn, but I don't think you guys can help worrying about it. But honestly, from a woman's point of view, it's like, it's irrelevant.
I'm nearly 50 now, so I'm like, whatever now. But, when I was younger, I cared a bit more, but I don't care that much, But,
I think as you get older, it sort of becomes more normality. I mean, when I started YouTube, Kermit's ghost, Alan, he said, it's very well known, he said, I asked him for a clip. Could he send me a clip of him? And he said, yeah, of course. And in the clip, he got his wife to say, who's on the phone? And he turns to the camera and goes, is that bald-headed twat?
Yeah.
And because of that, somebody sent me a wig. So then I wouldn't be the bald-headed twat from Bournemouth, so they didn't feel sorry for me. But that became Crazy J, of course. But, a lot of people say, why don't you buy a wig? And I say, because I'm bald.
Why did you buy a wig?
I'm bald. All my photos on YouTube and Facebook, whatever, people know I'm bald. So if I buy a wig, it's going to be more funny.
It's a wig. And therein lies kind of like so like if women have hair extensions, it's perfectly fine. But if you find out like a guy's wearing a wig, they're a social pariah.
I honestly, not to me. I think bald guys should own being bald because there's nothing wrong with being bald. But I know you probably won't know, Jamie, if this is a bit obscure. But do you know Jolyn Turner? Aaron, Jesus, Leo, Christ, sorry, I'm drunk. You know the guy that used to sing with Rainbow and Black Sabbath, Jolyn Turner, who is my second favourite vocalist of all time. I love him. He didn't come out until within the last few years that he wore a wig through his entire early career. He was completely bald. And it's like, it just doesn't matter. It's like, I honestly wouldn't feel if a man wore a wig, it was like, oh, you're wearing a wig, that's ridiculous, bugger off. But at the same time, I don't think being bald now, maybe 10, 15 years ago, would have been like, oh, he's bald. But now there's so many sex symbols out there that are bald. Just own it. Just own the
Yeah.
fact that you're bald. It's like, who cares?
A lot of actors wear hairpieces. A lot of actors.
Nicolas Cage does a lot.
Yeah.
I think that one's beautiful, whether he's got bald or hair. It doesn't matter. It's, you know, I think Dwayne Johnson is gorgeous. Take away his muscles, it doesn't matter. He's a really fit man. There's Jason Statham. They're beautiful. I don't think women these days care as much about hair as maybe people in the 80s did, but when like poofy hair was all the thing. But I don't think it is nice.
Younger generations, I think, like the TikTok and the Instagram
TikTok's
generation.
Children, who cares?
Yeah, I know, but that's the generation now that are coming up. I think people of our age are probably like, because obviously we're a bit older now, and it's like, you know, most men that are my age are going to be losing some hair. But I think the problem is that I think because of social media, and we will get back into films in just a second, but I think that is swept like a new age of kind of image conscious kids, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So I think that I actually do think it's going to get like that sort of stuff is going to get way worse when you've got your Gen Alphas that are sort of in like the younger Gen Zs that come up and all they see is these perfect images, like, you know, filtered images on like social media, and that's the expectation of beauty standards, you know.
Bollocks is what I say to that. It's women have been dealing with this for years. You have to be a size 0. Every man I've ever met in my life or known prefers, I'm not saying a fat woman, but prefers a woman with boobs and a bum. You know, you don't want something androgynous, but as women we're fed this viewpoint that you have to be size 0. Now, I need to lose about 4 stone, but that's besides the point. But a woman that's a size 12 is made feel like she's overweight, which is ridiculous. And in the same way, a man that isn't muscular or doesn't have hair, but normal people don't think like that. You know, I don't look at a man and think, oh, you don't look like Johnny Depp, you don't look like The Rock, so therefore you're unattractive. It's but this like stereotypical idea that they
there was a situation recently for me where I was in Bournemouth. I was going down. There's like a little staircase way that leads down into Bournemouth Gardens, and there was a guy sat there. He's about, I don't know, 16, 17, and he was losing a lot of hair. He was quite bald. And these 3 girls are sat opposite, and they were like taking the piss out of him being bald. Now I didn't know that was what was going on, but so I'm walking down the stairs, and they're going, "Look at him, baldy," that sort of thing. He ain't going to get a girlfriend. And I stopped halfway and in between the sort of separate between the two. And I took my hat off. And I said, I have you know, I'm bald and I'm married. Whereas you are ugly on the outside.
Yeah.
So shut up and leave them alone. And
ugly on the inside is ugly on the outside, 100%.
But it was really annoying to see that. That's how today's not all today's generation like that, but quite a large amount of them are. And I mean, saying earlier about people watching films and stuff, they don't have the attention span. You go in the cinema these days, they're on the phones within 5 minutes. People don't have. The world is so different to what it was when we were younger, and it's so much.
How old are you? Remind me how old you are.
You're late 30s, aren't you?
I'm 41 in April.
Oh yes, I thought you were like 36.
No,
I don't know why I thought that.
That's
baby
right.
face, you see.
So baby face.
My question,
I get called Matt Lucas all the time.
Well, he's old. My question for Lisa then. This is going to be an easy one, but I'm curious. Obviously, you're in Ireland. But you moved to England, and then obviously you've moved back to Ireland. I was just wondering why you moved to England and then back to Ireland. I'm just curious to know the reasons behind it.
I moved to England in my mid-20s, I think. I met someone online, not my husband. Met a guy online. We connected. I moved to England to move in with him in Derby, of all places.
Have you met him before?
It didn't work out. The guy was an arsehole, basically lied about everything before I went over. Turned out to be physically abusive, etc. He just was an arsehole. I was friends with my current husband for quite a few years before we actually we just chat. We were mates. He was attached, so was I. We were just friends. And then as we split for more prospective other halves, we got together. That's like history now. We're married. We've been married quite a few, 2010, however long that is. But we moved back to Ireland. My mum's got MS. My dad's got he's got fibro. He's got COPD. He's got a load of shit wrong with him. I'm an only child, so we moved back because they were getting to such a stage as they were quite what's the word I'm looking for? They needed a lot of help and support, and I'm an only child, so we moved back when Isaac was like 1 to Ireland to help support my parents. I loved England, and now that I know so many people via YouTube, it's like, oh fuck. If I still lived, we lived in Nottingham before I moved back. If I lived in Nottingham, I'd be able to see these people all the time, and now it's like a massive expensive flight and hotel to see people, so that pisses me off. Plus, things are a lot cheaper here. We don't pay council tax if we rent. We don't pay water rates. You're probably going, you fucking what? No council tax, no water rates. And the rent is about probably 200 quid cheaper a month. I can't afford to buy. I don't think I'll ever be able to afford to buy. I rent, so it's a lot cheaper here. And getting used to how it is here, and then the potential of moving back to England, it would be so much more expensive for me. So yeah,
Darren ever a little bit like, oh, moving to Northern Ireland, that's a bit.
No, not at all. He wasn't remotely bothered. It's not like what you would think, what you would hear on the media about fighting and the IRA and bombs, and it's not like that. It's I remember Darren's niece, who was about 9 or 10 at the time, actually saying, "Do you actually have dogs in Ireland?" I don't know what the hell she thought Ireland was like, but it's exactly the same as England. It's identical. Where we live now is very rural, so it's in the middle of nowhere. There's the nearest town is like 12 miles. Like by choice, I like to live quite, quiet. But it's very similar to England. It's exactly the same. The shops are the same. The people are I think the only difference I would say is the further north you go, the more people tend to be. People down south may say rude, but we would say bantery. We tend to take the piss out of each other a lot. But that's the only difference I've noticed between England and Ireland. I think we're a lot more quite, ruthless in our sense of humour than Southern English. People may say, oh, well, that's just an excuse for being rude, but we'd maybe call it banter or slagging each other off.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. All right, then. So let's answer some of these comments and stuff. So Kermit poses a question for us all. If you could turn back time, would you start a YouTube channel? Turn back time.
If I find a way.
In actual fact, I would do it earlier. Will be the answer to that one. This is like my main hobby.
I would definitely.
So yeah, I would do it, and I would do it earlier. If I actually do have another channel. It's a personal one, but it's just got like home videos on it. So I didn't have.
No way! You have to send me that. I didn't know about this. I need a link.
I'll send you it. There's nothing that interesting on it, but
it doesn't. I love nothing more than to get to know the person underneath the opinions. That's my big thing. That's what makes the difference between channels I follow and channels I don't, is the person rather than the viewpoint. So yeah, send the link, definitely.
I mean, Geek Legion of Doom, I like to keep professional to a point. So I don't want to put too much personal stuff on there.
Yeah.
Because, I just don't, even though it's not a profession, I just like to have somewhat of a code of conduct, so to speak. How about you two then? How would you answer that question?
Jimmy, off you pop. I talk too much.
What's the question again? Would I go back in time and do it? I've always loved. I mean, I enjoy doing this. So if I could go back in time, I'd like to have been on YouTube years ago, in a way, because I've always wanted to do something, talk about my opinions on films. So I would. The one thing I've always wished, not really related to YouTube, is I wish I had a time machine where I could go Blu-ray. Well, go hunting for physical media in HMV back in like 1988, where you see all like VHS and stuff. I'd love to go back in time and be able to do that, and then come back and put it up on YouTube. Look at this from 1988 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to have started it earlier. I just didn't have the tools at the time to do so. I didn't have it on my phone, because obviously everything's done on my phone, so I could only do one take video. So film reviews are fine. But it wasn't until like years later I got the iMovie app, so I could start editing and put things together and so forth. So the answer is yes. The short answer is yes. I'd like to be. I would still do it if I was given the choice back then. I just couldn't do it until I started. So, but yeah, I would still do it. I still love doing it. It's fun, and I get talking about films and talking to people and meeting people. That's been the best thing for the all of this. My opinion doesn't mean shit. It really doesn't. It's just my personal opinion. Well, it does, but it doesn't. You know, what I think is a great film, somebody else could think it's shit. So we're all just giving our opinions. But
that's what's good though. Different opinions.
But you know, it's great. I love discussing it and, you know, hearing people's different views and that. But it's just my opinion, and it's the meeting the people and talking about it, which is why. I'm sorry, I'm rabbiting on. Your turn, Lisa.
No, you're not. Of course you're not.
I have this.
For me, I would have done it earlier. It's something that actually Paul from Magpie Movies said quite recently on a video was, I've just hit, I think he'd maybe hit 1,000 subscribers, and he said, I'm happy at that. I'm not bothered about growing my channel. I don't want to grow. I feel exactly the same about the level I'm at. For me, YouTube was something I never expected to do. It's not something, I didn't even know the YouTube, like, you know, the movie community when I started it. And having made friends, and there's some people I would actually class as real friends that if something shit happened, I could message, I could text, or what. I'm not a big phone person, but for me, the friendship side of things has just been immense. And I'm not really interested in getting to know loads of other people. I'm not interested in making money. I'm not interested in having loads of subscribers. Right at the minute, the sort of little community that I feel part of, and the people that I can consider to me that are friends, the people that if I were, just as an example, stranded in England, I would feel I could call Jamie. I would feel I could call you, Leo. I could feel I could call Alan, Kermit's ghost, and they'd give me somewhere to like sleep on their sofa. You know, it's just that connection.
Always welcome, Lisa. Always welcome.
You know what I mean? It's like that connection you feel with people, that you feel. I like to think I'm quite a good judge of character for the most part. And there's certain people that I would consider really decent, lovely, genuine people that I would never in any other lifetime have met just through YouTube. And I can maybe count them on, say, two hands, but there's so many people that I have so much love for. There's Aaron, there's Leo, there's Jamie, there's Alan, and there's that little community that we've built together, you know, maybe less than 10 people, but I would think if I was ever really stuck that I could turn to these people and they would help me out. And you never expect that by just doing something to talk about movies you would ever gain that, but that to me, I'm not bothered if I never grow ever again, as long as I keep those few little connections that to me are important. That's it. That's all that matters to me. I never expected it, but now I've experienced it. It's like it's everything. It's awesome.
Well, do you remember? I don't know if you ever watched him, but Paul Buckaroo Banzai. You may know him at the channel. There used to be a contributor that did videos for my channel called Buckaroo Banzai. Paul, I don't know if you remember. Now, he passed away about 3 years ago. 4 years ago. Yeah. But he lived not far from me. So he lived about 20 miles, it turned out. And so I went round to see him. And, you know, he didn't tell, because he's a very private person. And he didn't tell me, but he was actually disabled. He had, I won't go too much into his personal details, but you know, suffice to say, he was quite severely disabled, and so he didn't get out. So, like YouTube and the online community as a whole, that was his social life.
Yeah, I relate to that majorly. Yeah,
you know, it was like that was 100% his social life, and you know, he loved it, and you know. Obviously, we did become friends in real life. Met him multiple times and stuff. So it is, you know, it can play you know, a big role in people's lives.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people might poo-poo it, but you know, it can have a big effect on people. Kermit, do you regret not reporting Miss Piggy for domestic abuse? Of course, we got a reply.
I do. She's a pig. She is a pig, isn't she, Alan? Oh, Alan is one of the most beautiful, genuine, lovely, decent people to ever. I am a bit pissed, therefore I'm now becoming a bit sentimental. I love Alan. I have a vlogging channel, which a lot of people don't know because I don't talk about it. I keep it quite secret. Because I just record myself and my family every week and what we do and what we're up to. And I talk a load of shit in the car when I'm driving. Alan, I don't know how he does it, comments every single week, every single video, no matter how long and boring and bollocksy it is, Alan's there commenting on it. I don't know how he does it, but he's just one of life's... If you're watching this and you don't know Kermit's Ghost, go subscribe to him. He's one of life's most genuinely decent, lovely people. And it's how I got to know Jamie. I mean, he had spoken about Jamie on a stream, and I subscribed from Alan's recommendation, but I'm sure Jamie would reiterate he's one of life's just wonderful people. I love him.
Oh, he is. The first time I ever met Kermit was in Birmingham with the wife. We went to go to the Primark. It's like 5 stores or whatever. And I didn't tell Katie that he was going to be there, so it was going to surprise Katie. Yeah. And then the second time was when we went to surprise Pete, Blu-ray Bullet Brit.
Yes, I love Pete.
And he was completely shocked. But Alan, I've got to know him really well, and he's honestly the nicest guy. He's put me up a few times at his place. Yep. He's a great host, but he's such a lovely guy, and he's honestly the best of the best when it comes to Blu-ray hunting. He knows his shit. He loves his Wikipedia. He is the man for Blu-ray hunts. You know, he puts us all to shame, really. He's one
of the most genuine people.
Yeah, he'll do anything for anyone. I can hear him going, "Oh, thank you, sweetheart." That's
Bye.
Love you, Kermit.
You've got a question here, Jamie.
Oh no.
Do you think it's possible that Expendables 4 wins all 7 nominations at the 44th Golden Raspberry Awards? In such categories as worst film of the year.
It could do. I haven't seen it, but I've heard terrible things. Yes. I mean, it could. I mean, yeah, it probably could. Like I said, I've not seen it. I can't judge the film, but yeah, anything's possible. And
how is that bad? How is that movie bad when you look at the cast? I don't get it. I haven't seen it, to be personal. I haven't seen the new Expendables movie. But I mean, the cast is amazing. Why is it shit? I don't get it. I haven't seen it. I shouldn't say it's shit. I haven't, because I liked Madam Web. People, switch off now. Yeah. I didn't love it. I thought it was.
I like Morbius. I haven't seen Madam Web. I liked Morbius.
Well,
I don't love it, but I don't think it was that bad.
I like the look of the guy in Morbius. I've forgotten his name, but I can't think of what the movie.
It's okay at best for me, but it's not something I'd buy.
The personality of the character. Aaron, where are you? Get your arse back here. When Aaron did his review for Madam Web, he said Dakota Johnson's character was really unlikable, just a really nasty person. When I watched it, I thought, oh, fucking hell, that's me. I'm watching her, and I'm thinking, that's me. The way she didn't want to be part of, like, the guys cooking, or she wanted to be part of the guys having the barbecue. She didn't want to be in the baby shower cooing over baby. It's like, I'm like that. I'm quite blunt. I'm quite, I'm usually one of the lads rather than one of the girls. I'm not a particularly bitchy person. I tend to be quite forthright. So when I watched Madam Web, I think the reason I liked it more than most would be I related so closely to the main character, and her jacket was awesome. I want that jacket. But I thought, oh Christ, that's me. She's awkward. She's bad in social situations. She's not a typical girl. I love this woman. I think that's why I related so much to it. And then Aaron, when I watched his review, I love Aaron. Aaron's just the best. I love nothing more than when Aaron reviews something and he doesn't like it. It makes my week. I love it. And I've said 100 times, and I will say again, I've watched his review of Jiu-Jitsu with Nicolas Cage probably 20 times because it amuses me so much. And when I watched his review of Madam Web, he fucking hated it. And he said, the character was a complete bitch. I really didn't like her, and I'm thinking, that's me. You're saying you really don't like me. But no, Aaron's one of these people. There's certain people I know if I met them, I'd get on with them like a house on fire, and Aaron's one of them. Leo's another. You're another, Jamie. So, and we'll get to know that this year later. But there's just certain people you get to know after a certain period of time, and you just know, I love this person. I'm going to get along great with this person. And yeah, Aaron, where are you, Aaron? Get your arse back. Get Jack kicked off that bloody Fortnite or whatever else he's doing. We miss you.
I've just messaged them again to say to come on. Jamie gets distracted by his massive cock and is so unaware about the grey hair on his nards.
Yeah, he has told me to make a comment about Jamie's pubic hair on his nards. I'm like, no, because he's going to think I'm weird.
I can't disagree with that statement.
It's shit when you get a grey hair, isn't it? Just whack the lot off. Don't actually. There's nothing worse than a man with no hair on his nether region. Don't do that. It's not good.
Oh God!
If you're a woman and you get a grey hair, you just whack it off.
We're on to a hair conversation again, aren't we?
Yeah. That's
too much information. I apologise. I say too much when I've had a few drinks.
This stream is sponsored by
I can't even fucking read that on the screen.
The Horror Cat Dad says, hey everyone. Hey, Horror Cat
Dad.
Hey.
Poppy, remember where you were in the Bible Belt and with Valeria? It's classed as Valeria?
Right. Again, I have stated my husband's makes no sense. Poppy, remember we're in the Bible Belt and you with a Valera is classed as well. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm married to the man and I have no idea. So, no.
I think he's drinking as well. You know.
He's probably having a few vodkas in the other room, so he's probably quite pissed as well.
He's funny.
Is Katie working tonight? Jamie, is Katie at work?
No, she's here actually. She's just come back in. She's saying, I want to go to bed, so I'm going to have to go. I'll give another.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to go get the old leg over Jamie.
Wink, that was a good.
Are you ready, Kate? I'll turn you around quickly.
Oh, no.
There you go. Oh,
what has she done?
That's all right. There
there she is. Hello.
There she is on the sofa.
Katie's awesome. I love Katie. Katie takes part in your videos like an absolute trooper.
Oh,
she's awesome.
I think she doesn't mind.
She's awesome. I cannot wait to meet Katie.
Sometimes I could drink alcohol.
I could drink alcohol as well.
He's doing an Irish accent. Aish.
What do you think I told you? Sausage.
That just went up my nose.
Sure. Potatoes.
I'm going to take a potato.
I can't talk. That went up my nose. That would be an ecumenical matter. Potato, situation, motorcycle helmet. Everything I've ever been asked to say as an Irish person, somebody used to want me to say motorcycle helmet. Then when Keith Lemon became a thing, it was situation. And then it was, so it is, which we two all say, to be fair. I wish I was capable of crying. Oh, God.
Aww.
You can have some of mine. I've got too much of it. I cry too much. I cry at John Lewis adverts at Christmas. Nice nuts, Leo. Are you eating nuts?
I was. I finished
Where's
them now.
mine?
Or is he talking about...
That's not yes. Can I not have some nuts? Salty. I like salted peanuts.
Check this out, right? Check this out. I found this at Aldi. Budweiser flame grilled ribs.
Oh yes, I could eat a few of those.
The shit. So now everyone's talking about my nuts.
Leo, trouble with your nuts. Just for a change.
Now, isn't it?
They're not talking about my peanuts. They're talking about. Sorry, go.
Bagging that.
I've got a humongous Romany-esque nose, which is currently numb. Right, that means he's drunk and his nose feels numb. That's what that means.
So he's doing.
I get a numb nose when I'm drunk as well. I don't know why. The more inebriated I get, the number my nose gets.
A numb nose?
Yeah, my nose.
I've got a numb arse from sitting down for so long.
My nose goes numb.
And one of the most
There's a
disturbed
couple.
people on planet Earth, films where there was a
No.
clip of a woman torched a small dog.
No. No,
stop.
Gagna, what's it? No. We don't laugh at anything to do with dogs being no. But
sometimes if they're like
watching...
really like, I mean, there was I remember I used to have a girlfriend who was a bit like that, and she goes, even if it's like a really obviously fake dog, she'll still want to watch it. And I can't remember what the film was, but there was a dog and someone kicked it off a bridge, and it was obviously like, it was not like it, but it was obviously like a model, like just like stupidly, and it was so like crap like looking. That it was like, it's like, surely you're not like, no, I don't like
but it's what it represents, Leo. It's a dog. If you're a massive dog person, that's like, no, it's like sacrilege. We don't do that. That's a religion. That's dogs. No, don't.
I remember there was a film where Jack Black played a biker and he kicked a dog off a bridge or something.
That might have been it.
It might have been. Was it
Anchorman?
Was it
Yeah.
Anchorman?
And it goes like miles. It goes like ages, doesn't it? Yeah.
I tell you, I don't like animal cruelty in films.
It looks like a plush animal, like a soft toy.
Yeah, I don't like animal cruelty in films, but there's one film that cracks me up, and I shouldn't laugh at it. But it's Resident Evil Raccoon City, and at the end, there's a cow, and it just flies off. It just cracks me up. I
don't even remember that.
Oh, it cracked me up.
What about cartoon animals? Like,
what broke me from watching was Trollland. Such abysmal production quality. It is literally unwatchable. I don't think I've seen Trollland.
No.
He watches all the Amityville films and reviews all the Amityville films, like even the most shit ones.
I like Amityville stuff. That's
if
just
he's saying that's low production quality, it's got to be, terrible.
I agree with you. When I met Darren, his hair was probably waist length, really long black hair, like Pete Steele from Type O Negative, and within, let's say 5 to 10 years, it all fell out, and he was not very happy about it at all. He was devastated.
I think sometimes when you I've seen logs, I've been to a few gigs recently, and like you see like older guys with like still the long hair, but it just looked like clinging onto your youth, mate. It's like let it go. It's just like
when you get to a certain age, it's like you need to trim that a bit. It's like you're not 20, you're like 40 or 50 or whatever it is. No. It's like Francis Rossi from Status Quo. He went completely bald on top, but he kept his ponytail. I'm like, what are you doing? Just shave your head. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Get rid of it. Yeah, but Darren was like, you'll relate, Leo, to being a rock fan growing up. And from when he was like 14, 15, he always had long hair. And he grew long hair, and it grew to like his waist, and he loved it. And then it all just fell out within like 5 to 10 years, and he was absolutely devastated. It was just a massive thing for him.
I think because when I grew if I could go back and I knew nothing about like hair, because it wasn't marketed to guys, like keeping your hair. Like I used to tie it back with an elastic band. I didn't even know what conditioner did, and I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I was like, what does this even do? Like, I'm like, I
didn't use conditioner back in the day. No one did.
So it was just like my hair was like, it ended up getting wrecked because there was no marketing towards men with I just didn't know anything, And I remember once I had like a big like dreadlock where it all kind of like got so I just cut it off. It's that's going right. It's, you can't eat ice cream on a windy day.
I can't eat ice cream on a windy day. Yeah, he used to say when he eats ice cream or hot dogs, at least his hair doesn't blow into his food.
I bet Jamie and Leo have excessive hairy arse. Is this guy psychic?
I got a hairy arse.
No.
No, I don't. Katie, do I have a hairy arse? She's saying no. There we go.
I'm not saying anything.
I've never seen the arse, so I couldn't tell you.
And every wife ever
from now to... forms
over to long-haired. What is forms over to long-haired men? That's just me. I have a thing about long-haired men. I can't help it. And every wife ever forms over to long-haired men.
Nope.
was what did Alan say? My clip what? It was my clip that led to was it?
The creation. You created a monster.
Well,
What did
he said that he was on about the bald-headed twat from Bournemouth, and then I think it was Big Paulie. I think it might have been Paulie sent me the black wig,
right?
And then the black wig led to Crazy J. So I guess he started the ball rolling and called me bold, and somebody felt sorry for me and sent me the wig, and then Crazy J came along. That
clip you did down with Alan, where you're walking backwards and you walk into a post. And he uses it quite often.
You know the line.
That's brilliant. I love that clip. It's one of my favourites.
That hurt for 3 days.
Bald women are sexy.
Yeah, I'll tell you why they're sexy. Because if you've got a face as a woman that looks good when you're sexy, you are stunning. My favourite rock star is a guy called Nicky Borg from a band called Backyard Babies. And every woman he seems to date, even if she had long hair when they started, seems to end up with a shaved head. They all seem to end up bald, and they're beautiful. You will not get a woman with a bald head shaved that looks absolutely stunning unless she's kick-arse to begin with. So if you have a bald-headed woman that's beautiful, she's fucking stunning. I'd dread to think I'd look like Humpty fucking Dumpty or some shit.
No.
I'll tell you, I'll be honest, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat what I'm like. A couple of years ago, I went on a date with someone. It was first date. She had long blonde hair. And she goes, I'm going to shave my head for charity. And I'm like, mate, don't you then? Sorry.
Oh, no way, Leo. Fucking hell. But she could have been beautiful.
Don't care.
If a woman shaves her head and still looks good, I cut my hair like a boy when I was 11 or 12. It was do you remember Bros? I had a choice. Get a perm and have curly hair or have it cut in a crew cut like Bros, and I chose Bros. What the fuck I was thinking of. The first person that ever asked me out was a girl that thought I was a boy when I was 13 or 14. It was shocking. My face and short hair does not meld. So if you get a woman that looks good with short hair, fucking grab it. Because
you mentioned earlier on, you said men like boobs and bums, yeah? But the first thing I look at is the hair. I have to be honest with you. The first thing I notice in a woman is hair.
Seriously? That's surprising.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't like boobs or bum, but, but not too hairy down there.
Okay.
That's otherwise that shit's like a wet dog. But so the first thing, honestly, it's the hair. And this girl, I was like, I can't, then I say this to people, what happens if you were with someone and they had cancer? That's different. That if I was with someone that's,
it's completely
I wouldn't start dating someone who was bald. I just wouldn't do it. So there you go.
Seriously, that shocks me because she could be stunning and it's just a choice at the time.
But that's for the me, number one thing I look at. It's if
I was being really, really vapid and surface, I would say, I love men with long hair. But for me, if a person's personality is crap or they're arrogance my big thing. I don't like arrogance or condescending or any of those things. To me, I can't. He's just ugly. That's it. I don't care what he looks like. To me, it's, even though it sounds weird to say it's a personality that I find attractive, it is, because you can look whatever way you look. But if you're I'll use as an example, Kevin Sorbo that played Hercules in the Legendary Journeys was right up there for me. I was like, this man's absolutely beautiful. But then when I found out a little bit more about him and researched, it was like, nah. I just can't look at that man and see attraction anymore. It's weird. I can't see attraction.
That's a little different.
I can't see attraction in someone I think that's an arsehole. I can't do it.
No.
Yeah. But then, I suppose I get what you're saying. I mean, here's a little fact you might not know about me that I won't go into too much detail, but as well as YouTube, I actually ran a dating site years ago. It's long gone now, right? And I used to see what people used to say all the time, and it was so full of shit. Where everyone would say, I'm just interested in personalities, and they all used to say it. I'm like, bollocks, like absolute bollocks. I'm not saying that isn't important, like, but it's like just people just say that, and it's like no. That's just not true.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Initially, it's looks, but personality can put you off, can't it?
Look, the way I look at it is personality is the thing that keeps you going, but looks is I think you have to have some type of attraction 9 times out of 10
you're true.
to get you through the door. But the
Looks
problem
is
is, I
primary.
think people aren't honest about it.
Well,
I was on a dating site once years ago when I became single, in early 20s, I would say, mid 20s. I was on a dating site, one of the ones you pay for so that you don't get absolute gobshites. And you see someone and you think, oh yeah, they're really attractive. But I think when you get to know personality, it completely negates. I initially, when I lived in Ireland, travelled to Bristol to meet this guy that I met online on a dating site, and he was absolutely stunning to me. We spoke for ages on the phone, we got to know each other. It's like, oh, this is fantastic. The minute I travelled to England and he set eyes on me, he was like, no. It's like I stepped off the plane, he saw me and he thought, no, I'm not interested in her. And he became the world's biggest arsehole overnight. It was like, I do this job and I earn this much money and I drive this car and it was just like boasting constantly, and it was like, oh my God, you're the ugliest man in the world to me now. So I think initially it maybe attracts you, but then for me personally, when I get to know what sort of personality it is a person has, I just switch off.
To be attracted to someone by their personality, that normally comes from when you know someone. Like you and Darren, right? I'm not saying you weren't attracted to Darren anyway, I should say. But like when you know someone and then you kind of
we've got to know each other first. Yeah,
have a banter. That is when it supersedes the sort of, or it can supersede the level of attractiveness. I think. But like if it's just a stranger, like if it's online or if it's out in a club, it's going to be based on the physical attraction.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is now turning into the Baldy live stream. When someone
dating
starts that
with us, Geek Legion of Doom dating site. Date with us.
It was nothing to do with Geek Legion of Doom.
Yes, it is. It's on your channel. You take responsibility.
No, it was something else. It was, but I didn't have the time to do work full time, the YouTube channel and that, so one had to go, and it was that.
Right, I need to go for a really quick wee again. I know Jamie probably has to go soon for Kate, but I'm going to myself.
Let him cover until you get back. We'll just go through some of these.
I'll wait till she comes back, and I'm going to have to scoot. Yeah, thanks for having me on. That's
all right. Let's crack on with some of these comments. Didn't even get halfway through the list of stuff we were going to talk about. If I interact in any way, including insult me as well, count your blessings, you've made the cuts. Once again, that's what when you can take the piss out of each other in a friendly way, that is what friends do. Yeah,
it's banter. It's fun. It's a bit of joke. There's nothing to it. It's just a bit of laugh.
Ooh.
It's when you make
Alan's invited Lisa around his house. She's got a date. I'll tell that.
Speaker. Oh dear.
Lost in the Reel. Hello, Lisa and friends.
Hello.
I don't know how many comments there is. Oh, Jesus, there's absolutely loads. Right. Hang on. Let me just whip through these quick. If I ever end up in a garden akin to Fred West, it's Alan. Right, there you go. Leo, do you watch other movie reviewers often on YouTube, or do you pick out your favourite ones? I do watch YouTube reviewers. They come in two types for me: professional and non-professional. So I would consider myself non-professional, obviously, and there's ones that do it for a living. So they're the ones the bigger ones are the ones I tend to watch for mainstream films, because they tend to cover mainstream films. Although I am still quite picky about who for me, a reviewer's got to review it in a somewhat constructive manner. So like Jeremy Johns, for example, quite a big YouTube channel, I don't really watch him. He's more about doing a comedy bit than reviewing it, if you ask me. It's not the type of review I like. And then for the lower budget movies, which don't tend to get covered, that's where I tend to watch the sort of the more, like us guys here and stuff. But I don't tend to watch them until after I've recorded my own review, to be honest, because I don't want to be influenced by other people's reviews. But I watch. This is why I want them to do the obviously the guys who have been on the stream tonight. I watch their reviews. That's why I asked them to do reviews for me, because I like their style of the way they're doing it. For me to watch a review, I like just the one who does it.
Don't know what I was thinking. I was sat in the toilet and I was sure I heard someone say "Lost in the Rail." I'm sat there thinking, Sean, Lost in the. So I did hear it correctly, and then it came out.
He said hello.
I love Sean. Cinema Squad do. Remember that thing you said earlier where moviegoers could get to pick what they like about movies and who wins best movie, who wins best actor? That's what Cinema Squad do every year. Rubber Duckies, and they let a different YouTube person present every. I'm not advertising. Well, I am advertising. They let a different YouTube personality represent every category, and it's awesome. And they do it all on the stream, so it's like YouTube movie. Reviewers and fans get to pick their favorite film, their favorite actor, and it's awesome. And Sean's awesome. I love Sean. I'm a bit pissed. I love everyone.
You got to take the permit, by the way.
I'm gonna sort of just go past some of the Cecilia comment, like the joking comments, just so we can get. There's so many comments on here now. Leo, do you ever get a lot of packages to review? Ever having trouble figuring out what delivery service is or this stuff? I don't tend to get a lot of physical media because I prefer to get screeners. Quite often, people will say, would I prefer a screener or a physical copy? But screeners I get quicker, so I prefer to get the screener rather than a physical copy, to be honest.
And you probably only like a percentage of those?
I occasionally get the physical ones, but like I said, you've got to wait because obviously when I get a screener, it's probably not even on disc at that point. So generally, because I try to do the reviews more in advance, I prefer to get it. It's just easier for me.
Yeah.
And I have a bit of a Jamie and I have talked about this because there are people that ask for physical copies to review, not really to review. It's just so they can get free shit, and that irritates me because that puts people who genuinely want to do a review, companies, and they're a bit like, well, we keep sending these things out, and they end up in CX never getting reviews, and that kind of irritates me a little bit.
Who would do that? That's terrible.
They do it, and so if people get physical copies and they actually review them, not a problem. But just to to try and get these companies to send them shit and then just go, oh yeah, I got this in the pickup, and then that was it. It's not.
Leo, did you get? Do you know Borderlands that you always recommend? Did you get that as a screener initially?
No, that was already released. That was when I worked for CEX actually, and one of the advantages with CEX is you can borrow. They let you borrow shit. So I just used to take a film home most nights, and I happened to just take that one, and I was like, cool.
Right, I was just curious. I know it's one you do champion quite a lot, and the ending of that movie is spectacular, but I wondered if it had been one that you'd been, sent to screener for. So it's just one you took home from CX. Yeah. It's a good movie, and not a lot of people know about it.
Leo, drunk, my kind of conversation. I need to get a refill, actually, thinking about it. I'll get a refill in just a second.
I've had too much. I can't have anything else, so I won't be able to speak.
Lisa, come on, it's Friday night.
Aaron? Baby.
Let me see if
I've got an extremely aesthetically pleasing ring. It's not just, I don't even know what that means. Oh, it is extremely aesthetically pleasing.
Climate. Do you know what, right? I love talking politics. If someone's willing to actually have a conversation about it, I love it.
Here, I'll tell you what, you don't want to be living in Northern Ireland and talk about politics. You really don't. There are shower shite everywhere.
They're a bit screaming and taking the piss. Do you know what I don't like? Is where people go, so-and-so destroys this person. What good is that? I actually like to... I don't want to get into a political. I deliberately don't talk about politics on this channel, but But I quite enjoy watching and talking about it. But I like actual, again, it's like constructive arguments, and I'm willing to have my mind changed on things. So if someone's got a good argument, I'm willing to listen.
It's the way to go. You have to be willing to accept other opinion and think about it and decide what makes sense. All right, get your arse back. He's not going to come back, is he? I asked God. Right, well, Freddie read that. Look right, said Griffin. Fuck.
I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Oh dear. Anyone
See,
outside the
amount of times I've watched videos that Darren says, "Oh, you have to write this," and I'm like, "No, I'm not writing that." But it's like he's got no filter whatsoever. Right, said Fred, we're awesome, to be honest.
It was a funny comment. I don't want a bit of a troll comment if it's funny. Jamie, if you can imagine being in a British independent horror movie, if you were offered a role.
I'm sure you were. Would you not?
I'm going to grab up a drink. Be back in a sec while you answer that one, Jamie.
I'm sure you were.
I already am.
Yeah.
I filmed it in Whitstable. The film's still being made. It's still. I have to say that I've seen the trailer and it looks like a porno. So great.
Here, more people will watch it. What's it called?
It's called The Witches of the Sands. It doesn't really look
Witches of the
porno.
Sands.
Yeah. And my mate Tony, he's making it and he's still filming stuff for it now. It's this big thing and there's some big names in it. Well, I say big names in like the B movie world.
Like who?
I couldn't tell you the names. That's the thing. I don't know the names.
You said that Trump. We got big names.
Here, shit. I'd have known you was going in nothing. I felt like.
But there's that one girl. There's you know that film that you reviewed recently where you had some comments, and there was a girl that was I'm not going to say the name of the film, but it was the girl in it.
You're talking about Danny Thompson, yeah.
Yeah, she's in it as well. I got.
What girl? Here, are you doing a pervy male conversation? I've missed the girl that what?
She was in a film.
The one we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Lydia reviewed it. I can't remember the name of the actress, but I think she's done some adults. Yeah, that's it.
She used to be a glamour model, though. She did used to be.
Some tits. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, big old boobs. She could bounce those things like Sugary Leonard.
Please, is Katie still in the room?
She is.
You must apologise to Katie. Apologies, Katie, on Jamie's behalf. It's absolutely gross. It is. It really is.
She said she's used to be. It's fine.
Yeah, well, that's probably true because I'm used to Darren. It's fine.
Yeah, married you.
Oh, you cheeky.
You are the perfect match. I cannot wait to meet the two of you. You're awesome. I love you.
We can't wait to meet you.
And I genuinely mean that. I'm not just blowing smoke up your arse. I think you're awesome. I'm having another drink. You see, when you're drunk, honesty comes out. That's the thing.
Darren, I am now drinking.
What's that?
Scrumpy apple cider. No, this is from.
Get a Guinness down your neck. Isn't that how Sly Stallone started out, Jamie? Do you have a small? Sly Stallone started out in that movie called, what was it called? It's something to do with Stallion. Italian Stallion, that's it. And apparently you see his bits in it. To be quite honest, I don't think there's an awful lot of women that would want to see Sylvester Stallone's bits. On the other hand, Tom Cruise has a full frontal in a movie called All the Right Moves. Just in case you're a female out there, All the Right Moves, Tom Cruise has a full frontal in it. That's more worth watching.
Well, fortunately, I don't get my bits out, so it's fine. They couldn't zoom in enough, so.
Here, I'll tell you what, Jamie, I wouldn't be surprised seeing some of the videos. That video you did with you and Jamie and Paul dancing to that song from Magic Mike. Oh my God, I played that so many times. I even played it back so Darren could watch. Come in from the kitchen, watch this.
It's so bad.
Oh God, it's brilliant. It's fantastic. Paul's face in that just cracks me up. I love it.
Yeah, he went for it. He gave 100%.
Jim or Leo, did you see that one where
I
they
don't
did the
think so, no.
meetup with? There's a scene where Jamie and a guy called Paul, who's Magpie Movies, and Jamie Batman Smith are in a room and they're dancing to Magic Mike. That song, it's like something about a pony. I can't remember what it is, but it's a Magic Mike really sexy song, and the three of them are dancing in a room. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. And Paul's getting properly into it, doing all this groove. It's brilliant. I've watched it, I'm sure, like 4 or 5 times now.
It's very erotic.
It is. It's brilliant. I love it.
I'm just going to try and resend the link to Aaron.
Please don't do a review of it, Leo. Please don't do a review of it. I couldn't take it.
Aaron's just amazing. I love Aaron. Baby.
Look,
Anyway, guys, I'm going to shoot off now because
if they ask me to do a review, I'll review it. But
thank you very much for having me on. It's been great fun.
You happy to stay on the bit, Lisa?
Say again?
Cheers for coming on, Jamie. It's nice to have you on.
Oh,
thanks a lot, Jamie. It's been awesome to be on with you.
Are you happy to stay on, Lisa?
Yes, I'm dead on. I'm a bit pissed. I'm fine. It's been really nice, Jamie, to finally get a chance to talk to you one-on-one. So, but we will meet at some later. And night to Casey, and hope you both have a lovely evening.
She's blowing a kiss.
And same to her. She's lovely.
See you later.
Have a lovely evening, Jamie. Lovely to see you.
Thanks again, and I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Grace J, get back in your shed.
Oh, I just hit myself in the face while I was waving. I did that. Oh, Christ. I love Jamie.
Aaron's trying to get back on again, but he's still having problems. Right.
Jamie is one of life's lovely people. I love Jamie. He gets a lot of shit and he doesn't deserve any of it. And he's just a lovely person, as is his lovely lady.
Well, let me so on that subject then, right? One of the questions I've got is YouTube. What do you think of the pitfalls and benefits of the film community? Reviewers, actors, reactors, pickups, collections, etc. I know we've covered some of it.
Yeah, well, for me, I can't afford to go out and buy as much as a lot of people, so I tend to. I have Amazon, I have Netflix, I have Shudder. So if it's on that, I can stream it. I don't tend to be able to buy like as much as some people do on YouTube, which is a bit like, oh, I really want to see that. So I do see it eventually when it comes to a medium that I can see it on, or if it's something I'm like desperate to see, I'll maybe pay extra to see it. But that's the only. Obviously, there's arseholes on YouTube. There's trolls, but you get them on every single social media platform. And I always have to say, and I've said to everyone I've spoken to, you have given the best advice to me about that, which is try and keep personal shit off your channel. Try not to react. Just, if you have something to say, say it to the person. Don't react to it. And 100%, I would stand by that. Your advice was perfect. I tended to let things get to me too much and then personally react on the channel, which is something I've tried not to do. I've got hiccups. I apologize. In later years, it's something I really credit you with trying to tell me, don't put this shit on your channel. It's true. I have kind of like, there's been in latter years, I've seen other people, namely Jamie that's just left, have to encounter similar crap to what I had to, and the really bullish, trollish kind of people. I know you have a trolls, Leo, as well. And you have to just not feed them. And you're the person that made that very clear to me.
I would say there's a difference between, the video that we spoke about, I wouldn't say they were trolling necessarily.
Oh, God, no, not that. No, that wasn't trolling.
It's fine to not agree with stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
And like I said, I'm interested in other people's perspective. If they can, enunciate it in a sensible way, I'm actually quite interested in hearing what people have to say.
Yeah. It's good, different perspective.
Yeah, 100%. And
I know you said you had a troll previously. I remember at a time when I started doing reviews for you, every single time you put a video up, it got a dislike immediately because there was someone there just waiting on it. It's like, who is this prick doing this? So you obviously had a troll that followed you about, and I know initially that sort of thing really got to me. And it really bothered me, and people being really negative, like, really affected me. And I think it was you that taught me, don't let it get to you, don't let it bother you, get on with what you do, react with the people that are positive, or there's nothing wrong with the difference of opinion, because we get that all the time, but it's just people being arses. Just ignore it.
Yeah.
And I think initially that was something I always rose to, and I shouldn't have done. And it definitely, I think you were the main person that taught me, don't let it get to you. I know Jamie, who's obviously just gone, Jamie has, had his fair share of shit, and a lot of shit, unfair crap. And, it did really wind me up from a point of view of what he was experiencing. And I tried to sort of feed on the same viewpoint you gave me, which he took on board, and he has really done. And it's just made the other people look like complete arseholes. But I think the more you sort of like give a face of, I'm going to be professional, I'm going to talk about the movie. If you're going to be personal, I'm just going to ignore you. It's definitely I'm slurring. It's definitely the right avenue to take, and that's definitely something I took from you in relation to like people disagreeing with the review that you've given. I found that you've always been very polite but firm. You've said, this is what I think, this is why. You've never said, I think this and I've no reason. It's always been, this is what I think, this is why I think it. I stand firm with my viewpoints. I appreciate that your viewpoint is different to mine. And there's a lot to learn from that. And I'm quite, I suppose, a fiery person. I'm quite reactive. And sometimes I get quite, how fucking dare you say that? That's so rude. I remember reading some of your comments and thinking, what sort of, I got cross on your behalf, and I was like, oh, I'm dying to say something, but I always try to remember your advice of, it's not personal, it's just opinion, try and step back. And I think that's helped me in a major way, definitely on YouTube. I feel pissed. I apologize if I'm coming across as bit. I know I am.
That's exactly what I wanted from this stream. You're on the water now. See, I'm still on the alcohol. But
yeah, you can only be true to yourself, and your advice of, don't get into slanging matches with lesser individuals. Don't get into arguments with people that have different opinions to you. I watched recently a review you did that I haven't seen the movie. I will watch the movie, but I felt that everything you said was backed up by a reason. And I remember when you first spoke to me and said, look, do you want to do a review for the channel? One of the things I always remember that you said was, never say you think something's shit and don't say why. You must give constructive criticism, and if possible, try and find a positive about the movie. And I do feel that when you do a review, you do that. And I've watched reviews that you've done, and I've never felt that you've been unfair or you've been scathing or you've been nasty. Some films you haven't liked, but it's like having that ability to say, I didn't like it and this is why. And you find it much easier than me when people are really hypercritical of that and saying, you don't know what you're talking about because X, Y, Z. And I find myself getting really pissed off in your behalf, but you're there being really, level-headed about it. And I'm sitting there seething, thinking, who the hell are you to say that to him?
Like the guy who you're referring to, this is going back a few years now, who's disliked every single video that when it came out. I mean, he did annoy me. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't like he did annoy me, but I never mentioned it on the channel.
Yeah, but you were able to not let that show. I didn't know about that.
It once on the channel, and he used to do live streams and would just slag me off on the live stream. And so I used to sort of just watch every. I mean, this was like, this was someone who did a small YouTube review channel, and I don't really know why he took umbrage with me, to be honest. But I think he thought that he was like the only one doing kind of B-movie reviews, if you know what I mean. And because I commented on one of his reviews that I had watched a particular film and commented on his review saying I can't remember, I agree or disagree or whatever it was, but it wasn't like it was just like, good review.
Yeah.
I didn't like it or whatever. And then he obviously looked at my channel and thought, fucking hell, he's like doing the same stuff as me, and like saw me as like sort of competition, is what I sort of thought. And but the interesting thing with him is I noticed I never saw his name on any other video. If I ever watched a video like from someone else, he would never. I never saw his name in the comments. So he'd obviously was like in a bit of a echo chamber and kind of only ever looked at his own stuff and wasn't like aware that other people were sort of covering it. And you know, that's what I think the reason was. And he sort of saw me as, he's like sort of competition, so therefore sort of slagged me off a little bit. But it pissed me off. But I never said anything to him, or I never said anything about it on my channel.
I would imagine that person must have had quite a low audience sort of numbers, because I had never heard of him. I know you had a troll, because I did notice that dislike came when anything was uploaded.
Yeah.
So I don't
I've only ever discussed it with like.
I'd have been like blah 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 blah, but you didn't even discuss who that was, why they were saying it, why they were saying it. You were just like, I've got a troll, they just, and it was like, right, I need to try and approach my YouTube videos in a similar manner. And I'm still not as good as you at that. I still, even on behalf of other people, I will find myself reading other people's comments and thinking, oh, you cheeky cow. I'm desperate to and I try, and I hear your voice in my head, and I try and, right, just don't let it rise to you. Don't be, especially if people get personal. Oh, well, you just don't understand, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, and I felt that quite recently about a review I saw you didn't comment that you had, and I thought, honestly, it's like, this person's given a fair review of a movie that has negatives for reasons they've stated, that has positives for reasons they've stated. Have you honestly, as a commenter that's ripping the arse out of this guy, have you ever watched a movie and not liked it? Well, he's watched a movie and not particularly liked. I just don't. It really does my head in. Like, I had the same, as and that review for your channel I did, and I can't remember, it was something about animals. And it was the thing where the guy had hands on his palms, like with Pan's Labyrinth. And he was putting his hands under some woman's skirt. And I'm not bothered about perversion. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But the whole way the movie was done was like pretty lame, I thought. And some woman took massive offense to my review. And she started getting quite personal about me and my accent and the fact I'd repeated myself, or I'm thinking, well, that's nothing to do with the movie. And I've seen that on some reviews you've given, and people have come back, and I'm thinking, I get quite cross on your behalf. And then I look at what you've written, and it's so, you know what I mean? It's so like you've thought about what you've said before you've said it. And I really struggle with that. And that's something that I've definitely picked up from you. It's try and not let the emotion feed into what you're thinking. And it's something I struggle with a lot. I find myself getting quite pissed off or defensive on another person's behalf. I think it's worse if it's one of my friends is getting attacked. I get quite cross about it, and I know I've definitely felt with Jamie and some shit he's dealt with in the past. I feel myself getting quite defensive against crap that he's getting. And I know shit that you got on a recent review was from individuals that were also giving Jamie a lot of shit as well. It's just trolls. It's just those kind of people that just are very negative minded, and your approach to that has taught me just loads. I can't even tell you. I found myself walking away, thinking about it, not responding how I used to. Like, say if you go back 3 or 4 years, how I used to respond and how I respond now is completely different, and I can completely credit that to your advice on that.
I appreciate it. I mean, the video that we're talking about, I wouldn't say any of those comments I would class as trolls, because no one was kind of like making personal things. They were a little bit negative. But I
thought one of the people was quite personal. Not like, trying to insinuate you didn't understand something. And I'm thinking,
there's one to respond to. I just thought in responding to that, but it's like sometimes I think there's one viewer I've got who comments on a lot of my reviews, and you initially, I won't say his name, but I assume it's a he, but it's not like someone's name is, like a channel name or something. But when you first read their stuff, it sounds a little bit like negative, but I think it's just kind of joking. But it's hard to judge context on text, So that's fine. It's fine. And then there's, if someone's got like I've said, a lot of the time, sometimes they're a bit, let's call it spirited comments on, but it's about the movie, not a problem. Even sometimes if someone takes a piss to me, but they do it in a funny way, it's fine. I'll leave it.
Yeah,
someone called me Humpty Dumpty. I thought it was funny, but
yeah.
But it's fine. Although if you're going to insult me, at least make it funny. But like it's like the one troll comment where I did get pissy with was, how you got your Funko Pops and stuff behind you.
Yeah.
Someone said, when I lived in my old flat, someone said, "Oh, are those like are those figures behind you there to try and lure kids in or something?" And I was like, "I'm not having that." Yeah.
Oh,
so,
God, you'd be surprised. Oh, you would be surprised at the amount of male YouTubers I know that have been accused. I'm not going to use it in case it gets scrapped from your channel. The P word. So many male YouTubers I know have had that P word like accused, and it's ridiculous, and it's for the most simplistic things, and it's like people seem to think they can throw that word about willy-nilly. I'm thinking about what's his name that does The Office, Ricky Gervais, now, willy-nilly. But you don't throw that word about. That's not something to be, fair enough, you can think someone's talking out their arse. You can think someone doesn't know what they're talking about regarding movie. You can think someone doesn't understand movie making. Don't start throwing about things like that. That's just, I tend to get more angry when I see a friend dealing with a particular thing than I do myself. If I get a shitty comment that's specifically rude, I'll delete it and move on and block. If it's something constructive, I'll answer it and leave it as it is and not really think about it. And that's thanks to you that I've done that. If it's you or a friend, and like I said, there was a recent, and there was no one bitchy or no one particularly nasty, but there was one person that I felt personally was being quite critical of you as a reviewer, and they rated your review, and I'm thinking, that wound me up. That really angered me, and I thought, this guy has been approached by a director to review a movie. They've said exactly what they've thought of it, that whether they liked it, whether they didn't, why they felt the way they did. As you've always made clear to me or anyone else reviewing for your channel, don't just say something shit. If you think it's shit, say why or if you like it, say why you've liked it. If at all you can find a positive, slant for the movie, say what you think is positive. And I watched that review. Now, granted, I haven't seen the movie yet. I will watch it because there's another YouTuber is in it. But I felt that one individual and their comments on that review were uncalled for, were unkind, that were calling into question your reviewing skills. And that winds me up, something shocking. More so than if it's on my channel. I find myself getting more wound up if it's on a friend's channel. And I'm like, you're always so fair about movies. You're always, you'll watch a movie that's maybe a 4 out of 10, but you'll still find something positive to say about that movie and how it was made. I feel myself slurring. I'm apologizing. But when I watched that specific movie review, I haven't seen the film, I will watch it, but I felt you were totally fair on everything you said. You've never watched a movie and reviewed it and I've thought, oh, he's talking out his arse. That's not fair. This isn't fair. He's been too complimentary to this. Never.
I didn't like Ghostbusters Afterlife all that much, and I know you and Aaron loved it.
I loved it, yeah, and I know why you didn't, and I completely see that, and I know the reason me and Aaron liked it so much was a lot to do with the nostalgia goggles. Was a lot to do with those original characters coming back in our age, and the fact we loved the original, and it maybe. Oh, hiccups. It maybe wasn't as good as the next person, and I cannot wait to see the next one, but you made valid points as to why you didn't feel the same way we did, and that made perfect sense to me. Someone saying, oh, well, I just thought that was shit, doesn't really, it doesn't really explain.
I am highly intelligent.
Say again?
I am highly intelligent. That's why
I am what intelligent?
highly intelligent.
You're highly intelligent. I'm basically.
That's why I make such good points. Right, got a couple of comments I'll just read through. I try to buy physical media about 7 times a year. I buy several titles from Arrow Video, a lot of wonderful films, for example, getting their basket case collection. Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, there are some nice releases. We spoke about Borderlands briefly, and I think I can't remember who's putting it out, but I think it's Second Sight are doing a Borderlands like nice edition. So I'm looking. I've ordered that. I don't tend to pre-order it much, but I have pre-ordered that. Kermit's Ghost is off now. He's an early start tomorrow on a Saturday. Take care, Lisa and Leo. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Cheers, Alan.
You're probably gone, Alan, but bye.
Bye.
I'll see you later this year.
I tend to become all Ed Woodward Equalizer about trolls. I love Ed Woodward Equalizer.
Right, there'll be some sort of like saying to that which I don't understand. I like Ed Woodward. I felt very differently about trolls until I spoke to you about it. I felt really offended and really personally attacked by it until you said, look, draw a line under it, don't take it personally, move on from it, concentrate on the good side of things. And I know I used to really get to me, really bother me, but it's inconsequential. I've seen Jamie go through the same thing after me with someone else, and I've tried to give the same. It's so hard sometimes, though, when people just, seem to target you. But you were completely right. I've always referred back to that advice you've given. Speaking
of Jamie, right then, I remember just going to Slippers and Pipe, reading this week's Women's Weekly. Thanks for having me. Great fun. Evening of laughter and boldness. Oh Jesus, I'm going to regret bringing that.
I remember like years ago, Alan Rackett. I have this little vlogging channel that I don't really make public because it's just like a diary for me, and I film all shit that goes on during the week. It's really dull for most people. But Alan, who's Kermit's Ghost, watches it, and I remember him talking about Jamie and Casey, and I didn't really sort of get to know them very much when he talked about them, but then. I sort of make a special effort to try and check them out. And Jamie and Casey are two of the most loveliest, I can't even say, they're two of the most loveliest people, genuine. And to me, I never expected it from YouTube. I thought it would just be a hobby. It would just be something to talk crap about what I liked. But, there's maybe, I'd even say there's maybe on 2 hands. I think there's more than people on 1 hand I could count that I know genuinely. If I find myself in England and I'm like, oh shit, what am I going to do? There's genuinely more than 5 people I could call and say, crap. And you're one of them. What am I going to do? I'm stuck. And that's amazing. That's something I never expected in a month of Sundays. I used to live in England, as you know, and in some degrees I wish I still did. Because I'd get to meet up with
Come on over.
Say that again?
Fine. Come on over. The weather's fine.
It's too fucking expensive. When you move somewhere that has no council tax and no water rates, you're like, do I want to add like 200 quid a month to my rent? No. Can I afford a mortgage? No. But I lived in England for 10 years. I lived in Derby, then I lived in Nottingham. And in a way, I wish I'd not moved back. My mum was very ill, so I had to move back. But it's only now that I'm starting to get to know people, and I'm like, these people could be proper real friends that I could get to meet and talk to and meet up with. And it may not be a lot of people. I'd say just over 1 hand that I could count on. There's yourself, there's Aaron, there's Jamie, there's Alan, Kermit's Ghost, and I have so much time for. I can't wait to actually meet them later this year. Hopefully, fingers crossed, all goes well. But it's a side of YouTube that I didn't for a second expect. It was just something to vlog, because I left England, my best friend's still there in Nottingham, a girl called Kelly. So I started to vlog so that she could keep up with what was happening in my life. Like, I had a baby at the time, he was getting older, so I would vlog so she would get to know him. And in that, I discovered the movie community, which I didn't know existed, and that's how I became, how the channel came about. So yeah, it's been awesome. There's 90% positive before the tiny little percent negative.
The 90% way outweighs the negative.
Oh god, yeah, 100%.
Retro Nerd Girl. Are you familiar with her channel?
No, hello. I
Yeah,
love the name
yeah,
though, and I love the fact you're a girl.
Check her out. She has got a great channel. So she doesn't do it so much. She does tend to do more live now, but she used to do. Hi, by the way. And she does a couple of like vloggy channels I know about, but she does like so well thought out videos there, and they're all in that kind of like 40s kind of style.
40s.
I think, or 50s maybe.
Love it.
Just very, very good. Very, very like polished reviews. She's a lovely person. Go check out Retro Nerd Girl.
I'm trying to open it as I'm watching this, and my inebriation is preventing me from opening it. So I don't want it to click off the screen. I will go back. There's so few girls on this sort of medium. I mean, I think we're probably over 10 to 1. And I find, and I don't know why, maybe it's because I'm a pain up the arse or just not likable. I don't know what it is. I find it really difficult to connect with girls and to talk to girls. And I watch a lot of girls' movie reviews or whatever, and I comment a lot, and I comment on social media, but I get nothing back.
Yeah.
And that's maybe a personal thing that I'm not aware of. Maybe there's something I'm giving off. Maybe I'm irritating. I don't know what that is, but I find it really hard to connect with other women. And maybe because there's so few, maybe because they don't want to connect with. I don't know what it is. So
check her out. I mean, have you ever heard of the movie Fargo?
Say again?
You know the movie Fargo?
Yeah.
That's where she lives. I'd never even heard of it. I didn't realize it was a real place.
You didn't know it was a real place?
No.
Oh, my things disappeared now. Let's go back onto it.
That's where she
I will
lives.
definitely. I'd love to get
anyone
to know
on the channel.
female.
Go check her out. Anyone watching this, check out Retro Nerd Girl. I wish we would do more of the actual videos, not all live streams like you do now, but obviously that's just my personal.
Anyone that's watching, the one girl I will recommend to you to check out is a girl called Popcorn Chat called Sarah. She is absolutely gorgeous, lovely, really friendly. It's one of the few girls that I found that has a channel that properly reciprocates back. She talks to you. She's really nice. She's really decent. Unfortunately, as a woman, I love women, but a lot of women tend to be quite, what's the word? They mainly want to talk to guys. They tend to be quite brick wall with other women. They don't want to talk to other women, and I don't know why that is. Not all women, but a lot. And Popcorn Chat, Sarah, is completely not like that. I love her. She's really supportive. Another girl called In the Front Row, called Jamie Lee. She's beautiful as well. So I'm going to now subscribe to Retro Nerd Girl and hope she is another girl that will give me a bit of chat and not ignore me.
Let's see if she wants to join. I don't know what she's in America, obviously, so she's a bunch of.
All right, okay.
Um,
It's just lovely to get to know women that are willing to chat to other women, because I know a lot of women see other women as like almost like competition or something, which is weird.
If anyone does want to join the stream, by the way, just let me know and I'll send you a link.
I think it won't open for me. I will, if you're there, Retro Nerd Girl, I will be subscribing after this stream finishes, but I'm a little bit inebriated. I'm trying.
As am I. The best thing about
I'm trying to click. I'm still drinking. I don't know why I'm drinking. I'm not going to be able to get to the bed tonight.
Is that you're not drinking water then?
No, that is gin and lemonade.
Good girl. Right. The best thing about Leo's reviews is the attractiveness of the host. Plus, they're honest.
Shit hot, and he knows it.
Firm but fair, no sugar coating. If you don't want an honest opinion, like Jamie, right? You mentioned about Jamie's troll. So I've said to Jamie, right? I'm not a big fan of his, whether it's called the wig. I forgot what it's called now. Crazy J. Right?
Crazy J. Oh, I love it.
It's not something that I like, right? But I'm not going to turn around and say someone should not do something on their own channel.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I said to Jamie right to his face. It's not for me.
It's not your cup of tea, but it's not offensive, is it?
What you want on your channel, you know.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I stand on it. Like other people saying to another channel, you don't do that for one reason or another. Nothing to do with you, mate. you don't like it that much. But
to me, if you're being a majorist on purpose, so if you're being homophobic, if you're being sexist, if you're being racist on purpose because you're an arsehole, then I have issue. If you're just doing something that's funny, that could be construed as being offensive by like these weary willies that like to get offended on everyone else's behalf, they can just bugger off. It's like they think everything's sexist, everything's racist, everything's homophobic, everything's transphobic. It's like, take the intention that was meant behind the statement. I mean, Crazy J is a character that is disgusting, that doesn't think what he think, doesn't think things through, says what he thinks. And people said to Jamie that they felt that Crazy J was making fun of people with mental disabilities, which really upset him and stopped him doing the character for quite some time. Jamie he didn't really say earlier an awful lot about how he works with people with mental disabilities. He's very good at his job. He is involved in that kind of community. Crazy J is not meant to have any mental disability. He's meant to be foul-mouthed, no tact, ridiculous, say what you think. Some people don't like it, and that's fine. If you don't like that kind of humor. My son loves it because he's at that age. He finds swearing and things being gross, he finds it really funny. I find it really funny because I've got that kind of sense of humor. I'm very basic. I like things that are very simple and just not too much thought involved, and I find it really funny. But these people that are trying to project their feelings onto other people, you can't say this because you're making fun of people that are mentally. No, Crazy J's not meant to be mentally handicapped. He's an arsehole. He doesn't think about what he's saying. It's nothing, and he actually stopped what he was doing because of that feedback, which I think, is wrong. And I love that he continued doing it. But at the same time, I know he would think, not everyone's going to find this funny. Not everyone's going to enjoy it. I personally do. You personally don't. But you would never, as an individual, say, well, I don't find this funny, so I don't think you should do it. That's just bullshit.
No. I mean, I just won't watch it. So,
exactly.
But I watch other things that he does. So, it's just not for me, and that's fine.
If you don't like it, don't look at it.
But I'm not going to tell people they shouldn't. It's their channel. That's the whole point of it. YouTube. You can do what you want, obviously within reason. But, so that, So, I mean, the people that he was kind of having a beef with, I mean, it wasn't just with, I won't get too much into it. It was a whole bunch of them, and it was this big thing.
They're fucking idiots. That's the only thing we need to say. They're fucking idiots. You don't even need to get into it any more than that. And they were looking to find fault with anything, including with people that were the most gentle, genuine, outside of Jamie, friends of Jamie's, genuine, decent, gentle, lovely people having a go at personal stuff that was going on in their life. I'm not even going to get into it, but fuck them all. I mean, if you're going to be negative, if you're going to leave negative comments on people's videos, like Leo tried to teach me, so what? I mean, there always are going to be people that don't like you. There are always going to be people that don't like what you say. There are always going to be people that have a different viewpoint to you. Just try in the main part to disagree courteously, but if you don't, and if they're being specifically vociferous and not very nice, just block them and move on, and don't give that person even an iota of thought, because we all experience it. People like Aaron, who was on earlier Screen Stars, who you will never meet a nicer, more genuine, down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth kind of person than Aaron, will have trolls, will have people there saying stuff, and it's like, Jesus Christ. If Aaron can get this.
Trolls. I mean, I don't think, to be fair, I don't think Aaron gets that many. By the way, Retro Nerd Girl, just please, just email me and I'll send you a. I'll put my email link in the
Yes.
chat.
Another girl, yes.
Another girl. Send me a. I can't even speak. We are a bit drunk.
I love talking to girls. There's so few of us.
Right, send me an email and I will send you an invite. But be warned, Liz and I are a little bit drunk, so because it's going to be early.
Yes, we're a bit drunk. I apologise. I will behave myself though. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say about trolls is no matter how nice you are as a person, you will always get trolls. I find that Leo as a person is very fair. It's very, if he gives a negative comment, he's got a reason. I've never heard him be particularly negative about a movie.
Apart from the
Aaron,
hospital thing.
No, generally, if you've got a negative point, you have reason for so, and you will still always, if you didn't particularly enjoy a movie, you will always find a positive. I've found that. Aaron is just one of life's lovely people. Sometimes he watches movies and gets quite exasperated, and that's my favourite kind of reviews he does. But you can just tell by watching Aaron, he's a salt of the earth, decent, lovely, just a lovely guy. And if people like Leo and Aaron and Jamie that was on earlier can get trolls, any bugger can get trolls. You just need to think, right, Jamie had a troll last week, Aaron had a troll a couple of days ago, Leo had a troll. It's irrelevant. There's always going to be idiots out there. If you put yourself on a social platform like YouTube, you're always going to get that minutiae of people that come back that will say stuff to you that's just let it wash off your back like a duck, because it's irrelevant. Because when you think, the way I think about it is Leo gets it, Aaron gets it, Jamie gets it, and I can't think of 3 people off the top of my head that are more fair, that are more decent, that are more straightforward than them. And if they're getting it, of course I'm going to get it, because I'm probably quite reactive in comparison to any of those 3 people. So, Leo's sort of viewpoint really helped me sort of try and wind things back a bit. Still, sometimes I bite, but most of the time I try to.
Yeah, the problem is it ends up being like a bit of like tennis match. You start biting.
Yeah, there's no point, is there? It's just going to go back and forth constantly. You just have to reach a stage where you think, right, and that's it.
I completely lost where I am in the chat. Right, my wife says a lot of what you do are saying. My wife says a lot of what you are saying, Lisa.
And thank you to your wife about what, I don't know about what specific. I'm surprised you can understand with the slur. I've had about 10 drinks at this stage. I do apologize. But what I will say is you're getting complete unadulterated honesty here. There's no, I'm not thinking about what I'm saying.
Anyone ask Lisa any questions? Not really.
You will get complete honesty.
And you'll get complete honesty. Where the hell? I'm completely lost where I am. I will check back.
The horror. Yes, we need Retro Nerd Girl. Come on, definitely. I love to meet new girls in the movie community, especially horror fans.
Well, she's more sci-fi. She does do a bit of horror, but she's more sci-fi, I would say. Hence the sort of rocket girl thing in her paper.
Right, I have to say this public. So my husband has said Crazy J is sound, but his alter ego, the unwigged Jamie is a real. He doesn't mean that. He doesn't know Jamie. My husband is from Yorkshire. He's very blunt. He thinks things are funny. Jamie is a right twat. I'm going to meet Jamie this August. I'm taking a trip over to England to meet a load of the people, which I just cannot wait for. So if anybody funds anything remotely offensive about Crazy J, I strongly recommend they don't engage in even. That's true. My husband is from Yorkshire. He's very blunt. He's very crude. He uses the C word, which I don't. I hate it.
Game of Thrones just made me use that word a lot more.
I can't. I hate it. I don't like. I've been called it online by someone, but I can't get around it. I don't like it.
Lots of people name their swords. Lots of plants.
My husband's a big. Yeah, he's quite. A lot of people find him quite offensive, but it doesn't mean it on purpose. It's just very blunt. It's got a very Yorkshire humour. Crazy J is just me being more of a twat with a wig on. Crazy J is fantastic. Anybody that gets offended at someone acting like a dickhead, being foul-mouthed, just shouldn't be watching it. I know Leo isn't a fan of CJ, but it doesn't bother me at all. It's different, but hasn't stopped the friendship we have or changed what we both do on YouTube. Exactly. You're not going to like everyone. You're not going to like everything everyone does. I love the farmer character. I absolutely love CJ. I don't think you need Posh Twat, and there's maybe another one. I can't remember. But CJ to me, I think because my son, who's 13, he's that age, he finds just the swearing and the irreverent stuff, like the wank. He finds it really funny. So maybe it's another idea. I find it quite funny. It's so irreverent. It's not for everyone, but it doesn't have to be for everyone. Jamie's a decent guy. He's down to earth. He's lovely. He's intelligent. He's talented. He's musical. He loves his wife. And, you know, Leo and Jamie still connect, even though Leo's not a fan of Crazy J, and you don't have to be.
Trolls are sometimes funny with the stuff they come up with. I've got a video of some of my troll comments, actually. That is quite funny.
I need to take a big black cock, apparently, so that's one of mine.
And you're a goth whore. That was the other thing
I'm a goth whore. That's not. To be quite honest, I wasn't particularly offended by either. I was waiting for "you're an ugly fat cow." That's the one I was waiting for, but yeah, whatever. That to me,
a lot of people take a piss because I'm English. Like
English.
Yeah. Well, I mean, assuming you're American, are you English twat or something? You know. Well, they don't say twat because that's
I
English.
have never in my life heard, and I don't lie. I sometimes tell the truth a bit too much, and I can be a bit too much for some people. But I've never heard you give a review for any movie where you've been unfair. I've never heard you give a negative where you haven't been able to back up your negative. So why people would have a pop at the fact you're English?
I think sometimes it's not about the movie at all. It's just people kind of being Billy Big.
They just seen you and they thought, I don't like this guy because he's English. Fuck them. To hell with them.
Charming. No. No worries, Lisa. I used to bartend, so I speak 10 drinks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologise. I'm a little bit, you know. I get a feeling you would be perfect in a role in Austin Parsifal with Mike Myers. I tell you, the era I love the 70s. I do love the 60s as well. I love Mike Myers. I think it's awesome. When I reverse out of a really tight parking space, it's a little bit like Mike Myers in that little corridor. Right, yeah. I love.
I'm almost in housing it. More than 3 points.
Groovy, baby. I love him. The only thing that overtook Mike Myers for me was Austin. No, hang on. We get it. Borat. My wife. I love Borat. He's my favourite.
I find
in my chair.
I get a bit like cringe humor. I feel a bit like.
I can't quote some of the Oh no, I nearly said it there for a minute. I can't quote some of the Borat stuff on the channel, and I wouldn't because I wouldn't want to get you in trouble. But some of the Borat humor, I have to pause the movie because I'm laughing too much to hear what's coming next and go back to it.
It's
It's an acquired taste. I love Borat so much. I literally could wee watching that.
Conservative. Yes, thank you. I'll wear my little blue ribbon.
Conservative bollocks. I'm sorry. Right. Me and Leo's going to have an argument. Conservative? No. Then we don't have conservative and Labour here. We have, I'm not even going to talk about it. Right. I'm going to quote Billy Connolly, who is the master of everything in the world ever. The right and want to be a politician should prevent you from life from ever becoming one. That's the Billy Connolly quote. Basically meaning anyone that wants to be a politician probably is quite self-serving and doesn't care about the overall needs of the people.
Shall I tell you, right? Here's my opinion on. I don't want to get too political because I don't like it on my channel, but I think being an MP in the UK and probably in other countries as well, it's got to be one of the most thankless jobs because you get shit every minute of every day, no matter what you do. So I have some respect for politicians for that reason. And they don't get paid as much as you think. Like CEOs of businesses get paid more than the Prime Minister.
It's the peers I have an issue with, getting paid 400 quid a day to walk into a building and back out again. That's my, one of the main issues. People that do fuck all.
If I think the British setup of politics is better than the American setup, but there's still things that I would not have. I think the House of Lords and stuff is a waste of time. But anyway, I do have some kind of like level of respect that people choose to do this job, and they are going to get shit every day, wherever they are. You've got to be bloody thick-skinned and have to be able to cope with that. And it's, you know, you're going to be criticised, because that's the problem. The thing is with politics is you're never going to please everyone. No matter what you do, you're going to piss someone off. Because if there was like
you're going to have people hate you constantly, regardless of what your viewpoint is.
Fix this easy, no problem button. Boop, they would press it. But whatever, you know, it's taking from Paul and giving to Peter. That's what politics is. So you're never going to. It's you know, that's my view of what politics as a general rule. I think people give a lot of shit to politicians without really thinking about the job that they actually have to do.
Yeah, you're
now,
probably
I'm not saying that, you know, there's scandals and sleaze and all that crap, and they should make the right decision all the time. Of course they don't. But I think, you know, people like to kind of like just make swipes at it without really kind of thinking about what it is they actually do and kind of how much crap they have to take.
I wouldn't want
to.
Well, I wouldn't have to want to do it whatsoever, really. You see, the situation in politics in Northern Ireland to England is very over here. You have a whole other set of things, which is just bullshit, which I won't even get into.
I wouldn't even know where to start with that. So,
it's boring. It's monumentally boring, and it's just an us versus them, which is just ridiculous. And I don't think it's ever going to change for many years. So it's like, who cares? Right, let's talk about movies in some respect.
Okay, well, there's a couple of comments. Oh shit! I think we've missed Retro Nerd Girl, sadly. Jamie says he's gonna send Leo a Crazy Day T-shirt to wear at his next review. What?
I want to see that. I can't wait to see your little skit thing. I haven't.
Sorry, I was with my folks back home. Knock.
Now, what a bunch of wankers take the time to harass folks. As my dad said, there is a better. Hang on, is that prick or pick? Prick features born it. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to, Marty. But yeah, the world's full of them. Politicians are pricks, and normal people are pricks on YouTube, whichever one. But let's be honest, I find on YouTube, the decent, nice people outweigh the arseholes massively. Tight, like boys, anus. Oh, right, he's talking. Oh, God darn, fuck's sake. He's talking about Borat. It looks like a paedophile. Oh, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Borat is one of my favourites, I have to admit. I find him very funny. He's one of those, it's like Crazy J, it's one of those things that some people find really amusing and other people don't. I find Borat, I struggle with comedy. See No Evil, Hear No Evil and Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which I think came out very close together, still to this day remain my favourite comedies. I love them. But when Borat came out, for some reason, and I'm not a fan of Ali G, or those like in your face like characters he does, but Borat just floored me with. I like just, did you? I was crying in the cinema when I saw that, the wrestling scene and the stuff he did about what was the thing? I can't say it because it's offensive. The thing about thinking that someone said retired when he thought they said something else, not retired. Borat cracks me up from start to finish. I find it absolutely hilarious. And I know it's not for everyone. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. But, you know, the thing where he has the chair in the lift. Look at me. I'm keen in my chair. I just... VCR record. My sister is top prostitute in all of Kazakhstan. I find that whole movie absolutely hilarious. I know it's not for everyone. I know it's a quite acquired sense of humor. But Borat is like almost spot on my sense of humor. Tight, like
I don't know if I would go to the cinema to watch that, but so it's.
I saw it in the cinema. I literally almost weed when I saw that in the cinema for the first time. That scene where he has the wrestling scene. Oh Jesus!
I saw the. It's not one of his. It's one of his. I can't remember what it's called now. Grimsby or something. I saw that in the cinema.
Oh, the one where he's the hairdresser. It's not as good.
And,
But
and they
there's
go
one scene
the,
in
they go the
Bruno.
elephants up.
Is it Bruno
They-
that you're talking about?
No. It's called it's called either Grimsby or Grimsby Brothers, right?
Oh, that's the one
an-
about the
it's an
city
actual
Grimsby.
film. Yeah.
I don't think
And they
I've seen
hide.
that.
Should I spoil this scene? There's a scene involving elephants, and it is. Just watch it. Watch it.
I don't think I've seen Grimsby. I've seen the one where he plays the hairdresser called Bruno, which I wasn't a big fan of. But there's one scene in that, and to be honest with you, I can't remember what the scene is. All I remember is in a bedroom, and I think it might be with the sex toy, but I don't remember entirely. And it cracked me up, and I laughed, the tears running down my eyes. But the rest of the movie was quite so-so. But that one scene just cracked me up. The more irreverent it is, the more funny I tend to find it. Oh, is this Retro Nerd Girl?
Did you hear us?
Hello!
It is.
You guys can hear me pretty good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, my
it's so nice to hear the girl.
Well, I'm so glad to be able to join you guys.
Oh, thank you. We're a little bit inebriated, I will warn you. We've had a few drinks. It's quite late in the evening in the UK.
Oh, you guys are handling it so well.
Actually, it's midnight exactly here in Ireland.
Yeah.
Exactly midnight. Let's have another drink to that.
Lisa's been very excited that you might join the stream.
Awesome.
What should we call you? Retro? Veltis? What do you want us to?
Yes,
how do you want
what's the name? What's the name?
Well, I don't usually like going by my real name. I don't know why. But
You don't need to.
But yeah, my name is Veltis Angel. But I'm not afraid of saying it. But yeah, just go by Retro Nerd Girl. It's starting to become sort of my
RNG.
personality.
RNG.
Yeah, RNG. And I'm sorry about not being visible right now. I'm actually getting ready for another stream a little bit later.
Okay.
And so I'll probably in like 10 minutes I'll be on be ready to be on live with you, visual. But you guys, I'm so glad that you're doing live streams. That's really cool.
Yeah, well, it's there. We hadn't done one for like a year and a half, so
yeah, it's been a long time.
So it has been a while, but I'm glad to have you with us. So we do actually have a bunch of topics to stuff. We've kind of got waylaid talking about politics, baldness, hair balls, all sorts of stuff.
What happens when you've had a few drinks? What are you on later, Renee Girl? What are you talking about, and whose stream are you on later?
We're doing a watch party for a movie I've never seen before. I think it's like a one from Asia, so I'm not really sure what I'm watching, but I'll leave it. I'm leaving it in the hands of my friends. But I usually typically do, like tomorrow night I'll be doing a watch party on my channel for Dune 1984. So I'm really into a lot of the older movies. I've sort of been on like an 80s kick recently, but also just got back into a lot of the 1950s sci-fi horror, not like they're kind of like horror science fiction movies, and just having a blast with that whole thing.
And you're from Fargo, though. I've got that right, haven't I?
Well, I'm from New York, but I live in Fargo, and also in space.
Yeah,
of course.
Yes.
Definitely check out that video tomorrow that you're doing. I love to get to know more ladies talking about movies. I think we're quite outnumbered. There's not so many of us, so it's awesome to get to know someone else. So I've added your stream to my watch list, and I'll definitely check that out and see what you're talking about. I love Asian movies as well, so that's awesome. I would imagine it's either going to be something I've seen or either something I maybe haven't seen but will love and will check out after I've seen the stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the information, I suppose, in a few moments, but it is like I said, I have no idea. I'm leaving it in the hands of my friends here, but I'm pretty cool with usually anything except for horror, like not like classic horror, but like deep horror. It kind of, some things kind of freak me out. Like I can't get into like zombies. They totally freak me out.
What about like more supernatural stuff, like ghosties?
Supernatural is interesting. I do like, werewolves, like one of my favorite horror movies is An American Werewolf in London. It's just such a classic, and it's so good. It's so good. So I'm more of like one of those people like older horror movies. I guess because it feels so removed from actually being possible to happen. Because anything that seems like it might actually happen, that stuff freaks me out a little bit.
Yes, I totally get it. American Werewolf in London is one of my big favorites as well. So
it's so
you've
good.
obviously got explicit. I think older horror movies, to me, maybe just because of my age, are much better than more modern horror movies. So I totally agree with American Werewolf in London is amazing. It's a fantastic movie.
So good. And it's even a romance movie too. Got a little romance.
Yeah, it is, definitely. Although when I first saw it, I was very young, and I still will recall how embarrassed I was to watch it with my parents in the same room. That scene where, is his name David? I can't remember.
Yeah, David.
He goes underneath the sheet in the bedroom, and I'm like, oh no, I can't be watching this. My parents are in the room. I don't want to see it. But yeah, it's my favourite's obviously the scene of the transformation is the big scene.
Oh yeah.
But it's the small things, and like there's a little Mickey Mouse statue in the background, and the song that's playing. It's the way it juxtaposites what's happening, and it's the first time it showed like the transformation from human to werewolf being painful.
Mm-hmm.
And still to this day, it's my favorite werewolf transformation scene. I don't think it's ever been surpassed. I think it's incredible. No. It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, I don't think I have not seen one that's better. Except for I did love the cheeky kind of transformation in Van Helsing, where they like rip the skin off. That was hilarious, and I loved it. I was like, yes, give me more. But definitely, that David's transformation and An American Werewolf in London, the first transformation was so outrageously good. Yeah. And it was a complete breakthrough in special effects. It blew everybody's mind off. And also his friend who becomes the ghost, the makeup effects for that was incredible.
It was.
So good. So good.
I can't wait to hear what you're talking about. I will definitely. Sorry.
Say that again.
I said I've got two girls on the stream now. Now I can't get a word in edgeways.
Sorry, Leo. I talked to you.
Jesus,
I cannot wait. I'll tell you what. You'll get a word in because I need a wee again. I will definitely check out what you're watching tonight, Retro Horror Girl. I really look forward to checking it out. I will check out tomorrow. And it's awesome to get to know other ladies into movies.
Cool. Same here.
Then I'll go because this next comment is going to be pertinent to our retro nerd girl here. Okay.
Right. I'm going for a wee. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Back in a sec. So not JPEG. Hi, Geek Legion of Doom and chat. First time ever comment. I appreciate it and welcome. And not JPEG asks favorite sci-fi horror franchise, old and new. The perfect question for you.
Oh my goodness! Well,
so franchise, more than one film.
I guess Aliens, but or Alien is probably the best sci-fi horror movie, and for me, that my kind of style and taste. Alien or Aliens. So I guess that would be, but also Terminator. The first two movies were really great too. So yeah, those two, Aliens and Terminator.
yeah, you can't really argue against Aliens, can you?
Yeah.
I mean, that is like, that is the most obvious answer. I do like, maybe not strictly a franchise because it's unconnected films, but I like the Cthulhu sort of style movies. So based on the books of H.P. Lovecraft to do with kind of like Cthulhu mythos and stuff, which is often many different films. A lot of Stuart Gordon films, and there's one called Dagon, which is very good. So they're not strictly a franchise because they're not connected movies necessarily, but they're all based off the same sort of source material. So I kind of like that. They're like Reanimator, and I know they're like zombie films, but I like Dagon, for example, is a very good movie. But with Aliens, that kind of ends the conversation there, doesn't it? Really, you can't really.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into any of the Cthulhu stuff, so I need to at least test the waters and see if I like those.
Imaginary movie or Megan? I haven't seen Imaginary. It's literally only just come out today in the UK. I might get a screener for that, but they did send me the trailer. I did like Megan though, so I can't comment on Imaginary because I haven't seen it. I did like Megan. Did you see either of those? Either of you? I know you haven't seen Imaginary.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those.
Did you see Megan, Lisa?
I've seen Megan. I liked it. I liked the bit where she did the dance, but I didn't love it. I just thought it was okay. It wasn't on the same level to the earlier Child's Play ones. I would say it was on level with the later Child's Play. I liked it. I didn't think it was bad, but there was certain imagery in it that I really enjoyed, like the scene where she dances and the scene where she runs on all fours. I thought that was really effective, but overall, I would just say I thought it was an average, passable, good movie, but I didn't think it was anything spectacular.
I like the bit where she married Prince Harry.
I just headbutted Tyrion in the toilet. I have got a photograph of Tyrion from Game of Thrones at eye level in my bathroom. If you've seen Game of Thrones, you'll know why, because he shoots his dad when his dad sat on the toilet. So I've got a picture of Tyrion facing the toilet, and I headbutted it because I have had so much to drink. So if you're watching this and I've said something ridiculous, I apologise. I'm pissed as a fart. I don't drink anything else. It's ridiculous.
In case you couldn't tell, Lisa's Irish there, so it's just kind of like it's just like that's what.
So I fulfill the criteria. I fulfill that old thing. I don't like to fight and hit people though, so I don't have that side of the Irishness. But I like a little drink to myself, so I fulfill that Irishness. I think I don't drink anything else. I want people to stand up. I staggered to the toilet.
I'm a bad influence.
And head-butted the framed photograph of Tyrion Lannister. I love Tyrion Lannister. He's like, oh, what's his name? Peter Dinklage. Oh, he's beautiful. That's it.
Have we ever seen 2011's Tied in Blood? I have not.
No, wow. I haven't. Not JPG.
No.
Not JPEG. Trash picture show. I was referring to the trolls you guys had to deal with. I don't know what you said earlier, Marty. I missed it. Trolls, proles, we don't care.
Trolls, proles. I'm just gonna worst Jaws film, Part 3D Revenge.
I haven't
Jaws in
seen
Japan is rubbish. There's barely any shark in it. It's not an official one.
Leo likes a Jaws movie. He likes a movie with sharks and oceans. Leo's a big fan. If it's set in the ocean and there's sharks in it, Leo will have seen it.
I do like it. I do like a shark movie, it must be said. Modern comedies seem to be lacking funny material. To be honest, it's been several years since I've seen a really funny comedy.
Yeah.
I really like the Hangover film. That was that's a really rewatchable comedy for me.
The first
they were really good.
Mm.
To me it's like American Pie. I thought the first one was excellent, and I thought the rest were just a bit meh. They never really kept up to the first.
Yeah.
I'm just maybe old.
No, because you know what happens is that, after the first one, they figure out, okay, we'll just repeat the formula and make
Yeah.
more money. And they didn't really offer anything new or fresh. They just repeated the same thing. So, yeah, I skipped those, and the first one is definitely genius.
Yeah, definitely. Completely agree. It's just a rehash of what we saw in the first one that was maybe a little bit shocking in the first one.
Yes.
Something we hadn't maybe seen before. It was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this.
Yeah.
For me, up until Borat, which I know isn't everyone's cup of tea, for me, my favourite comedy was always See No Evil, Hear No Evil, which I know a lot of people take quite a bit of offence at because they feel, we've got a deaf guy, we've got a blind guy, but the movie was never played to be offensive to either of those disabilities. I find it absolutely hilarious, along with Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is my other one with Steve Martin and Michael Caine.
Okay.
And
now,
I think from that era, which is a lot of years ago, I think I was 13 when I saw them, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels and See No Evil, Hear No Evil, up until I saw Borat, I hadn't really proper belly laughed at any movie I ever saw up until Borat, and that just properly killed me. When I saw that scene of him wrestling with the other guy at the beginning and everything's so irreverent and in your face and shocking, and he's like, I am keen in my chair, and then he's just being completely offensive. So I just find it properly hit my funny bone. I found it. I don't find like the little skits funny that he does for Ali G. Some of them are funny, some aren't, but that movie just really cracked me up.
Yeah, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is definitely one of my top comedy movies. It is so good. So good.
Yeah.
And there's so many little surprises, and at the end, oh my God, it really had me sort of like, stop everything and say, wow, that was so good. A great story included as well. Just lots of yucks. My one of my favorite parts is just the part where the older gentleman is teaching the new kid on the block kind of how to play suave, and they're like leaning up against this baluster, and they're kind of retaking it over and over, and it's so funny. The way Steve Martin is just goofing it up every time.
It's brilliant. It's genius. I love that movie.
Do you like my favourite comedy? Although, to be fair, I don't think it's that funny. But I just like the film is Weird Science.
Oh,
that
yeah.
That is my ultimate
seen
favourite.
that in so many years.
What a fun movie.
It's fun, but I wouldn't say it's particularly funny, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's not that funny. It's like all of the silly, quirky and ridiculous situations. That makes you laugh.
Yeah.
I think there was maybe even
Bill Paxton is like so.
Oh
good.
yeah.
Like I've, at one point in my life, I could more or less quote that film all the way through. I'd watched it so many times. It was absolutely hilarious.
Oh man, yeah, you loved it. Okay, yeah, because there are so many quotable moments in that movie, isn't there?
Yeah, there's such good characters, and it's like one of the. I mean, you're from the States, so in England, I always think like Americans have these huge houses, and then like we watch them here in England, thinking bloody hell, Just like every house seems like massive compared
to like Home Alone.
Spoiler alert, they're not like that in England. Yeah, or Ireland probably, but right, got a question. This is one for my list. So, what would make you take a chance on a low budget indie movie, sci-fi, horror? So what I mean by that is what would entice you to watch it? Like good cover art, the description, trailer, stars. So you've never heard of a film, right? Mm-hmm. You just happen to prod it on Amazon or something. What would make you take a chance on it?
I can answer that easily. Someone else reviewing it positively. Or even, to be honest, if someone else reviews it not being massively positive, but they say something within the review that makes me intrigued, or makes me think, right, I like the sound of what they've just said. I'm going to check that out. If it's got someone in that I really love as an actor or actress, even if it's not a massively fantastic film, I will watch it if I'm a fan of this people involved. If it's someone that I know, so if it's a YouTuber, there's one that's come up quite recently that's got a YouTuber in that quite a lot of us know. I will definitely watch that, where otherwise I probably wouldn't have bothered, because I know it's got someone in that I know, so I will give it the time. So for me, a positive review by someone I trust, like Leo, someone's in it that I'm aware of via, say, YouTube or something else, or if I've read something that's made me like properly intrigued into the premise of it, I may give it a chance. But for me, it's definitely word of mouth via Leo. Generally, if it's an indie film, it will be Leo that's brought it to my awareness, or maybe someone's in it that I'm aware of. So that would be my two main ways.
How about yourself?
It really doesn't take a whole lot. I love low budget films because they are, they just offer something raw and just like sometimes, of course, the special effects, the lighting, there's always something you can tell about a low budget film. And I always make some concessions for, like, this lighting is probably going to be bad. Special effects going to be bad. Actors are probably going to be maybe okay, maybe really bad, but editing will probably be really bad. And so a lot of things are not going to be great, but what I always look for that really intrigues me and really excites me about seeing a low budget film is if they have a great story. Like, you can tell somebody actually is creative and has put together really interesting story ideas, or if it makes me laugh. And so usually they have good covers, art covers. And so art covers are really a great way to pull that in. I mean, mostly everybody has access to Photoshop. And so there have been some pretty cool low budget movie posters, even better than, I would say, than some of the mainstream posters these days. But also now there's going to be access to AI. And I'm sure a lot of low budget film companies and groups are just thinking, hey, let's take advantage of this. So we should look forward to seeing even more exciting posters. Trailers help too. I saw one called Space People. And they actually had a sequel, Space People too. And it's really like some guys with a camera and some friends getting together and putting together the story, dressing up in costumes. And they did a great job. There's a really good story involved in this low budget film. So I'm really impressed by stuff like that. And I really should be reviewing more of those kinds of movies too, because they're just there's something that is different from it that you don't get from a committee movie that we see sometimes in the main screen. This is just people having fun and being super, super creative.
Yeah, I think well, often with those sort of films as well, people will take chances that you wouldn't take with the kind of the Hollywood machine. You get these kind of like these high concept and sometimes crazy ideas, that you just don't get in the sort of like the mainstream. I think that's where. Do you remember the Blood and Honey movie, the Winnie the Pooh one? Right.
Yes.
So the people that made that, I don't know them quite. I don't know them, but I've known their work quite a lot. There's a producer you may have heard me say if you've watched it, Scott Jeffries, who's the producer of those films. And every movie that they've made has been like, oh, it's a bunch of girls go in a house and they get chased around by something, normally just a guy in a mask, and then all but one of them gets killed. It's the same movie every time. And it was like with Winnie the Pooh, what you may not know is they had shot the film and they started to get all this media attention about because it was like their well-known property. So they went back and reshot some of it, I should say, added extra scenes to try and make it a bit more less run of the mill, should we say? And to me, they didn't do enough. And I think the second one, which they're making that they clearly kind of like are trying to pivot and trying to, make it a bit more than a bunch of girls going into a house and gets chased around by, by something. Whether it succeeds, I don't know. But I think they had it. I was tweeting with one of them, and they were like, "What I would have done is just like, have like, what's the guy's name? Robinson, the character's name." Jesus Christ.
You lost me.
Doesn't matter. Right, forget about it.
I lost it.
I'm going to go down the rabbit hole, so forget about that. But yeah, good ideas. And posters. I don't tend to watch trailers of low-budget ones, though.
Did you watch Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey to its conclusion, Leo? Did you watch all of it?
Yeah. I won't review it unless I've watched all of it.
Are you happy that you stuck with it? Or did it improve from what you expect? Say 15, 20 minutes in.
I am literally used to watching shit like that. That's like no skin of my nose. Watching that. Same film every time.
I think I lasted 20 minutes, and I don't think I could. Now, I've watched some crap in my life, it has to be said, but I couldn't last any more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe with that movie. I did not finish it. I was just like, I can't bear it. Now, maybe if I hadn't heard the reviews before I watched it, I may have given it a little bit longer. But on the flip side, there's some movies I watch which I've heard reviews of which are really positive, which initially I think, I'm not too keen on this, but I will stick with it because of what I've heard. And then I end up loving it. I think it's fantastic. Where initially I thought, I'm not going to like this. So YouTube for me in relation to like making me stick with, or not even making me stick with particular movies, but bringing to my attention particular movies that I wasn't aware of. Now, there will be movies that I watch that aren't my cup of tea. I didn't like particularly Maestro, which is up for massive awards. There, Oppenheimer I liked. I thought it was very well made, but it didn't make me feel anything. I want to watch something where I feel moved by it. I feel emotional. I feel angry. I feel sad. I feel whatever. I want to feel lived in it. And I feel that most of the movies that tend to win Oscars aren't movies that really, really grabbed me by the gut and made me feel something. So I'm going to be really interested. Like Barbie, how has that made anyone feel anything? I've no idea. But an Oppenheimer was so well made, was so fantastically shot, was so implicitly acted. Did I feel anything? No. I don't particularly know what Zone of Interest is a big one for the Oscars, which is about the general that lives beside the concentration camp at Auschwitz, which is a subject matter that really gets to me. I think Boy in the Striped Pajamas is the one that did it perfectly. This one I don't feel got the message through as well as it needed to. I find it... Say again?
Barbie you're talking about?
Well, there's two movies. Barbie, I don't understand why Barbie's up for any Oscar nominations. I don't... I watched
I loved Barbie. I thought it was really genius.
I can't even say I liked it. I tolerated it. I thought... what's the guy that played Ken? I've forgotten his name now, sorry. I thought he was the best thing... Ryan Gosling. I thought he was the best thing about the movie. I thought Ken was fantastic.
Oh, he was good. I
liked the overall message in that women have been seen in this way forever. We've been secondary. We've been the lesser of the two. And they flipped the script and men lost their shit. They didn't like being on the receiving end of, you're less than us, you're unimportant, you're not, it was like we flipped men into the women's position and men lost their shit. They didn't like it. They found it men bashing. They found it really offensive. And I loved the message that it put across, and I loved the fact that it for a second gave men the viewpoint of what it must feel like to be a woman. You're less than, you're not as important than, you're irrelevant, you're not as strong as, you don't earn as much as, you know. I like that side of things, but aside from Ryan Gosling's character of Ken, which I thought was fantastic, and the imagery I thought was great. I liked the costume, I liked the design, I liked the makeup and hair. I can't understand why it's up for Oscars. And, you know, personally, you know, as I say, I think Ryan Gosling was great, but when you put Ryan Gosling's performance alongside Robert Downey Jr.'s in Oppenheimer, I don't think they compare. You know,
Absolutely
I don't
true.
you know,
But I think it was like it was one of those things. The Oscars is very, very political, and so I think a lot of people wanted to at least see Barbie up for Best Director and Best and it. To be very honest with you, I enjoyed Barbie a lot. I really have high ideals, or, you know, thoughts about Barbie, but I don't think. I think that they were, you know, I don't think it should have gotten Best Director, or should have, you know, should have been up for it. And I don't think that for sure, you know, Margot Robbie should have been nominated for Best Actress. I mean, it's okay. Like she did not totally transform for that, whereas a lot of the other actors really had to, you know, their performances are definitely more layered, and so I think with all of that, yes, I think they just said, okay, well, we got to throw them a bone. So let's put these other, you know, two categories. Let's just toss them into these other two categories. I don't think it was that Ryan had an amazing. I loved his performance, by the way, but I don't think it was. And it was like for him transformative. I had never seen him in a role like that. But it doesn't. I don't think Oscar. Exactly how you said it. Robert Downey Jr. His performance in Oppenheimer is just ridiculously good.
Yeah, that's my supporting actor winner. In Barbie, I thought Ryan Gosling was fantastic. I think the viewpoint, while I can understand what they're trying to put across, I think was very divisive, sort of man versus woman. Ryan Gosling was great. It was really entertaining. It was really funny. It was quite deep if you thought about it. But I don't think Oscar, you know, Barbie should not be, unless it's regarding hair and makeup and backs, you know, the scenes and the set that they did.
Yeah, I think production design, I mean, I haven't seen it, which is why I've kind of been quiet, but I think production design, I would say, is probably, and I would maybe even say writing. I think what they've done with the concept of, again, I haven't seen it, but the concept of just a toy, and then they've kind of made it into quite clever film. I think
sexist.
You can have a shout at
Women will hate me for this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Even though the movie was supposed to be a female empowerment movie, I'm going to be hated to say this. I feel that Ryan Gosling was the best thing about that movie.
No, you're right.
His performance was stand out in that movie for me. I wasn't a fan of the movie. I didn't particularly love it. I thought it was okay, but I thought Ryan Gosling was great in it. And it's a bit sort of bittersweet as a woman to say that a movie about female empowerment and a movie about, you know, women wanting to be seen as equals to men, the male performance was, to me, the zenith of that. It was my favorite performance. I felt he was fantastic. I felt everything else was good. From a storyline viewpoint, it's not my cup of tea. I'm not a very girly girl. I'm not into pink and houses and all this shit, but I could see what they were doing. I could see what they were trying to go for. I liked the message, but I thought Ryan Gosling was amazing and everything else was sort of medium. You know what I mean? So when people started losing their shit because she hadn't been nominated for Best Actress, but he had been nominated for Best Actor, and that in itself proved the sexism thing.
Yeah.
I didn't agree, because I feel that his performance was so much... I'm not saying his performance was better than hers. It's the wrong way to put it. I just feel that I don't know how it was written. His performance and the ability he had and the language he had and the script he had was so good. It did overshadow her performance a little bit. And I don't know why that is. I'm not a technically minded person, but when I walked away from Barbie, I thought... Say again?
Especially not tonight.
oh, I'm a bit pissed. I know nothing about nothing. But when I walked away from Barbie, I thought, right, Ryan Gosling was my favourite thing about that. I really enjoyed him. I enjoyed the fact it wasn't men getting offended about sexism and feminism. And I'm not a fan of massive, like, feminism where it like, has a go at men. I just want women and men to be seen as equals. Some people are better at some stuff, and some people, I'm shit at DIY, but I'm really good at organisation. Maybe my husband's really good at DIY and shit at organize. You know, we're better at different things. And I like that equality. I don't like things to be this person's better than this person. But if I had to look at Barbie, I feel, for me personally, Ryan Gosling's performance was my favourite part of Barbie. I thought as Ken, he was fabulous. So I can understand him being nominated for Best Actor. Sorry, supporting actor, and Margot Robbie not being, you know, for Best Actress, because we've got people like, you know, people that are up for Flowers of the Blood Moon, Lily Gladstone. You know, we can't put someone that did Barbie alongside that. That's just ridiculous. So I can kind of understand, because for me, the best performance was the male performance in that movie. So I'm not going to get all bent up because I'm a woman and it was a man in a woman's movie. Yeah, he was the best thing in the movie.
Anyway, well, I'm going to take advantage because the fact that we have an English.
Yeah.
There she is. We've got an
Yay.
American.
Oh, aren't you beautiful?
Nice to
You're
see you.
beautiful.
Oh, thank
pretty.
you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you.
You got that background.
Yeah, this is space. I'm in outer space right now. I'm just hovering over the Earth. Yeah.
So, as we have you here as an American, I'm curious about the differences between going to the theatre, as you called it, or over there, and going to the cinema, as we call it over here. I know in America, from what I heard, there's lots of like woo, woo in there, but here it's nothing.
We've got just as poker rubber arse. That's all's wrong with us.
So I wonder if you ever do you like the kind of the territory you're in and the way they act, or would you prefer maybe something else?
Where I'm at, the theater's pretty quiet, and maybe some people will respond to like something funny and laugh. But there's no like woohoo, or you know, there's no like yelling at the.
I'm just leading into stereotypes there. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but when I was growing up, I did go when I went to some theaters with my mom. There was a lot of talking back, depending on the neighborhood, and so as we went to see Conan the Destroyer, and at the end of the movie, there was a moment where somebody, you know, kind of was heckling. At a moment, and we, you know, it made everybody start laughing in the theater just because of that person's big comment. They I don't know, they couldn't keep it to themselves. They just had to yell it out to everybody. And, you know, I think it could be fun to be in a theater with a lot of people who are all excited. I mean, if you're having a big event movie, like remember, I don't know, the old Star Wars movies. I remember going to those movies, and people used to be very, very animated during the, you know, the first watches, you know, during the early days. And it's kind of nice to see, like, it's a moment that's really great. The entire audience bursts into laughter or bursts into applause. That's really always nice.
So I mean, we don't get that so much here, I don't think. I mean, occasionally.
Yeah, we don't. I always wish we had more of that here.
I don't.
I've heard in all my years, I've gone to the cinema a lot over the years. I had like Cineworld cards where you could go as much as you wanted for a monthly fee. The only time, and I swear to God this is true, the only time I ever saw the cinema react to a movie audibly was Braveheart. It was in Belfast. I saw it, and it was that day. If anybody's seen Braveheart, there is a scene where the Irish turn to fight against the English. I apologise to everyone English. The Irish turn to fight with the English against the Scots. You
it's-
don't know what's going to happen, but it happens in the middle of the movie. I watched it in Belfast, and I didn't stand up and cheer because I'm not into politics, but everybody was like, "Hey!" and everybody stood up and cheered and clapped. I've never seen an audible reaction to a movie in my life when in England and Ireland, especially because I think Irish people are even more restrained than English people. We tend to sit there and watch it and no one says anything and no one laughs and no one claps and no one makes an expression. There's nothing. It's silence. I think I would prefer a scenario where people were a little bit more audible about it because it makes me feel more excited. It makes me feel more like I'm part of it, like there's something going on that we're all sharing together. And I feel quite envious of that American sort of side of things, of when I hear about people go watch things that are in America that do a review and they've mentioned watching a particular movie and they mention the reactions, and I'm sitting thinking, when I went to see that, the only thing I can remember is a mobile phone on or somebody rustling with their nobody says anything in the UK or Ireland.
Yeah, so.
Just nothing.
I sometimes feel like American channels and stuff talk about it, and everyone was erupting, they were clapping. I'm like, it's not.
I would love that.
They talk about like a communal experience, and I'm like, it's really not like that here.
It's not really like that here. Would you want it to be like that, Leo? No, would you like that or not?
I don't want to be, I mean, that's what a theatre is more like, theatre. But I that's why I tend not to go to the cinema all that often, if I'm honest. I prefer to watch it. Well, part of the reason is because I get so many films sent to me anyway. But to me, it's just like it's so easy to get distracted, and like you said, people on their phone, it just irritates me. Yeah. And I know I don't know if you have it where you are, but I know in some American theaters, you even have like a waiter service. I don't know if that's
we don't have that.
I've never seen that. That's for the rich people.
Some places bring the staff their dinner, don't they? They get a full sit-down meal. So now, if I could change anything about the movie experience, now you're going to hate me for this. It would be, don't bring anything in to eat. Nothing. You can have a drink. Fuck popcorn, rustling about like a fucking hamster while other people are trying to hear what's going on. I would ban food. I'm just such a grumpy fucker. I would have drinks. But I do envy that side of American theatre when I see people get really invested and make noise and celebrate. Like, just as an example, out of thin air, in Spider-Man, when they brought back I'm hoping I'm not spoiling this, and I apologize if the most recent Spider-Man, where they brought back the old Spider-Man, and everyone was like, "Oh God!" If they didn't know, they didn't expect to see him, and there he was, and then the next one was, and people were losing their shit. But in the UK, people losing their shit is, "Oh, I didn't expect to see that," and no one hears it. But in the US, it's like, "Wow!" I would much prefer to be in the US. To me, it would add to the cinema experience. In the UK and Ireland, we're the same. We're very stoic. We're very restrained. We're very middle of the road. We don't tend to get as enthusiastic about things. And when it comes to movies, I would love to be in an American cinema any day of the week. I want to feel OTT. I want to feel enthusiastic. I want to laugh. I want to cry. I want to feel, as I said before, me in real life, I'm not a big crier. I don't tend to get particularly angry. I'm quite a normal, boring person. But when it comes to movies, I feel everything. I feel anger. I feel happy. I feel sad. I feel all sorts. And that American culture of just putting out what you're feeling. I have a few American friends that do YouTube that talk about experiences, and I'm like, oh, I was in the cinema on my own when I watched that, or there were two people and there's nothing, and there's no, the thought of having other people laugh and cry and gasp, and I would love it. That's one thing I really envy about American cinema. I think we're too stoic, we're too reserved in that respect.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that. Because it depends. Sometimes people are really, really quiet. Sometimes they're really loud. Like I went to see Dune 2 last weekend, and it was people were pretty quiet. They were pretty quiet. There of course there were like a couple moments where it was funny or and people laughed, but it wasn't really particularly loud. You know, people didn't jump up on their feet like, "Oh, that was the best thing ever! Yay!" You know, which it would have been kind of nice if they did. But I do know of moments where, like, I think for the big event movies, like you know, the Avenger movies, the like Star Wars movies back in the day are the big ones that I remember. People like they were like eating each other and you know, in the just waiting to get in. They were like, ah, get me at that theater, ah, get out of my way. So they were already amped up. They were all dressed in their costumes and ready to go. So it's kind of nice when there is a movie that, in fact, sometimes, you know, there's those showings. I don't know. I hope you guys know about these, where they will do like a movie like The Room, and people will bring their own items to go, you know, throw at the, you know, it's probably a mess for them to clean, but they interact with the movie.
Yeah.
And those are really, you know, those are fun movies. I think they used to do that for Rocky Horror Picture Show. And that I've always wanted to go to one of those and see what it was like. It's probably like a lot of people having fun, and it's also a great way to meet people who are interested in the same kind of like niche genre stuff that you like. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it kind of makes. Say it again.
A bit of a party, actually, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I wish we had more of that. I wish we had more of the less. We're so up our own backsides. The British and the Irish are very similar people. They're so reserved and so stoic, and so when things happen on screen, it takes an awful lot to get a reaction, I feel, from a British. Or I think British and Irish are just, you know, together. They're exactly the same. You know, to watch a film in a British cinema, it doesn't matter what it is. You get nothing. There's silence. There's never a cheer. There's never a gasp. There's never... You get irritating teenagers in just being annoying, but that's normal. But you'll watch a film that in America you would probably watch and people would gasp, or people would, like, you know, cheer, or people would clap. You don't get that in the UK or Ireland. It doesn't happen. The only time it ever happened in my cinema going life was when Braveheart played in Belfast, and it was the scene where the Irish turned against. I apologise to anyone English watching this.
Rapido girl.
The Irish turned against the English to fight with the Scottish, and everybody stood up. Wait, I didn't, because I had no fucking idea what was happening. I'm thinking, oh, right, that's happening, but I'm not a politically minded person. I don't really, you know, I don't care about that kind of thing. But people stood up and cheered, and I'm like, oh, I've never seen that happen in my life before. And it was, you know, still to this day, I'm now, oh God, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm 48. You know,
I'm
older
than you, don't worry about it.
It's shocking. Going back to, like, I started going to the cinema on a regular basis when I was 12. So that's what, 36 years I've been going to the cinema. In all that time, the only movie I can ever remember having an impact was Braveheart, purely because it was a political Irish thing about the Irish versus the English, which I've no fucking interest. My husband's English, I'm Irish, so it doesn't interest me. But I remember that real vociferous feeling of the Irish. But other than that, every other film I've ever watched has never had a reaction. And I've watched reviews by American friends. And I've watched them talk about movies and how the audience reacted. I've been so jealous. I've been like, you know, if I could pick somewhere, and this is maybe quite, you know, I would love to live somewhere in America, because I feel that people are more, I feel we're quite stoic. I feel we're quite reserved. I feel we hold back a lot. I feel we're not ourselves as much as we should be. I would just love to live in a world where we feel that we could be everything we are, say everything we feel, you know, without worrying about external criticism or conflict. So I think, now I've never had an American experience in a cinema, because I've never been to the cinema in America, but it's something I really want to put right the next time I go to the US. I've been there twice. I loved it. I love America. But I just feel us as a nation, British. I'm Irish, but as British, my husband's British. I've lived in the UK. We're very stoic. We're very reserved in our feelings, and I wish we were a little bit more demonstrative with how we feel when we're watching stuff. I don't know how Leo feels. Maybe you're happy with how things is, but I would love to be.
I'm all right, to be honest. I was curious, Retro. Have you ever been out? Have you ever been out of America? Have you ever visited any other countries?
I have, but it was very briefly. So I went to Canada, and I did visit London for a couple hours, and been to the Middle East. So,
Wow. Layovers was it sort of thing, like stops.
Yeah. I didn't really get. I think I spent like
the airport. That's nice.
Yeah, the airport. I think I spent the night over there, but it wasn't. It was just like there wasn't enough time to do a whole bunch. So
Yeah, there never is enough, is there?
But
how did you find the little bit of time you had in Canada, the tiny bit of time? How did you find it? Because it's right on the top of my list of places I want to visit.
I loved it. Yeah, I did love it. I was in Toronto for just a little bit, and for a while there, I wanted to live in Toronto, and yeah, that was pretty cool. And then by Niagara Falls, a couple times, and that's actually really pretty. That little area, and so yeah, I enjoyed it. I do want to visit it again. So.
It's on my bucket list of places. The only places I've been that I massively want to. I've been to Germany with school, but I was so young I don't remember much about it. I really want to go back to Germany, and I massively want to go to Canada and Austria are massive places. And I don't know why. I've been to America a couple of times, but it's always been Florida. I don't think you get a good notion or an idea of America. Obviously, it's just Florida, but
yeah.
Oh, I'd love to have enough money to travel all over, but I desperately want to go to Canada. I just feel that people in Canada and people in the US are so much more demonstrative and like exuberant, and we tend to be very restrained in the US and the UK. We tend to keep our viewpoints and our opinions very to ourselves. We don't want to say the wrong thing, but people in the US that I'm friends with on YouTube tend to be very I'm just going to tell you who it is, and I love that. I want to go to America more, and I want to visit the UK or the standard Canada. I'm a bit I wanted to go to Canada and the US a lot more.
Yes, tell us about your favourite bit in Braveheart. I'm joking.
My favourite bit in Braveheart.
I'm joking.
It's actually it's not anything horrible. It's the wedding scene. The wedding scene in Braveheart with Mel Gibson and I can't remember her name, where they're married in the forest and there's nothing and there's no one and it's just the person marrying them in the forest is one of the most beautiful movie scenes I think I've ever seen. I adore it. I love it. Mel Gibson as William Wallace. I know William Wallace, if you read into history, is meant to be a bit of a bad guy. It's not meant to be the nicest of people, but it's the whole Scottish.
Yes, look at the umbrage he took with us poor English people.
I didn't look at it like that.
Go over there and make friends. And,
it's not historically accurate at all.
What happens?
Yeah, it's not historically accurate. What happened isn't exactly what happened, but it's one of those things. I'm so superficial. It's the long-haired guy thing. I can't help it.
Long-haired guys. That's what
There's two things. It was one of the things was the fight scenes. I didn't believe prior to Braveheart that I'd seen fight scenes that were that graphic. I felt they were quite in your face. I was quite shocked by them and the blood used, and I was like, oh my god, I haven't seen anything on such a scale before. So much of it coming at me all at once. Another film I had a similar viewpoint with that was Saving Private Ryan, but obviously Braveheart came first, and it's just that opening scene. It's like, oh my god, what am I looking at? This is awful. This is horrible. Now I know in Braveheart, it's not historically accurate. It is very anti-English, but Right, I'm going to be really superficial again. I do apologize. Mel Gibson's in this thing with long hair. I can't distract myself. I'm thinking, oh my God, you're beautiful. I can't help looking at these blue eyes, this long hair, and the speech he gives about freedom. And obviously, there's a very similar like history with the Irish and the English as there is with the Scottish and the English. Might I say my husband is English, so
always the bad guys. I mean, come on.
Yeah, they do.
Always
It's
the
the
bad
English
guy.
always play the bad guys. It's the whole like we're going to take over all these other countries thing, and it's not English people's fault. It's just what happened.
We're fantastic. We just get blamed for everything. Right, we're
You're
gonna do
all
a couple
bastards. You're all
there's a
bastards.
couple of quick fire questions because there's like a million comments now. So just quick fire questions. RoboCop,
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
1. Who's gonna say?
Yeah, 1 definitely. I didn't even see the other 2, and I heard that 2 was actually pretty good.
It's not bad, but it's no 1.
Yeah. I mean, Peter Weller is amazing.
Best John Candy film.
I only know one. Uncle Buck is the only one I can think of.
That's going to be your answer, then, isn't it? Didn't you say Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Isn't that got?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. You can't base that. Jamie Powell does a really funny reenaction with that when he met Pete from Bullet Ride Brett, and they do the reenaction of the pillows scene. You know that bit? That's not pillows. They do a reenaction of that. It's very funny. So yeah, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
What's more gross, Hobo with a shotgun or human centipede? Never seen either, so I can't answer that one.
I haven't seen.
Right, I haven't seen Hobo with the. Oh God, I'm sorry, guys. Hobo with the shotgun, I haven't seen. Human Centipede, I have. I like the Human Centipede movies because I like. It's really offensive. It's really gross. It makes you really think about. Oh my God, can you imagine what one would you rather be? The answer to that is I'd want to be at the one at the front. If you're at the back, you're taking all the horrible shit. I'm just having to eat normal food. That's fine. I like the Human Centipede movies. They're horrible, they're gross, but I enjoy them, I have to admit. The others I haven't seen.
Retro Nerd Girl, have you seen the latest Dune Part 2 in the cinema?
Yes.
Did you like it?
I love it, but I do have some serious critiques about the movie. And I'm worried about the next movies if there are any, but I did cinematically it's just a wonder. It is beautiful to look at. It's just incredible, the music, everything very immersive, well done, well acted, but the script they kind of went off kilter just a little too much for me, and I'm a big fan of the books, and so I'm trying to figure out some things.
Did you feel that as a fan of the books, you recognized the fantastic performances and what you were seeing on screen and how things looked, but did you somehow feel that there was almost a heart of what you were used to that was missing, like a feeling, like that sort of thing? Or I haven't read the books, or I don't know anything about the movies, but I have seen the first Dune, the remake.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been to see the second because I didn't enjoy the first, because for me, I need to feel, I need to relate, I need to have an emotion, I need to love, I need to hate, I need to feel something. And with Dune, I felt it looked amazing. It was fantastically acted. I can't criticize Dune. I thought it was a fantastic movie, but I didn't feel anything other than mild boredom at points. I don't know if is Dune 2, does it elevate that? Is it really engaging? From what you're saying, it sounds like you felt like everything aesthetically and technically was fantastic, but maybe there was a little bit missing to the heart of things.
I think if you don't know the books, I think you might be better off. You might be better off because they're kind of doing a little bit of their own thing, and with the storylines and the characters. But as far as this feeling that you're telling me about, that what I can only describe as maybe sort of being like having an out of body experience instead of actually feeling like you're in the story. is because they're trying to they're trying to do it like the book does. See, the book is a little bit different because when you read a book, you're already transported into wherever you are and you're like engaged. But when it comes to movies, you have to really, in order to get people totally engaged, you have to pull them in with the characters. And the way they really set up the first movie felt a bit cold when it came to the characters. Like, this is this character, and this is this character, and this is this character, and this is this place. And we're all going to this place, and we're all going to this, there was no real like moment where you felt like endeared to specific characters, except for maybe Duncan, who died very passionately in a very passionate way in the story. He was probably the only one that really got that center storyline there where you kind of felt like something for him as he's going through his last throes. And the second movie, you do feel a little bit more connected to the characters, but there is for me an issue with the script as to what their plan is further, because they are veering away from the book, and in a big way for a lot of the characters, and that could be a problem if according to Denis Villeneuve, he wants to do a Messiah movie, which is going to really require some of the characters that he has in Dune 2 to actually perform differently, is the best way I can say it without giving away any spoilers to anyone who hasn't seen or who hasn't read the books. And so I really have a lot of concerns. There's a lot of changes that happen. And so that was really my thing, was like, when people talk about being fans of the book, there are a lot of details in the book that I was hoping that he was going to be able to translate into the live action format, and he has not been able to do it. And a long time ago, they said, "Hey, Dune is a book that cannot be translated into a movie." And I'm starting to believe that they're correct about it. Maybe it's timing or whatever it may be. And like I said, I do love the technical aspects of that movie. It is definitely a cinematic moment, especially in our time. But I also think that if we're looking at it as an adaptation, it leaves a lot on the to be desired on the plate if you're a Dune fan. So, and I see that it's the formula needs to be adjusted, because if you're saying there was a detachment to the characters for yourself, maybe we need to get back to basics, as far as like, unfortunately, the book is written in a format that's like, yeah, Paul is this guy, and it kind of separates you from the person who's supposed to be the protagonist, and he's not actually supposed to be a nice guy. And so I think it's the way Dune itself is written that leaves you kind of on the outskirts of like, okay, this is a cool story, but it's like you're looking at a fairy tale story from afar.
Mm-hmm. I think I need to read the novels by the sound of things. I think I need to learn
they're
a
written
bit more of what's going on.
Late 60s, 70s. They obviously, it was written at a very different sort of times, the attitude, and you're saying about the characters and stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm watching it and missing an awful lot of symbolism and manner, meaning in the story that I need really to be able to pick up. So I think to watch and appreciate the two Dune movies that have been released recently, I think people could really do with I know nothing about the source material, but it's just my bad. I need to look into that. But I think from what you've said, I need to really properly look at the source material and maybe give it another go. Sci-fi is not my thing generally, but I can tell by looking at it, it's beautiful. It's implicitly acted. It's really well done. The special effects are fantastic. I just didn't feel myself pulled in on an emotional level. But I think,
Yeah.
I think from what you've said, I really need to look into making myself familiar with the characters and reading something before I go into it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it really helps because there is a lot of like what I said, detail that they cannot cover in the movies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it seems like it's impossible. But and as much as maybe the special effects and even some of the acting may have been a little shoddy in that sci-fi miniseries that was put out in the early 2000, I think it was the year 2000. That particular project had a lot more detail in it from the books than any other source, it seems, at this point. So
a long form, like a series. I mean, Dune is kind of, you could say it's similar to Game of Thrones in a way.
very
Like political, and that lends itself. You can't imagine Game of Thrones as a film, can you?
Oh,
So
Game of Thrones.
it's just too much there, and it's just sort of similar in a way.
It's way too much.
Yeah.
Right. I need to set myself in a like thing to watch Dune, or to get experienced in the world of Dune, the background of politics. I know nothing about it, and I think that's why, even though I could tell as I watched it, this is fantastically acted. It looks amazing. Everyone interacts with each other in a fantastic. I couldn't feel the heart of it because I didn't know anything.
Yeah.
I don't know, the fact that I'm being not a big sci-fi fan may come into that, but I think if I'd known more of the backstory, I may have been able to get more invested in what was going on. So I think I really need to educate myself on the storyline.
And also the books kind of read more like history with a little bit of narrative stuff going on. So there is more like documenting pieces of the past of this world. Also, my other thing is I'll recommend 3 channels that have a lot of content about Dune. If you're interested in the lore. Now, there's one that's called Nerd Cookies. She's amazing. She does a lot of sci-fi breakdowns, and she does have, I think, a playlist just for Dune content. There's also Comic Book Girl 19. She has a Dune reading series where she goes through all the books on Dune, and I think she's done Children of Dune and Messiah, if I'm not mistaken. But she's done the Dune book, and has gone through all the chapters and talks in really great detail about them. Breaks it down for you too. There's also another channel by the name of Quinn Ideas. And he's really another person who's just really detailed about the Dune lore and explains a lot of that. He even sometimes reads some of the chapters from the book, and he's just a great orator in general. So, yeah.
Q-I-N.
Oh, you're welcome.
Q-I-N Ideas?
Quinn Ideas.
Quinn?
Quinn Ideas.
Right,
Yeah.
2 N's. Okay.
Right. So, Lisa, the Trashed Picture Show has asked, have you guys seen Late Phases, a werewolf film this is, with Nick Damicky as a blind Vietnam vet to take on werewolves in a retirement home?
What?
No, I haven't seen that, but is it an Irish film or is it?
No, it's an American film. I have seen it. It's quite well regarded. I don't like it as much as most people, but it is quite regarded. But I'm gonna kind of like skip through some of these comments because it is 1 o'clock now here in the UK.
Was it? Christ,
yeah.
it is.
So out of these, which do you prefer? The Thing, Alien 3, or The Void?
Oh God! Now why did they put Alien 3? That makes it really difficult. If it had been Alien 2 or 1, I'd say the
Thing's the best out of them, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've kind of already talked about this from Madam Webb. I know you liked it, Lisa.
Woo. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to go through every comment here because we have got
Void. I liked it, but 9 out of 10 people hated it. If you know anything about comic book history or lore or any of the background of Marvel, probably best avoid it. I know nothing about it, and I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was amazing, but I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was awful.
Any interested in the new Crow film from you ladies?
Yeah, of course there is. Obviously, Brandon Lee as Eric Draven is iconic. He's got a certain image that fits that character. Obviously, he died playing that character. We've got the whole, him being shot thing. But I don't think we shouldn't remake things. I'm not a massive hater on remaking stuff. I will reserve. The Hills of Ice have one. I thought when they remade The Hills of Ice and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, oh, what are they doing? This is just ridiculous. I enjoyed both remakes. I thought they were really good. So for The Crow, I love. It's not Alexander. It's Bill Skarsgård's playing.
I think the problem is they don't like his haircut.
I prefer the long hair. Let's be honest. I prefer the long hair, but that's just a personal thing. It's vapid and it's stupid. But I love Bill Skarsgård. I feel that what he did with Pennywise was incredible. Everyone said no one's ever gonna overtake what was done before, and I actually feel that his version of Pennywise is more terrifying than the original that we saw back in the 80s. Personally, and I love that. I can't, that miniseries, I think it's amazing, but I do think his version of Pennywise is just terrifying. I'm very happy to watch what he comes up with. I haven't made my mind up. I haven't decided, it's going to be terrible. I don't think, it's the last thing that Brandon Lee did. We shouldn't do it out of respect. I'm just going to wait and see. I love the original. I love the imagery. I think Brandon Lee was a beautiful man. I love the long hair. I love the gothic image. I love the makeup and the leather jacket and all that shit. But as an old goth girl, I'm going to love all that. But I'm very happy to wait to see what comes, to see what it's... I've got hiccups, I apologize. To see what comes with, see what I think of it. It may not be my cup of tea. It may be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's a bit. I think it's a little bit early to really determine that. Though I prefer the older version as well, the one that's more close to the comic book. But I also found out that there was a comic book version of The Crow where he did kind of look like that. So it's not, some people are, screaming about, it being accurate to that. But I think the big pull for me, I think a big pull for the original Crow movie was the aesthetic. But it was an aesthetic for its time as well, and so even though I love that look, and that's what we were hoping for, and maybe a revival of that look, simply, because great old things always come back. But it is interesting to see this new look. He's still, Bill Skarsgård still looks great. I was like, okay, he's still hot in that look. And I want to see what he does with it. Because he's a great actor, and I trust him. He's doing another movie called Boy versus World, Boy Kills World. Oh my God, it looks so amazing. Kind of reminds me of Kung Fury, and just looks like they're going to have a lot of fun with that movie. So yeah, I can't wait.
You borrowing your Lisa?
Sorry again?
You're nodding off.
No, I'm not nodding off. I'm just half inebriated.
So here's one. Willy Wonderland or Dream Scenario? There's a Nicolas Cage matchup.
That's difficult. They're both fantastic movies. For me personally, Dream Scenario. I love Nicolas Cage. Willy's Wonderland was really... It's quite light, to be honest. Even though it's a horror kind of movie, it is kind of light. It's tongue-in-cheek. It's a bit silly. I always tend to prefer something that's that little bit more serious and thought-provoking. Now, I will admit, when I walked away from Dream Scenario, I did feel really sad and quite down and quite quite low about human nature in general. I don't want to give any spoilers for anyone that hasn't seen it, but in Dream Scenario, Nicolas Cage plays a character that just starts popping up in loads of individual people's dreams. He tends to have quite a passive role where he's not quite doing anything, and this reflects on this individual character's psyche and how he feels about himself. I think from the point of view of how I enjoyed the film, I think I prefer Dream Scenario. Even though I will admit I came away from it feeling quite sad, I do feel that Nicolas Cage's performance, and Nicolas Cage is a big favourite of mine, I feel in Dream Scenario he was amazing. In saying that, I love Willy's Wonderland, but it's quite a tongue-in-cheek, funny, surface level, fun movie that you just watch it with a few mates, you have a pizza, you have a drink, and you don't, there's nothing more deep in it. But Dream Scenario for me was quite a deep movie with a lot of deep questions about psyche, how you view yourself, how other people view you, how you're affected by other people. Even though I can't use the word enjoy for how I felt about when I finished Dream Scenario, I feel it was a really clever piece of filmmaking, and it really made me think. It really made me put myself in the character's position.
Mm-hmm.
It made me sad. It made me quite cynical about human nature. That sounds a bit horrible, but I think it was an incredibly well-made movie, and I really, really enjoyed it. Of the two, I would say Dream Scenario was the better movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen Dream Scenario, so I can't comment on that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, these two, but yeah, I would probably pick, if I wanted to watch one, I would probably watch Dream Scenario. It has a really good premise.
Trash Picture Show says Shift Alt X goes in depth into June Law as well as Games of Thrones.
Ooh.
Not JPEG. He's got to get a dinner time. Respect. So thanks for joining him.
Good night.
Bye.
And then Trash Picture Show says, I don't hate Bill Skarsgård as the Crow, but why making Eric Draven? There's been loads of other comic crows.
Yeah.
Created James O'Barr. One called Skinning the Wolves about a crow going to a needs.
He's looking for the needs.
Don't know. Well, I answered that one. Easy. Brand recognition. Eric Draven is the most recognisable out of the Crow because that is the one film that people think about when they think about the Crow. That is why. Brand recognition.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not very big on that. I'm not into comic books. I don't know a lot about characters, but obviously I'm going to recognise Eric Draven because he's the Crow and he's in the public eye. So definitely there will be people, especially I find being quite sexist. I find men are more into the background and the lore and the comic books and the background. Women tend to not be as, maybe that's really sexist, don't tend to be as au fait with. I know nothing about the background of the Crow, of Eric Draven, prior to what I've seen in the Crow. So I know Marty collects comic books and he's very much into them. He knows the background. He knows everything about the storylines of the characters. But I know as far as for myself with Eric Draven, it just tends to be what I know from the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Trash Picture Show wants me to go back and look at an older comment. Bella going through infancy to a teen has a sexual awakening to become a fully formed woman in her own agency is magnificent. I don't know really what that's about.
Bella going through infancy, I don't know.
Is this Twilight or something? Who's Bella?
Bella, Ella, my umbrella. Sorry.
Under my umbrella, Ella.
I don't know what he's referring to. Okay. Are you excited about Mad Max Furiosa?
I think it looks awesome from the trailers. I haven't been a massive fan, admittedly, of the previous Mad Max movies we've had. I thought they've been okay. But she kicks ass, let's be honest. What's her name? I can't remember it. She was in The Queen's Gambit. Yeah, I love her. I think she's fantastic. She's got such a presence. She's got such a commanding presence about her. I've seen the trailers and I think they look awesome. So I will definitely go to the cinema to see it. How
I
it
think it
plays
looks
out,
good.
I'm not so sure, but I will go watch it.
I think the whole thing with this film is that they've used CGI to do the driving scenes rather than practical, like they did with Fury Road. That's the sort of,
Okay.
that's the thing, because obviously Fury Road was, you know, cutting edge in regards to some of its sort of stunt work and sort of sequences out in the sort of the desert. I think they said they only used like real minimal CGI, and everything was kind of done, you know, in camera and practically. In this one, it's CGI, and I think that's the sign of the times, isn't it? But I'm not sure. Is it directed by what's his name now?
Yeah, he's directing it again.
What's his name? Remind me of his name.
I forgot it.
George
Like,
Miller. George Miller.
Yeah, George.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was directing. I thought he palmed it off to someone else. But
Yeah.
mean, that to me feels like it's been made quicker. I mean, it might still be good. I'll probably watch it, but
Yeah, I don't mind the CGI. I mean, I think sometimes, because I know it's really hard to be out there in the desert, and I think a lot of people take it for granted when they see, oh, another movie in the desert, but that's a lot of work. And so if they're doing something in the studio, I don't mind them. As long as the story is there, that I think if the story's not fully there, or they skimp on that, I think then there's a problem. I think the only thing that kind of makes me worried for the movie is Chris Hemsworth, because they have some prosthetic makeup on him, and I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I can see through the makeup, but
why have him? And if you're going to hide him, that's the weird.
I didn't understand that at all. Put a mask on him or something, but they actually put prosthetic nose on him. So it is very distracting, because you know the actor and you know that's not his nose, and so you're always looking at his face like, okay, it's such a distraction. But Chris is a great actor, and I like his, he's not really been given the right material, I think, to really show that he has chops, and he does have chops.
Yeah.
What films we spoke about this earlier on, but you weren't on the chat then. But let me ask you, in 2024, what sort of films? This could be mainstream or like indie films. What films are you looking forward to the most in 2024?
Myself,
Put you on the spot now.
I don't know. I mean, I am looking forward to, and it's, I know it's not popular. People don't like this particular person, but I'm looking forward to the rest of, or the second part of Rebel Moon, and I'm definitely looking forward to the R version of Rebel Moon. So that I want to see that one, because I think that's
I'm
the one
saving myself. I haven't watched the because I knew that
might be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'll just wait I'll just wait and watch the R-rated version without watching that. So so that's what I've decided. So I never watched it for that very reason. I thought I'll just wait. I mean, I think it was stupid to announce that before the original cut came out. I was like, dumb.
Netflix they're so weird. Like, they're doing so many really good things over at Netflix, and then they do something like this, which is kind of odd and unusual. But they wanted to have a PG version for their platform, so that, that's the only reason why we got what we got. But according to Zack Snyder, his vision for the movie is completely different from this PG version. So I can't wait to see it. That's one thing I can't wait to see. And there's a couple other things. Just can't think. When you're on pressure to, like, oh, what is the top whatever, and you're like, oh, I forgot my memory. The entire system just blanked out.
Ghostbusters coming out. You've got Deadpool 3.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was Dune 2. I think that was the one that I was mostly looking forward to. I was very upset when it didn't come out in 2023. So I think that it's already happened. So that's good. and Rebel Moon. Those are the only two. I kind of like the big epic movie thing, and I really would love for us to get back to the days of making ridiculous big epics again, because they really they're so enjoyable. Even the ones that flop really badly, I love those because you can see the work.
Because I mean, like Gladiator 2, which is due out this year, that could, you know, because the superhero movies are on the sort of decline, and will that mean that something else takes its place, some other type of movie? And like, I mean, I love the first Gladiator, so I'm looking forward to the second one, and it's got a great cast. So.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, there's a possibility of that movie. I mean, I love Sand and
Sandal. So.
Yeah, I do love Sand and Sandal movies, and that would be awesome if we had a revival of those movies. But just kind of some of the things I'm hearing about they spent a lot of money on this movie so far. I think it's up to almost like 300 million or something ridiculous like that. So it may be amazing, but also a flop. Because you know what I mean? Because you've got to make, like, I think 3 to 4 times the amount of the budget in order for it to be considered a success. And so and you're starting already at 300 million. But it could be amazing. It could be an amazing film.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one I'll see at the cinema. I mean,
yes, you should.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I was saying at the beginning of the show, I don't tend to go to the cinema all that often because I get sent so many B movies to watch on screen now. To be honest, so I'm filled. I mean, like I'm off. I've been off this week, so I've got reviews already done right up until the 25th of March. Now that already lined up. So I've absolutely been caning it to try and catch up on some of these, and I wanted to do a few older films as well. So I got a few retro films in there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I've kind of like, but once I'm at work, once I go back to work on Monday, it's going to be like I don't get as much time. So I've got ahead of the game, and I've got some good ones coming out. There's some good.
I can't wait to see them.
There's some good ones. A lot of the horror. I know you're not so keen on the horror, but a few kind of sword and sandal and sword and sorcery ones.
Ooh, nice.
Right. I think we probably should go to bed now because it is 1:30 in the morning here in the UK.
It's 5:05.
And I know you have got a stream yourself to do later on.
Yeah, well, actually, right now, actually have to leave.
That was good timing then.
It was. Listen. I'm really super awesomely excited that I met you live here. Definitely a pleasure to meet you, Lisa. And I just subscribed to your channel, so it's gonna be it's gonna be awesome making your acquaintance even further. And I can't wait to see what else you have going on the channel, Leo. You're just doing so awesome.
Thank you. And you too. And anyone still on the chat, please go and check out both these ladies' channels if you haven't already.
All right. Well, I'll see you next time. I'll talk to you again soon.
Speak to you soon.
See you later. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm absolutely rat-arsed. I'm pissed as a fart. I need to make sure I'm subscribed to her. What was her name again?
Retro Nerd Girl.
I don't even know that I can type retro. Right, let's hope there's nobody watching. Lisa's pissed as a fart. Retro. I can't even spell retro. I can't. It won't work. Retro Nerd Girl. She was lovely. I liked her. She was really nice. Oh, yes, I've subscribed, but I've been more sober. So we've subscribed.
You're going to have to tell me how your hangover is tomorrow.
I'm shocking. I've drunk far too much. I dread to think. What have I drunk? Oh, Jesus Christ. I've drunk half a bottle of, what's that, sours. And I've drunk that of a bottle of gin, as well as like a little bit that was left from the I've drunk too much. I'm going to be seriously sick very soon.
Very amusing. I'll be phoning you at 7 o'clock. Lisa.
Oh no. I'll hopefully be asleep by then.
And hopefully. Let's just there's a couple of comments left, and then we'll call it a night. All right.
Okay.
Right. So Trash Shitsto. No, they barred his chat in the comments. Concentration camp to avenge his family in WW2. If Prey taught us anything, it's that historical settings is a shot in the arm of a franchise can do wonders for Bella from Poor Things.
Mm-hmm. I love Poor Things. I watched it quite recently. It was awesome.
Are we excited to see the sequel to Cliffhanger 2 film this summer? I'll watch it. I didn't even know they were making that, to be honest.
I had no idea. I found the original terrifying. I'm scared of heights, and the original Cliffhanger is just like it's like watching a horror movie for me.
It's I mean, these older stars now, they're always like going back to their franchises and stuff. Arnie, do Commando 2 for Christ's sake. Do it. Do it. I'm here. I live in a flat, so I can't be too loud. That's impossible for me. Right, Lisa, I'm gonna probably go to bed myself because it is 1:30.
No, but it's late, isn't it? Right. No
but
problem.
Thank you to everyone still in the chat for staying with us. I hope you enjoyed our mammoth 5.5 hour chat live stream.
Has it been that long? Jesus.
5.5 hours, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Thank you to everyone that's been watching, for all the comments. Apologies for any we couldn't get to. We are both a little inebriated, it has to be said.
I think Lisa more than me.
Yes, I'm pissed. I'm completely gone. I don't even know how I'm going to walk up the stairs from my bed. I have no idea.
All right. Well, I hope your hangover's not too bad for tomorrow. But anyway, thank you for joining, and I'll speak to you later.
Bye.
I've got to figure out how to turn this off now. How do I turn this off?